Green. There we go. Now it's on.
Oh, I see.
Is mine lit up now?
Yep, it is.
Okay.
Okay.
Megan, you got back your.
Recording in progress.
2023 Placer County Board of Supervisors meeting. We will begin the meeting with the flag salute led by Supervisor Gore. The board will now entertain general public comments. Persons may address the board on items not on this agenda. Please note, the Project 8 Winery project is a timed item on this agenda. As a result, no comments on this project will be accepted during the general public comment period. There will be ample opportunity for persons to comment during the hearing on this project. Please limit comments to 3 minutes per person since the time allocated for public comment is 15 minutes. Persons will be asked to strictly adhere to 3 minutes. If all comments cannot be heard within the 15-minute time limit, the public comment period will be continued and taken up after the hearing on the Project 8 Winery. The board is not permitted to take any action on items addressed under public comment. Richard, you're up.
Good morning, Chairman and other members of the board. What I wanted to bring to your attention is the issue of the recall attempt of Kevin Cryer in our neighboring county. And so what, for folks who don't know, he is the controlling vote for eliminating the voting machines. And of course, I made that attempt with you folks before the 2020 election. And so I just continue to harp on it. I think the voting machines are fraudulent, give us a fraudulent result. And so I appreciate the opportunity to say that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Richard. Anyone else? Morning.
Good morning. My name is Jason Wedge. Good morning, Chair Holmes and supervisors. So we are living in a time where we are forced to sign documents and agree to terms for certain products and services. We see this on pretty much every app we may download or on our electronic devices. We see this when we take a loan or even when we take a new job or position. Many of us do this without truly reading or understanding what we are signing or agreeing to, since having the service, product, or position is more important. In the same way, servants sign and swear an oath of office. But do we truly read and understand this oath of office and our California Constitution that we are expected to uphold? Last week, we witnessed a decision that was made by this board that closely lined up with this oath of office to our Constitution that you all took. This was during the 2:30 time agenda item concerning the contracts for shelter services. The staff presented and advocated for what they felt was the best direction for the board to take. They even put together a well-directed video to strengthen their position. But in the end, this board chose to go against the staff's recommendations and listen to the people. This brings me to our Constitution, Article 1, Section 3. It reads, "The people have the right to instruct their representatives." Then it goes on and talks about grievances. Furthermore, Article 6 in our California Constitution talks about local government. As I reread this article, I could not find any references to county staff having the power to make decisions for the people. Yet we are seeing the county staff using resources at their disposal to persuade this board in certain directions. So it may be safe to say, at times, we are funding the county staff and providing the tools needed to go against the instructions of the people. The public officers are the trustees and servants of the people, and at all times are accountable by us. We do not hold staff accountable. That authority has been entrusted by you. But many of us do feel that county staff has a bigger voice in decision-making and persuading a vote rather than the ones you are supposed to be serving. So I'll just end today as we see this report by county staff. Just pay close attention of which way they are persuading you to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Morning.
Good morning. Mike Garabedian here to take this opportunity to talk about a couple items I've spoken about before, and if I fall asleep standing up, it's because I didn't get any sleep last night for various reasons, including here. So the first one was on the Creekview project. This was where I brought to your attention that it's next to the rail yard, and it's in the study by the Air Resources Board showing that there are concentrations of cancer-causing chemicals there. And I raised the question, for the staff to address this not as a CEQA issue, but as a public health issue, which is part of your responsibility as a health, safety, welfare, so forth issue. And the staff didn't address it at all. And then the other issue I wanted to point out is the Buzz Oaks project, where I pointed out at the Planning Commission that it didn't show the Carvana project. So it was kind of misleading in my view about the development that's going on in the area. And so which I think is in general is going on right now with what's coming before you. The staff is not really giving you the information in the public it needs. So what should be done about that? I don't know. It's a serious problem, and I just don't know what's going to remedy it. And I'll talk more a little later. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wants to speak to the board on general public comments? Please come forward.
Thank you. Good morning, my name is Bruce Cotter. This is relatively new to me. This is an ad hoc comment. Voting machines, I don't have a problem with them. That's just to let you know, to counter the gentleman's comments, I think they're fine. The second thing is I've had some conversations electronically with Megan. Just to make you aware, I am objecting to the inability of the public during general comments to be able to use the overhead display to display information, not only to you, which you have on paper, but also to the other attendees in the audience. That's all I want to say about it. I think it's problematic. I think it's something that should change within terms of allowing the public to make comments and present information. Thank you kindly.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience that wishes to make general public comment? Seeing none, do we have anyone on the Zoom? Alrighty, then I will close public comment. I have a statement to make about the hearing today. Before we begin the hearing on the Project 8 winery, I would like to outline the public the order of today's proceedings. We will begin with planning staff's presentation and board member questions and answers. Then we will consider the applicant's presentation and board member questions and answers. We anticipate this will take us approximately to 12 noon, at which time the board will take a half-hour break for lunch. When the board returns from lunch at approximately 12:30, I will formally open the public comment section of this proceeding. For those of you in chambers, if you have not yet obtained a card from the clerk of the board to provide public comment, please go out to the desk at the entrance of these chambers and collect one. Those on Zoom need to ensure they have indicated they wish to speak utilizing the raised hand function on Zoom. There are currently 25 persons who wish to speak, and this will likely increase with late arrivals. Clerk, how many are currently on Zoom requesting to speak?
Chair, we currently only have 3 people with their hands raised on Zoom, but we do have quite a few attendees, and I assume this will pick up throughout the meeting.
Okay, thank you. To provide a fair opportunity for each person to comment on this project, I'm going to limit the time per person to 2 minutes. I will have more to say on that public comment section when we reach that point in the proceeding, which again I estimate to begin at 12:30. At present, I anticipate the public comment portion of this proceeding to take approximately 3.5 to 4 hours, after which I will formally close the public comment portion and the board will take a 1/2 hour break. After the board returns from its break, board will commence deliberations. Any motions, actions on the proposed project will not occur until the board has completed its deliberations. I will now turn this over to Cedra staff for their presentation.
Good morning, Chair Holmes, board members, Chris Pahuli, Placer County Planning Director. It's my pleasure to be with you this morning and to provide some opening remarks on this entitlement package for the Project 8 winery and introduce the county team that will be presenting information and answering questions from the board. The entitlements requested with this package include an ordinance to amend Placer County Code Chapter 17 related to height limit exceptions for large wineries greater than 20 acres, as well as a conditional use permit which would allow for the large winery establish its hours of operation, an accessory restaurant to support the winery use, and to allow for a height exception as provided for in the draft ordinance. As the board is aware, the Project 8 winery has generated quite a bit of community interest, and we are expecting a full day of presentations, public testimony, and board discussion and deliberations. Since the application was filed over 2 years ago, county staff have worked diligently to ensure the public has been informed about the project along all steps, and you'll hear more about those efforts during the staff presentation. The team has also worked to address community concerns and respond to various issues that have arisen during processing of the application and environmental review. Today's hearing is the culmination of the work completed over the course of that 2-year period to get the project ready for the board's consideration. For today's hearing, we will begin with the staff presentation from Jennifer Baez, principal planner and lead planner for the project. Given the wide range of technical issues that may be brought up today, we have a team of county and consultant representatives that may be called upon to provide testimony and answer questions. I did want to take a moment and introduce a few of those now that are seated at the staff table and in the front row. We have Nick Papani from Rainey Planning and Management, who is the lead consultant on the EIR. We have Michelle Lewis over at the table there. Cedra Deputy Director of Engineering and Survey Division. We have Danielle Pullman from Environmental Health in the front row, and also Josh Hunsinger, the county's Agricultural Commissioner. That concludes my prepared introductory remarks, and I'd at this time introduce Jennifer Baez, who will be delivering the staff presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Holmes and members of the board. Jennifer Baez, Principal Planning with Planning Services Division, here to present this item. The Project 8 Winery, and to begin, we'll talk about the project is regionally located west of Newcastle and north of Penryn, depicted on the screen. Project is located on 44 acres, 2 parcels that make up 44 acres, and 18 of those acres are considered our project site, under which we've performed our environmental analysis. Access to the site is from Taylor Road, from Taylor Road to Callison Road. It's about a half a mile from Taylor to the proposed site access along Callison. Union Pacific Railroads also runs south and north surrounding the property, as well as Antelope Creek runs and bisects the property, and the property is also surrounded by single-family residents. Community planning and zoning. The property to the legal parcel to the north, depicted in green here, is within the Placer County General Plan and is zoned farm 20-acre minimum, as well as shown in the yellow. The parcel in front is within the Horseshoe Bar Community Plan and is residential agriculture with the 4.6-acre minimum. I just have a few pictures of the site that we took when the application was filed. This is driving in, looking north from the proposed access road. You can see this is before the vineyards were established, as well as the picture on the right is looking south across Antelope Canal from the property, about midway on the property. And then again, the project site, this is the view looking south from the hilltop for the property. I'm going to spend some time here on the proposed project and getting familiar with the site plan. We're going to talk about the location, size, and some details of the proposed use for each of these buildings. We're going to start with the warehouse processing building, which is located, it's located at the base of the hillside and is 26,000 square feet. The ground level production use is mostly production use with about 3,000 square feet area that would be available for public wine pickup. And also the mezzanine level, which is the second story, is 2,500 square feet with administrative uses, offices, conference rooms, and facilities. And the third floor, the roof level, and contains a rooftop terrace, which is partially enclosed and would be available for public tasting, an open public tasting room. And then connecting the warehouse processing building to the Octagon building is the pedestrian bridge that crosses over the driveway and then accesses the on-site caves. The proposed caves are located within the hillside. The network of caves are approximately 32,000 square feet and would connect also to the proposed Octagon building. Operations and public space are available. Fermentation tanks, barrel aging rooms, collection rooms, 2 meeting rooms, and 2 restrooms are proposed within the caves. Also, there'll be pedestrian access via the cave entrance, as well as elevators and stairs that would take you to the Octagon building. Also provided access for utility vehicles would connect to allow production to move between the processing building and the cave. The Octagon building is 29,200 square feet, multiple levels, located atop of the hill. And it sits on top of a portion of the wine cave. The proposed Octagon building is 75 feet in height, with additional allowances for mechanical equipment to be screened. The operation and design of the winery of the Octagon buildings includes the proposed gravity infiltration system, which starts at the top level and finishes at the underground sublevel, as well as provides for an iconic structure with views overlooking the existing vineyards below and the surrounding region. On-site circulation and parking, also for the site, which is depicted here, south of Callison Road, north of Callison Road. The entrance would be off of Callison Road, as well as on-site parking. There's proposed 2 main parking areas. At the production warehouse or processing warehouse building, there'll be around 50 parking spaces, as well as in the Octagon building will provide 68 parking spaces. The total parking spaces required for all of the buildings depicted are 119 spaces required. And I did also want to take a moment here. You should have included and provided on your desk is an errata to our conditions of approval. Last night, as I was preparing for this, I noticed that condition number 2F includes a change that needs to be made that requires the processing building to have 25 parking spaces versus 19. So that's included in your errata for the conditions of approval, recommended errata. In addition to the proposed parking and circulation, lighting will be provided. Dark sky compliance conditioning has been provided for, which will include screening and shielding of light fixtures with no high intensity or bright lights. Operations include, again, the tasting room is being proposed to operate 7 days a week from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. for general public tasting. That's without a reservation. And then reservation-only accessory restaurant portion of the tasting room would operate from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Events, agricultural promotional events are being proposed. And agricultural promotional events are directly related to the education and marketing of wine or craft beer as defined by our ordinance. They're being proposed on this site consistent with our ordinance with the request that the allowance for an increase from 50 attendees to 75 attendees be allowed. Our ordinance provides for that process to be considered on properties larger than 40 acres through the conditional use permit process. Also being proposed or allowed with our special events. Special events are considered events that are not ag-related or not are subservient or not subservient to the agricultural related component. And they're allowed to have 12 events a year with 200 people. And depicted here is an illustration of the winery about midway up the driveway that's being proposed. The rendering depicts the architectural features which draws on the inspiration of Penryn, including historic railroad, mining, and agriculture industries. Colors that are being proposed are limited to earth tone colors. As you can see, the processing warehouse building at the base of the hill is utilizing rammed earth wall that would display local soils to inform the aesthetics. The cave bridge and on the hillside are the pedestrian crossing and cave entrance are designed with weathered steel, as well as the octagon building on top of the hill has been designed after a steam locomotive sand dome. In addition, the octagon building on top of the hill includes, for floors 2 and 3, living facade with the exoskeletons that's covered with plant material. The 4th and 5th levels include shutters that can be raised and lowered for screening and shielding. The circular shape of the building, including the roof line, blends with the skyline. And again, on-site lighting is proposed for safety, but was required to be directed down and inward and shielded. The cross-section depicted here shows the pedestrian bridge, again, crossing our driveway, entering into the cave network, and the cave network extending up to the octagon building. I did want to take a moment here again to talk about what's proposed within the octagon building. And it is a 5-level building proposed. The first level is at ground. It's got about 8,000 square feet production. And then the next level up is our entry level, and with some additional terracing outside. You can see from the cross-section the proposed terracing. This includes restrooms, reception area, and elevators. The second and third floor, the second floor includes a residential single-family unit that would be used by the owner-manager of the parcel, as well as the third floor includes the kitchen, restroom, and utilities. The 4th floor includes the tasting room with the accessory restaurant, as well as a tasting bar, a restaurant counter for prepared food, And again, the accessory restaurant is within the tasting room. The 5th floor includes around 3,500 square feet of production area, as well as, that would include the gravity infiltration processing for the building, and about a 550 square foot private tasting room. Project access, again, being proposed off of Callison Road, approximately half a mile west of the Callison Road-Taylor Road intersection. Improvements to the Callison Road entry include raising the road about 3 feet, which will improve sight distance, widening the road to 32 feet of pavement, as well as including a right turn lane into the site. Landscaping is proposed along the property frontage. On-site driveway will include a circular driveway that allows for safe turnaround, as the property will be gated for safety, site control, and access, as well as protecting the vineyard from wildlife. There's also a gatehouse, which would be proposed to be controlled by a virtual attendant. And again, landscaping and lighting will be included, and lighting will be required to be minimal for safety, as well as landscaping for screening. Depicted here on the screen, again, is on the top, the existing conditions, as well as on the bottom is the proposed, a rendering of the proposed project, including the gate as well as the structures behind. The project is proposed to be phased, occurring over a 60-month period, and broken into 3 phases, with the first phase including the processing warehouse building and on-site improvements for the frontage, as well as roads all the way up to the Antelope Creek Canal. With the processing building warehouse, it would be limited open to the public for that in that tasting area on the terracing. Phase 2 includes, again, circulation and access improvements for the installation of the cave, including the main shaft for the elevator, as well as the construction of the off-site lane at Taylor Road, left-hand turn at Taylor Road and Callison Road intersection. There would request with Phase 2 a temporary occupancy for the cave for production purposes only. It would not be open to the public until Phase 3, which is when they come in and they are proposing to then build the octagon building on top of the cave and all the remaining improvements on site. And then final occupancy would include access to the public. The project entitlements being requested, the first is a zoning text amendment that would add a height limit exception to the winery farm brewery section of our ordinance, which is 1756-330. Depicted here on the screen is the proposed language, but highlighting the exception would be applied to large wineries over 20 acres. They would also be required to be authorized through a conditional use permit that includes an analysis of the visual impacts and photo simulation included with the visual impacts. Again, the second entitlement proposed is a conditional use permit for large wineries greater than 20,000 cases with accessory use restaurant, including 75 attendees for agriculture promotional events. Operating hours would be established from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. And again, the height increase for the 75-foot octagon building with the additional 5.4 feet for mechanical equipment. Project 8 Winery has been prepared for this project. The environmental document evaluates the 15 environmental resources areas for the projects. It identified potential impacts, project alternatives, and mitigation measures. Public outreach, including noticing, press releases, media coverage, social media, and meetings, were all included as part of the environmental process. For the conclusion in the environmental document, 7 of the resource categories were considered or found to be no impact or less than significant, with 6 that included or required mitigation to get them to a less than significant requirement. There were 2 areas resource areas that were still significant and avoidable. One was aesthetics, and the second was transportation. So with aesthetics, impact 4-2, which is related to substantially degradation of an existing visual character or quality of a public view, was determined to be significant and unavoidable, as well as impact 4.4-4, which addresses the long-term change of visual character that would be caused by the cumulative development, including this project, as well as the development anticipated within the future growth of Placer County. With these two impacts, we have identified two mitigations, mitigation measure 4.2 as well as 4.3. That includes screening, including landscaping, planting of natural vegetation, lighting being dark sky compliant. And although these mitigation measures have been applied, the impacts again were concluded to be significant and avoidable. For transportation, we identified impact 16.5, which estimated that a 0.026% would be increased for the total vehicles mile travel for the area. Mitigation was also proposed to reduce the impacts associated with VMT, which included carpooling and providing information to public transportation services. However, the effectiveness of this mitigation is uncertain, and therefore meeting our standard for a commercial project and the threshold for significance is 0. The EIR included that the impact still remains significant and unavoidable. On March 24th, 2023, the county released the final EIR, which responded to comments received on the draft EIR. The draft EIR, together with the public comments and the county's response, constitutes the complete environmental document for this project. The board is responsible for considering certification of the EIR. Findings have been prepared, are included in your staff report for certifying the EIR. If the project is approved, findings of fact and a statement of overriding consideration, which are included in your staff report as attachment M, are also required to be adopted, as well as a mitigation monitoring program. And included in the draft EIR, and as described in the proposed ZTA zoning text amendment, an analysis for visual impacts for the projects, including photo simulations, were prepared as part of the projects. The visual impacts analysis evaluated in 3 publicly accessible viewpoints. They're depicted here on the screen. Point 1 is located at the proposed project entrance along Callison Road. Point 2 is at Callison Road and Ridgeview Lane, as well as point 3, which is a view along the commuter rail. And I am going to walk you through the visual analysis real quick. We have before and after photos. Again, this is the existing road with the view along Callison Road. And then our proposed rendering with the project provides for the view along Callison Road with the project. We also included along the Callison Road a night view of the project, which depicts the lighting to be minimal and directed inward and screened. Again, views along Callison Road, Ridgeview Lane, prior to the project. And then with the project view, you can see in the background the Octagon building and the entrance of the cave. The commuter rail, again, you'll be able to see the location of the Octagon building. This is pre-project. And then the commuter rail line with the project view depicting the Octagon building on the hilltop. Again, the analysis for the visual impact determined that the building would not entirely be obscured from public view. However, the innovative building design and the building footprint softens the edges. We've included landscaping requirements as well as the retention of the existing oak woodlands that surround the Octagon buildings, planting along the Callison Road frontage, and again, the building's living facade. With all of this information, as well as the substantial building setback on a 40-acre property, staff is making the determination that the projects with the identified mitigation measures would serve as to minimize the impacts, visual impacts. As part of our environmental review process, we completed a limited soil investigation that was performed due to the property's previous use for agricultural use. The county's review process concluded that the investigation, it does not appear there is significant arsenic in the shallow soil impacts for former orchard operation of the site. However, as described in the staff report, there was a sample B14 that was collected that likely represented naturally occurring arsenic. Arsenic is known to occur naturally in the subsoils of Placer County. Construction will often disturb soils, as well as we anticipate with this project, construction will disturb the soils. However, our standard conditions of approval and mitigations for grading on site include best management practices for all construction activities. These are included in conditions 20 and 22 of the staff report that will prevent any off-site contamination due to soil. In addition, on June 1st, county staff received correspondence from the Department of Toxic Substance Control, DTSC, requesting information as they were responding to a complaint that was filed that described potential public health concerns related to concentrations of arsenic on the proposed project site. Staff provided information to DTSC, including the project's environmental impact report and the documentation, as well as the April 27th Planning Commission hearing staff report. On June 6th, county staff received an email from DTSC responding to complaints, which has been provided to the board. The response and recommendation from DTST is that they are available should the county wish to consult related to this issue. However, after reviewing the material, DTSC does not think it's necessary to intervene at this time. Again, conditional use permit for this property will be consistent with our ordinance proposed, our winery ordinance, which allows for the orderly development of wineries and farm breweries in agricultural zoned properties. The current zoning, again, for this property is farm as well as residential agriculture. Large winery productions, as by definition over 20,000 case productions, are allowed in the farm zone with a minor use permit. However, included in the request is our accessory use restaurant, which again is allowed as part of our winery ordinance with consideration of a conditional use permit. The operating hours from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. and the increased maximum attendees, again, are all allowed through our ordinance with the consideration of a conditional use permit. And again, related to the ZTA would also require a conditional use permit for the height increase associated with the Octagon building. General plan consistency, attachment E of the staff report provides staff evaluation of the project's consistency with the general plan. Based on the analysis, staff has concluded that the board can find the proposed project consistent with the general plan. Specifically, the project aligns with use and promotion of agricultural lands and economic development related to agriculture. There was an inconsistency related to design recommendations on one policy, and that again, the structure, the Octagon building structure, would silhouette against the sky above the hilltop. That was considered inconsistent. As well as there was for policy 1K1, that's related to ridgeline protection. This policy was determined to be not applicable to the project because there are higher elevations nearby that constitute a ridgeline. But the rolling hills and varied topography of the project, again, are are not part of the ridgeline. The proposed zoning text amendment includes, there is similar language included in our existing ordinance under our height exception that allows for other buildings, specifically hotels, public and quasi-public buildings, to make similar requests, again, including a photo simulation and through the request of a CUP to allow for additional height requests. The conditional use permit does require, again, a public review process that includes the MACs. Environmental review is required, as well as a hearing at the Planning Commission are always required with the conditional use permit. Again, with the conditional use permit, including the photo simulations, can require and consider conditions, site-specific conditions, as well as site development, including screening, design, landscape colors, and other factors. The evaluation of the proposed ZTA and where it would be applied, again, this would be applied countywide, but with the addition of the large wineries, the industry rate, or excuse me, the location for the projections of where these proposed wineries would occur is in the foothill region. We did an analysis with our recent update to our ordinance that shows the most optimal areas to grow vineyards to produce wine is within the foothill region. In addition, as part of that analysis for the update, there was information about the projected growth rates for this industry. Those projected growth rates were equating for small startup wineries and medium-scaled wineries. With our included language for large wineries, we would expect our growth rate to be significantly less than what we were projecting previously, which was 1.5 wineries or breweries a year. We'd likely see that reduced to less than 1.5. Again, the accessory use restaurant is being requested with this. An accessory use restaurant allows for preparation and service as long as it's related and clearly subordinate to the existing primary use on the property as a winery or farm brewery. The project being proposed is located again on 44 acres with about 18 acres under crop production or vineyards. Included in the staff report is a discussion of the determination of how the accessory use is incidental and secondary to the principal use and significantly smaller and does not change the character of the principal use. Again, kind of the numbers, 81% of the square footage being proposed with the project, building square footage, is related to wine production. About 16% includes your tasting room, public spaces, and residence. Those are considered accessory. And then within that, 3% of that area, square footage, is considered part of the accessory restaurant. Wanted to talk a little bit about the winery operations standards. Depicted on the screen here, again at the top, is the existing language of our winery ordinance, section 1756-330, which allows for normal wine tasting 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. And then it has a prescribed events shall be allowed 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Friday and Saturday, with an allowance for 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday through Thursday. But it also includes that last underlined language that says, or as specified in a use permit. So again, they're requesting an allowance. The use permit here is depicted, condition of approval, recommended condition of approval, 3A through D. The tasting room, again, incidental and provides services related to wine tasting and education, with the general wine tasting, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., and then again, a limited reservation-only tasting within the accessory, for the accessory restaurant, about 5:30 to 10 p.m. is what the condition is being proposed. Again, for events, agricultural promotional events would be allowed from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Those events would also be allowed to have food service associated with the restaurant. And again, special events are limited to 12 per year with hours from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. There is an outdoor activity area as part of our environmental analysis. We also included a noise study, and within that noise study and within the site plan, we identified 2 outdoor activity areas. The first, again, being designated on the terrace area of the Octagon building, and also at the warehouse processing roof terrace, which is also, again, a public tasting area. Our ordinance does allow for amplified speech and music. They have demonstrated through their noise study that they can satisfy the conditions of and meet the requirements for the noise ordinance, and therefore the condition would allow amplified music and speech from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. during events and tasting hours, and occasionally from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. for events. The property that is located in the farm portion, the area zoned farm, is under a Williamson Act contract preserve. This preserve was recently split. I did want to clarify that there is no existing structure on the area where the preserve, this preserve reference number is PLN 22-00200. There is not an existing residential use established on the area of this property. Section 176490 provides a compatible use allowance for the county. On January 30th, 2023, the planning services consulted with the Agricultural Commission. There was a determination that the proposed winery, accessory tasting room, accessory restaurant are all considered compatible uses under the existing agricultural contract, because they assist in the promotion of production on land and are compatible with the continued agricultural operation and are secondary to the agricultural sales production being produced on the premises. That information is included in your staff report. On June 16th, a letter from the Department of Conservation, which has been provided to the board, was provided to the county. The Department of Conservation expressed concerns on having 2 single-family residents within one contract, as well as the comments expressed concerns related to the number of events of attendees, which could hinder and or impair agricultural operation, as well as bring additional people to the area. Staff reached out to the Department of Conservation to provide clarifying information, in particular related to, again, the single-family use. There is no single-family use within this contract, but being proposed with this application in the Octagon building, there would be an existing or proposed residence. And again, we did want to clarify, and included in your errata is condition 2A. And this last sentence of that errata would state, a single-family dwelling is limited to owner, manager use only, and occupancy shall be related to the agricultural use of the land. So we did want to clarify and make sure that that was clear. In addition, we are also proposing an errata to condition 3B, and that changes to those conditions would also state that the agricultural promotional events with 50 attendees are allowed from the hours of operation of 7 to 10 p.m. And then I'm going to skip the agricultural use restaurants can provide event support during agricultural hours. Agricultural promotional events would occur any day of the week. And then what's being added as a clarifying sentence is agricultural promotional events shall be allowed up to 75 attendees upon a determination by the planning director and the agriculture commissioner after consultation with the State Department of Conservation that the number of attendees is permissible under the Williamson Act contract. So we are recommending those 2 changes based on our communications with the Department of Conservation. Again, public review and public comments depicted here are all of the dates that we have provided information. Our application was submitted April 29th, and then we kicked off by the applicant kicked off by doing informational items at the MAC. County staff began our environmental review process, and all that information has been presented for public review. All the comments that we received, and I think it was 98 comments that we received on the draft EIR, were responded to in the final EIR, which is included in your package and was released March 24th. And we'll get into a little bit more detail on the next slide. Additional public meetings were held. The Horseshoe Bar MAC also took action to recommend approval on the project. The recommended action was a 3-2 vote with 1 abstention. Newcastle Ophir MAC also made 2 separate actions for recommendation. Their first was a recommended approval related to the conditional use permit, with some suggested changes. And those suggested changes included the widening of Callison Road for pedestrian and bike safety, requiring the left-hand turn will be as a condition at Callison Taylor Road with the first phase of the project, as well as they were requesting a clarification on the number of people per day in events. Also ensuring that there's adequate code enforcement that is available on weekends to address any issues with the events. They recommended support of the conditional use permit, 7 yeses. And then the second action, they recommended denying the limited height exception or the ZTA being proposed. Again, 7 no's. 7 yeses. In addition, we did public outreach related to the proposed zoning text amendment. There is an allowance for us to provide for community meetings or town halls to solicit feedback on zoning text amendments or changes to our codes and community plans. Staff did the consultation, and we proposed a virtual town hall or community meeting that was held April 5th to solicit feedback. I believe there was 20 participants in that. The comments on that did not support the proposed ZTA. Public feedback did not support the proposed ZTA. In addition, we presented the ZTA at the Granite Bay MAC on February. Again, it was an information item specific to the zoning text amendment at the MAC. The MAC feedback was not supportive of the ZTA, as well as the public comments on the ZTA. Public did not support the ZTA. The Planning Commission was held April 27th with a recommendation to the board. We had 68 public comments. Again, just a brief summary included 42 commenters in support and 24 commenters in opposition. A summary of the testimony is included in your staff report. The Planning Commission did recommend to certify the EIR, 6 yeses and 1 no. They also recommended approval of the CUP. I need to clarify. Recommended the certification of the EIR and approval of the ZTA with 6 yeses and 1 no. And then a recommendation on the conditional use permit with 5 yeses and 2 nos. So with that, I'm going to pause, but this is the time where we talk about staff's recommendation. We are bringing forward the Planning Commission's recommendations for the project, including the changes that they requested to the zoning text amendment. And the project is subject to the conditions of approval, as well as included in the errata that is presented before you. Staff is recommending that the board adopt a resolution to certify the project EIR and adopt the findings of facts and statement of overriding consideration, as well as the mitigation monitoring report. Staff is also recommending the adoption of the ordinance to amend section 1756 for the height limitation exception being proposed. And staff is also recommending condition of approval be approved for the operation of the winery on 40 acres plus with an accessory use restaurant Establish our hours of operations consistent with conditions of approval, allowing 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Establish a maximum attendee for the agriculture promotional events at 75 people, and allow the Octagon building to be constructed at 75 feet in height with finished grade, with an additional 5.4 feet for the mechanical equipment to be screened. That's it. Questions?
Thank you, Jennifer. If you could go back to slide 14 for me, please.
Seriously?
We're in suspense here.
I'm going to blame that on the guys in the back. They're doing something funny. Okay.
There it is. So I just wanted to talk about the significant and unavoidable, the aesthetics in the transportation. If that property was subdivided to say 6 2.3 acre home sites, wouldn't those also be significant and unavoidable?
Possibly. We would have to do our visual analysis and aesthetics. We would have to look at the aesthetics of what's being proposed with the single-family home subdivisions, how the lots would be laid out, how the road would be constructed.
But it could be, depending on how they brought it forward, it could
Right.
still be significant and unavoidable. Okay, thank you. I have some other questions, but I'll wait for when the applicant comes forward. Any other comments, questions from my colleagues? I see none.
I have one.
Oh,
It's my
you
light not on.
gotta push.
I did. It's green on my side.
Oh, it's not here.
Okay.
All
Just a quick question. I was wondering if you have a slide on the reduced height alternative. I had a question on the reduced height.
Now you're going to make me go all the way to the end again.
Sorry. Sorry.
It's not working. Oh, I see what
So my question on this one is, so this shows two smaller buildings, right? And then one tall tower for the gravity flow filtration, right?
Correct.
So for this, would the applicant have to have any special permits to have that height of that tower, or would he be able to just do that tower as is?
He would need a minor use permit for the structure, that agriculture structure.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Just to let the board know, I have a little screen up here, and sometimes it goes dark, and I have to touch it to get it go light again, so that's why I missed her. Okay, is there any other,
It's me down here.
oh, okay. It's backwards.
Hard
Okay.
hard to tell because we don't have our cheat sheet up there.
Yeah.
Jennifer, can you estimate how many people can actually, because driving by, it's hard for me to judge how many residents actually see this structure from their home. Do you have an estimate on that at all? Or were you able, through the public comment, to hear that?
How many people would be able to see the structure
Yes,
from a private view?
yes.
We did not include an analysis of that in the
Okay.
staff report.
Maybe as we take public comment later, we'll hear more about that, but I'm specifically interested in those that, can see. Because from the road, certainly I understand that you see it as you enter the property. But I think as we look at unavoidable, we're looking at neighbors and others that may be impacted with this. So we want to be aware of that. So maybe during public testimony or the applicant speak to that.
Any other comments from board members? Not yet? All right. Okay, then we will entertain the applicant's presentation.
Chair Holmes, members of the board. My name is Mike Fournier. I'll be presenting, I'm the applicant, representing the applicant. We'll be talking, give me a second here. I'll be talking to you today. And I'd like to introduce people part of our teams. We have Chad Roberts here from legal, Evan McKenzie, our engineering manager, and Bruce Epler from partner in engineering if any questions regarding arsenic arise. Before I start, I would like to thank also the staff for being very diligent and cooperative in going through this journey. We started this journey over 3 years ago, and I wanted to take a few seconds to thank them, and also thank both supporters and opponents of the project, because this is what democracy is about, and I think it's really good that people are invested in their community, and I respect that they might have different opinions. So, that having been said, let's start the presentation. I'm here to talk to you about Project 8, and for us, like I said, it's a journey. We want to create a project that will bring a material economic impact tied to agriculture. We want to create a project that will drive preservation of land for the long term. It's a complex challenge because if you run a farm, if you run an agricultural operation, there's a certain financial aspect. And for me, it's really important that we create something that will self-sustain itself long after I'm gone. Because I feel that Placer County is an extremely pleasant place to live. Therefore, it's extremely dynamic to create more residences in a great environment. And by doing this project, we feel we will preserve a lot of land and create that environment that will be self-sustainable. Now, as a company, we bring technology and constant improvement. So one of the things we wanted to do is not repeat what has been done, but participate with the Vintners Association here in Placer County, participate with the people that are here, but go draw from the people in other areas and really bring the latest technologies and make them available in this area. What we have done is we have systematically gone to Napa, we've gone all over the world to really understand what the latest technologies are, brought in vintners that have extremely good records, and been able to really develop technology, integrate technologies first, develop technologies second, and follow that process of constant improvement that allows us to innovate and develop our secret sauce here in Placer County. And as such, you know, we're the first, among the first one, if not the only ones, with dual optical sorters. We now have robotic sorting that's complementing our optical sorting. We have robotic packaging that's implemented for our sustainability approach. And by doing all those things with the hot ferment and special fermenters and computer control, we are going to be able to provide those services in this area by partnering with the local wineries and help everybody become a better industry, a larger industry, and be more material in the economic impact that we will have. Quite often, I'm asked, you know, why make some changes? And the answer for me is that we don't necessarily have to reinvent the wheel. We just have to make the wheel a little bit rounder. And this is, I have to press the button, I apologize. So basically, all those wineries use gravity processing in one way or another. And the idea for us is to push the envelope, to push the realm of possible, especially in today's environment where sustainability, energy efficiency is so important. And I want to make absolutely clear that the top 15 feet of our tasting room building is 85% dedicated to this gravity filtration process. I mean, the tasting room is right below that. And for us, we just see an opportunity there. So I wanted to make sure that this gravity processing was right in the forefront, because that's a great reason, one of the great reasons that's driving this height request. Now, we have been good citizens in Granite Bay. We have been producing wine. Very interesting. I remember many years ago when we were asked, are you sure you don't want a tasting room? And I said, no, we don't want a tasting room. And to this day, we still don't have a tasting room because we are producing wine in the hope to be allowed to sell wine in Penryn. Using the Delta Oscillist and the spreader here, the berries are prepared for the optical sorter. 30,000 pixel camera identifies the berries, decides which ones are kept, which ones are rejected. We teach the machine every morning that we process with 400 perfect berries to ensure that it can absolutely focus on rejecting the bad ones. Tri-axis robots, we're currently on our 3rd generation for our sorting line, where we're looking at using 4 robots in line. This year we're eliminating 4 conveyors, and of course, final quality control. The idea is that we have a perfect carpet of berry, and by the way, those berries are Cabernet Sauvignon from Placer County that we're currently processing. Then we go in the crusher. The first time that we're purposefully introducing oxidation in the berries, it drops down 65 feet in temperature-controlled, atmosphere-controlled fermenters. We have CO2 to ensure minimization of the oxidation. We used this facility in Granite Bay to really be used as an incubator. So we would really understand the trade, the craft, the dimensions, and the necessity that we, the necessity of producing a world-class wine, having a development for a world-class winery. Now that takes us to our site. Project 8 represents 17.96 acres of the 175 acres that we have in the form of a horseshoe starting at Taylor Road. We processed the site by having 53 test pits analyzed by Dr. Animosa from Napa Valley. We amended with over 400 tons of compost, multiple products to ensure that we have extremely well-prepared vineyards. And the reality is it still allows us to have 48% of wood and open space. We are currently at 29%. We're about ready to plant more vines, and we probably have another 4 or 5 acres that we will develop over time. The entitlement site, the 17.96 acres, allows us to still maintain a lot of wood and space, but one reason that it's possible is because we're planning to do a large underground cave, which gives us over 1 extra acre of oak woodland that we are able to preserve. Now let's get to the actual building, the winery. All the square footage adds to about 84,000 square feet. Out of that, the actual seating portion of the restaurant represents less than 1% of the overall space that we are proposing with this proposal. And another point that I think is important, on site, we have, on the 175 acres, we have, working with the county and the agricultural commissioner, we have farm worker housing. We are hosting 4 families on this property. And basically, it allows us to provide housing for the people that are involved in the project. Let's talk project updates. Well, we took an approach where we spent a lot of time with members of the community. And we have been listening, and we have been showing empathy. And we did that by hosting over 180 of our neighbors to really get their feedback and ideas of what they would like. And we made quite a few changes in relation to those meetings. And it was very productive. I will tell you, personally, I believe the solution is dramatically better having had the chance to reach out to the community. And here are some of the items that were changed. When we started, I will tell you, people call it the circus tent. We thought, well, I like to sail, and we used the original towers from the quarry in Penryn. That's how they used to move the granite around at the Griffith Quarry. And we used that. We thought, well, we'll have some poles, we'll have the cables, and that went over like a lead brick. I mean, it was not popular. I have a lot of friends that came to me and they said, Mike, this looks terrible. Well, you know what? We went back to our architects and we sat down with them. And we said, well, this was a good idea to start with, but it was not well received. So we changed the design, went around to use the sand dome from the original 1864 locomotive. As you know, the locomotives going up the hills needed some traction, and they would let a small quantity of sand underneath the traction wheels, and that would allow them to haul more weight. So we used that. We changed the design, we changed the angularity of the windows, changed the type of glass to really minimize reflection, and we added mechanical, I call them eyelids, they can be called shades, that will adjust with the sun and also with the light at night to really minimize the impact and reflection on the community. Another thing was the lighting. We are 100% committed to dark sky. And I will tell you, we had numerous renditions performed by the architects that was hired by the county, and constantly we kept telling them, this is not a lighthouse. All we want is sufficient lighting past sunset so we can meet life safety. And I can assure you that we hired for the inside of the tasting room high-end specialists where all the lights is directly inward and downward. And if I may, if you're going to go to a really nice dinner, most people don't want to be in Fenway Park. Most people want to be in an environment that is a lot more dim, a lot more private, and that's what we're planning to have. Let's talk about the restaurant. I remember having my first presentation at the Horseshoe Bar Mac, and having a large restaurant, just about as good as the tasting room with the circus tent. It went over like a lead brick. And, you know, I'm an engineer by trade, so I thought, hey, you know, maybe we'll run a few days, we'll have a larger size, and some other days we don't run. And the reality is, what we did is we backed out and we said, hey, this is truly an accessory feature for us. We want to make world-class wine. We want to preserve that agricultural land, and we reduced the size of the seating to 32 seat. Now, I will tell you, the other thing that comes up about the restaurant is the hours of operation that we asked for. And one of the reasons we ask for those hours of operation is we can't ask people to come have a 5-course meal at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Most people will want to have a 5-course meal at 6 o'clock at night. We're talking about 32 people, probably less traffic than if we had residences there. And we expect that it will last between 2.5 and 3 hours. We ask for 10 o'clock, not because we're planning to have people come in and eat until 9:59, but when it's 9 o'clock and we ask them, you know, this is it, we're pretty much done, there's always stragglers. And the idea is, I want to make sure I'm going to comply with whatever condition you give me. So for me, it's really important that, you know, we bring something forth that allows us to be compliant. So we're not driven in non-compliance. You know, we went into this, it would have been a lot easier to use other methodology to provide food, which is commonly done. But we thought, no, we'll go pick the fight to bring that restaurant, be honest about what we want to do. And that's why we asked for those hours, and ultimately we have reduced the footprint. One other question you might ask is, how come is the restaurant counter open when the restaurant is not serving food? And one of the reasons for that, as you know, in the winery ordinance, there's an allocation that if you have a restaurant license, you're allowed to serve Placer-made beer. And for us, that was quite important because we want to be a destination. We want to be a place where people want to go. And Sometimes you have three couples that want to come wine taste, and there's one person that doesn't like wine. They actually like beer. Nobody's perfect. I understand that. But the point is they like beer. We went to ABC downtown. We sat down with them. We talked to them about the design of our tasting room. And we reached a point where by having that restaurant counter open, we would be legal to be able to sell them Placer only. You will not see Budweiser. You will not see Miller. You will not see any other brand that are not absolutely made in Placer County. And I want to also reassure you, we have absolutely no desire of making beer. There's no secondary objective here that we're going to start making beer on the second floor or something like that. So for us, we felt that was important because we are about bringing people together. This is what having wine, having food, enjoying the quality of life in Placer County is about. It's bringing people together. Let's talk about traffic for a second. Callison Road, I searched for over 15 years for a property to do this. And the reason I really like this property was twofold. The first one, it's less than 4 minutes from Highway 80. And the second reason is you take Taylor Road from the exit 193, and then you get on Callison Road, and it's a straight shot. You don't have a bunch of curves until you have to whoop-de-doo a little bit when we get to the railroad track, but we're going to fix the dip in the road, and it's a really straight road. It's really easily accessible. But one negative, and I've almost gotten rear-ended 3 times, is when you turn left on Callison. And when the EIR came about, personally, it's something that I think we could have fought because it was kind of a future issue with the traffic, but instead we jumped on it. We said, no, we're going to pay for it because it's the right thing to do. And people will get the benefit from that turn lane, whether the winery is open, whether it's 2 o'clock in the morning, whether it's 6 o'clock in the morning, that turn lane will protect people. Because right now it is dangerous, and it's something that we think is the right thing to do. Entry, we had a lot of communication with the county, the staff, regarding the rammed earth. At first, they didn't quite understand that we were going to take the soil, literally the soil that was present there on site, compact it, mix it in with a polymer resin to create an absolutely gorgeous wall. So we spent a lot of time with that. We worked with them on shelving for the fencing because we want to protect the vines from the deer. And we came with a solution that I thought was blending in the granite from Penryn. That will be very attractive. I want to remind everybody that we have 385 feet from Callison to that gate. You know, we're not talking about 14 or 25 feet or a normal 50-foot setback. There's 385 feet that allows people to come in, and if we're at capacity, there's issues, people can turn around in the roundabout and re-enter Callison in a safe fashion, not having to back up or things like that. Let's talk about some community concerns. And I'll go quite quick because Ms. Bias has already talked about some of it, but I want to reassure everybody that past the entry level of the tasting room building, we have absolutely no way of propagating music above that. The tasting room, the glass will probably be about 1 inch thick, and if we have the opportunity to build it, and there will be absolutely no noise emanating from there. We are not after doing concerts. We are after making wine. But again, we want to bring people together. So my vision is that, you know, we have the patio at the entry level. There's ambiance music, relaxing, and that's what we're thinking about. Ultimately, Baller did a very good sound analysis, and it was fully compliant with the county requirements for sound propagation. Public well. Let's talk about water a little bit, because there was 3 things we got from our neighbors when we surveyed them. It was water, traffic, and noise. They were concerned about those 3 things. So let me talk to you about the water. First, we have a great public well. It's not a maybe. It's already dug. Great production. Very, very low impact on nearby neighbors. We had a study done by Dr. Capagna that verified that at full production, drawing that well. We let it run for 5 days straight, 24 hours a day. After a while, we realized we actually had a lot of water coming out of there, so we had to do something with it. But the point is, we had a very minimal impact on nearby wells that was actually less than seasonal changes. Why is that important? Because on the other side of our operation is our agricultural water. We have 35 miners inch of water. We were able to move some water working with PCWA from Loomis that were on the Antelope Canal on another property that we own, and freed over 30 miners inch that some of our neighbors and people that could never get agricultural water were able to get. So that was a success story working with PCWA. Furthermore, we have wells. We take good sustainable practices by collecting all the water that we put in our valleys with French drain, bringing them back to our pond. So we have a large quantity of water, and we really don't expect to use our wells for any agricultural production. Arsenic. This actually was addressed also, but the bottom line is the arsenic testing was performed, and one pit tested with higher levels. Regardless, on the surface soil, the Phase 2 ESA was approved and was concurred with environmental health. Now, that having been said, you know, we're citizens, we're part of the community, and we found a pit that had, I think, 32.5 milligrams per kilogram. And I got to tell you, I told you, I'm an engineer. You know, engineers are a lot in life is to solve problems. And basically, I stepped back and I told our team, I said, well, we need to understand this thing. So we're going to go educate ourselves a little bit. And that's what we did. And the first thing that we did, we said, okay, we talked to our consultant. Our consultant told us we don't have a problem. Well, at the same time, we're listening to the community. And the community is waving their hands and they're really concerned. And I said, well, we need to educate and really, really get to the bottom of it. So at our own cost, we went in and we took the core samples of where we want to dig the tunnel. And we did an analysis that gave us feedback. Do we have a little problem? Do we have something we need to pay attention? Or do we have a big problem? So that was the first thing that we did. The second thing that we did is we said, okay, specialist, and that's Bruce over there if you have questions for him later. We said, okay, what do we do if we find some arsenic as we're digging it? And this is really what his answer was. The first thing is we monitored the dust. Mr. McKenzie? So the way this works is you basically have somebody that wears one of those machines here. It's very simple. It's done all the time. And by the way, I want to go on the record here. As an employer, there's an agency that has not been mentioned at all in this whole process that really gets our attention, and their name's Cal OSHA. You know, when Cal OSHA raises their hand as an employer, you listen really, really quick. And we went to the regulations from Cal OSHA because we wanted to make sure we would do the right thing for our employees. And as such, you have this machine, you wear it, it's got a little suction pump there, it sucks in air, goes through this little capsule that Evan's got in his hand. You wear that all day, you get to the end of the day, and that's if necessary, if you have concern, and then you basically send that to a lab, they give you an output. You can do the exact same thing for the air coming out of the tunnel during the excavation. Ultimately, the methodology exists, the technology exists, the procedures are in place, and what our plan is to do the right thing, because that's what you do when you're in doubt. You don't cut corners, you just go see what are the rules, and we're going to follow every county, state, and federal rule when it comes to arsenic. Thank you, Evan. Zoning text amendment. Well, I want to set the record straight. We started and everybody was saying 36 to 75, 36 to 75. Well, the reality is, on this lot, if we were to build a residence, we can build a residence that's 69 feet tall, and that's what it could look like. Now, I will tell you, we are not doing that because that's not what we want to do. But I wanted to change the narrative that it's 36 to 75 or 36 to 80. It's not 36 to 80, it's 69 to 75. And this is what we are proposing, which allows us, by not going to the alternative and increasing the footprint significantly, to preserve the oak woodland. I will tell you, Mr. McKenzie's engineer, numerous times have laid out with flags the proposed project on the site. And I would go in, I would say, okay, we're going to rotate the project 3.6 degrees, move it 16 feet north, 18 feet west, because we want to miss those 5 beautiful trees. And we did that 3 times before we came up with an actual position to ensure that we would preserve as many trees as possible, because it's absolutely gorgeous and pleasant to be up there. This is a view that shows very clearly the solar panels on the warehouse building. But the reality is, for us, what we want to do is more than that. We want to set a new standard in sustainability. And we have an objective of a net zero with our solar panel. We have issues with being able to generate necessary energy with when we need a lot of hot water. But it's something that we're starting with. And we design this facility to be open for people to be able to really learn about the process, learn about agriculture, hopefully fall in love with something that, you know, is a legacy in this area. So basically we design, is there a pointer with this? Okay, so we designed the building so you have a main entrance here, and as you go through the stairs on the main entrance, you are able to see how the bottling occurs, how the wine, thank you, how the bottling occurs, and how the white wine is processed. Now, we design our bottle specifically to be sustainable. And it is part of our offering. We designed it so it can go in a refrigerator and not rotate, so it's easily stackable, but also so it's 100% reusable. And this is part of our commitment for sustainability. And we want to have that open to the people that are visiting so they can see that. So they basically start their journey down here. They go up, they see the bottling line where the robots is stacking those bottles without cardboard, things like that. They go to the next level, and then they get to the roof. They then move to the bridge, which is right over here, and they're able to walk through, take a peekaboo in the fermentation cave, then meander their way up, enjoying the beautiful view of Placer County. Always fun to look down at Sacramento. And then you get to the processing room here. They get to see the same thing you saw in the video earlier today. Then they meander to the deck over here. And they can do all of that before they've spent a penny with us. Because I believe we have an educational duty to provide people with the beauty of agriculture and the beauty of the processing that we can do in this area. Then, if they decide, they can take the elevator, they can go to the tasting room. And by the way, it's okay. We will not look negatively if somebody actually does buy wine. I mean, it's not a negative. So ultimately, we wanted to build this so it's something that people can do and the educational aspect is present. Ultimately, notable project benefit. We've brought farm workers that are residing here in Placer County. We already have 87 acres of vineyards under management. And by having our farm workers here that are managing vineyards, we're able to support existing vineyard and improve the farming practices. Fire safety. Unequivocally, what we have done with the network of water, the hydrants that have been made available for our neighbors, the fact that vineyards do not burn very well, and the network of roads that we've created on the backcountry, we provide a tremendous support for the firefighting community. Revenue generation for county-provided service. Obviously, we will pay our fees, our taxes, And ultimately, we see I'm not sure if the word trickle down is appropriate, but when people come to our winery, we see them going to other restaurants. We see them going to other places in the county and bringing in additional tax revenue. Ultimately, roadway improvement, but last but not least, the fact that the board here has supported the fiber optic propagation when we were asked. We absolutely jumped on board, and we have extra pipes that we put in the ground when we did our irrigation, and Astown, or Wave, which is now Astown, is able to help distribute more fiber optic to our close-by neighbors and the rest of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. We'll open it up for questions. Are there any questions, comments from board members at this time?
I'll put mine on.
Supervisor Guston.
Thank you, Chair. You heard my question earlier of staff. As far as viewpoints from the surrounding homes, I know you've talked to a lot of the neighbors, or so you've told me. I'd like to validate that, and we'll hear public comment on that. How many do you think can see the tower, the location of the Octagon building from their homes?
I think it's a difficult question to answer accurately, so I will caveat the answer a little bit, and the reason for that is I can't evaluate if somebody can see it from 16 miles away. But let's say we go on a half a mile radius. And I would say that there's probably 15 to 20 houses that can see it if they step outside and they go to the right place to be able to see it. Some, it's very easy. You'll hear from them. They're here today to share with you their opinion. And I think you'll find that overall there's a big majority. We believe we're at about 93% of the people that can see it are absolutely in support.
Okay. Thank you. I look forward to hearing testimony from the public on that. Thank you.
Yeah, and maybe if the people that will talk to that subject can mention that they can see it from their property, it might be a good thing.
Right. Both pro and con.
Well, of course.
Yes. Thank you.
Can you explain a little bit about the exoskeleton that's going to be on there, on the tower? The one that for the...
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
May I switch the slide?
Sure.
Let's go here. So what we wanted to do is we wanted to give the people the ability to be just above the top of the tree. And we want the rest of the building to be really not sticking out. So what we did is on the outside of the building, we have this exoskeleton. And the way we're planning to do it is to have basically a series of panels with quick disconnects that we're able to have those shapes and literally have a little farm nearby where we have extra shapes. So if any of the plants die, we can come in with the proper lift, replace an entire panel of living siding, hook up the water for it, so we always maintain the outside perimeter green. We believe that will really help it blend, and as you look through the oak woodland, you'll have that green background with, at the bottom, granite.
And so how tall would those plants be?
Well, basically, those plants will go up to, and they're not single plants.
Yeah.
They're a series of vegetative panels, and they will go up to the bottom of the tasting floor, which is 50 feet high.
Thank you. Any other comments from my colleagues?
I have one more.
Supervisor Guston.
Thank you, Chair. I think that the other, I've heard obviously we've all read and received many comments from the public. Another question I think we've all heard is about the need for the height for the filtration. Can you speak a little bit more to that issue in particular? And again, then we'll hear public comment on that as well.
Well, our position on the gravity filtration is that, you know, there's a real change. There's a few factors here. The first one is there's a real change over time that is driving more sustainability. Most of the filtration that's occurring right now, and by the way, don't let people tell you that there's no filtration occurring. It's almost like catching a disease because it's not as pure. People say we don't do it, but in reality, it's done all the time. So the point is, what we want to do is create an environment where our filtration is done through gravity, where we take one very, very important factor. When you push liquid through a membrane, you are using a pump normally, and what you do is you increase the pressure to increase your throughput through the membrane. What we want to do is we want to create an environment where time doesn't matter, where when we are we're doing the filtration, we just let it go, even if it's a small speed, it goes through the membrane, and then we can get the results. And I get in trouble with our wine group all the time because I tell them, you know, the winery, when we're done with harvest and you guys have made the wine, nothing happens. You know, the stuff just sits in barrels or just sits in stainless steel tanks. Now, in reality, a lot of testing occurs. But the way we want to approach it is, for example, if you take a 600-gallon tote to the top here, right here, and you have it there, and then you have the 75 feet and you have the 90 feet underground, it'll give you between 65, 70 psi of pressure. Now, it's quite low for reverse osmosis or technologies like this, but what it does is if you get 1 gallon an hour going through, you can filter that 600 gallons in 25.5 days, which with the proper atmospheres on top and bottom, you're able to be very gentle on the wine. You don't shear the molecules, and you end up with a product that has been filtered and was done very, very environmentally. And for us to have that ability to do that, develop and push further that technology is something that we believe can be a game changer and a big plus for Placer County.
You also mentioned there were a number of other wineries using that process. What sort of heights or what, do they use gravity or are they using?
The gravity processing comes in multiple ways. Some wineries will be shingling down on the side of a hill, or some wineries will do the processing that we're doing over here, which is where we sort the berries and come down. It's gone with different approaches over the years, and everybody's got a little bit their secret recipe and their different way of doing it.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate a bit of education on that.
And I'm
Thanks.
sorry, I have a tendency to be a little bit overly technical, so I apologize for that.
Thanks.
I want to talk a little bit about the amplified music. Where is the music going to be? Is that in the tasting room or is that in, just show me on the.
Okay, so first, this is the tasting room here. Solid windows all the way around the perimeter. There will be music in the tasting room, but my expectations, you will not hear it. Where I believe the sound testing was focused was down here and on top over here. And basically the idea is you have that balcony here where you have chairs and plants, and we'll have small speakers. You know, we defined it in the EIR, I believe, as a string quartet. So we defined it as string quartet. For me, it's really atmosphere music. It is not our plan to do big concerts or have constant band. I tell people our business is making wine. It's going to provide a sensory experience with the restaurant. We're not going to be a concert place. This is not a band place. It's a place where we're going to focus on making wine.
Also, the apartment, there was an issue about the apartment came through from the Conservation, Department of Conservation. There's residents inside the building.
Okay, so I think the DOC misunderstood. On the property right now, toward the southern parcel, there's currently a residence, which we actually will tear down when we get close to opening, which is not a condition. It's just a voluntary act on our part for aesthetics. But that parcel is not part of the Williamson Act. unequivocally, it is not a portion of the Williamson Act. It's a parcel that's zoned 2.3 acres. It's 11.4 acres, and it is not part of the Williamson Act. The upper parcel, which is 30.1 acre, is part of the Williamson Act, and you are allowed to have a residence. And I will tell you, I have been heavily involved in this process. And when we make wine, you know, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, and I'm down there, and we're pressing the wine, especially with our high-end wine teacher that, you know, for him, it's like within minutes we got to do certain things. And for me, I want to have a place to stay there. I love being there. I want to have a residence over there. And that's what the residence is all about. And I believe that that was resolved with the DOC explaining to them that there is not a second residence on this property.
All righty, thank you. So, did you have, oh, I saw you writing a note.
That's just for you.
Oh, okay. Apartments. Oh, the restaurant, 32 people seated. How many seatings will you have? Will there be a time certain for a group to come in and have dinner? Or do they rotate through, or how is that?
Our expectation, and I'm going to say something, I almost cringe saying it, but this is not a Denny's. There's nothing wrong. I go to Denny's and I'll have eggs and bacon and things like that, but this is not a Denny's. You know, we have been interviewing Michelin star chefs. We've been really working on how we define a menu that complements our wines. And the serving, the answer is one. This is our expectation. You know, would somebody come in and say, hey, I'm going to stay a little bit longer? Maybe, but the plans is, and that is why we went with reservations only, because it really allows us to schedule. Because in reality, we're not going to run the restaurant 7 days a week. But the problem is, talking with staff, the first question is, well, if you're not running it 7 days a week, which day are you going to run it, Mike? And I don't want to commit which day I'm going to run it. It doesn't make sense for us to run it 7 days a week. So we expect that by doing reservations only, we can compensate when we have events, we can compensate when we have harvest, we can compensate when we have certain periods of time where we're doing more planning. Because as a group, we're very vertically integrated, and for me, it just has to make good business sense. So the answer is one.
Okay.
One serving for lunch, one serving for dinner.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
One more. Well, I have a question
Oh,
now.
this thing's backwards, so I don't know. Go ahead.
Thank you, Michael. I have a question about the tasting and the tasting hours. So the restaurant right now is proposed to be from 6 to 10, but then it also says the tasting area is open at the same time. So is there a plan to have restaurant seating, the 32 restaurant seating, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, but then people still coming in and wine tasting at that same time?
I must tell you, if that's what it says, then I didn't catch it, because there's absolutely no desire to have tasting past 6 o'clock. Now, I think what the semantic is if somebody comes to the restaurant, de facto in those 32 seat with the food, I think you can argue that they're actually tasting, I hope they're tasting the wine if it's being served to them. So the point is, we have absolutely no expectation, and if I misunderstood, that's something that we could correct, to have the tasting room open from 6 to 10 at night.
Okay, so what you're telling me, which is what I did understand, is that you have the wine tasting area open to serve the wine to the patrons of the restaurant, but you're not going to have an additional bunch of people coming in and wine tasting past that.
You know, we're getting a little bit operational here, but my vision is that they're going to get their tasting when they're sitting down at their table. I mean, now, will they come in and we're going to force them to go sit down right away? Maybe there's an area that they're waiting until the table is ready or the time shows up. But the idea is, we will not have public tasting other than if you're one of the 32 people that made reservations in the restaurant at that point. And as such, I'll go even a little bit further. We're not planning to be having the tasting room really operate until 6 o'clock. We really want people at 5:30 to start migrating out, and we ask for 6 o'clock. I think it's in the ordinance to start with. And second, that we're sure that people are actually gone from the tasting room when that comes around. Because we need to turn around the room.
Chair, I had one more question. Apologize that I don't really understand the difference between an ag promotional event and a special event. Can you define that so that I can better understand it? I might also ask staff to define that later.
Well, for me, the definition comes a couple different ways. The first one, there's a number of people. So if you have a special event, we have a property that's large enough that we can have 12 special events with up to 200 people per year. Those events do not have an agricultural flavor. They're basically special event. It could hypothetically be the Rotary Club Grand Junction meeting or the Railroad Association meeting, and they just all come together, and this is a large special event. The agricultural promotional event, we will inject information about the agriculture. We will also make sure that there's time that's spent with them and publication and information that's shared. And the quantities, in our case, we've asked to go up to 75. And one of the reasons for that, and I've been known to repeat that, we have a large site. We could have done 4 or 5 wineries on that site, which every one of them could have gotten 50 people per winery. And we don't want to do that. This is not what we want to do. But what we felt is that we wanted to make sure that people coming and going for the agricultural promotional event with the size of the facility that we're proposing can sustain. I mean, I can tell you, on that site, you could lose 75 people in a microsecond. So that's my definition. It's really a quantity. And we're not regulated really on number, even though in the EIR they presented 208, which was a number, correct me, Mr. Papani, was taken straight out of the winery ordinance. The number of agricultural promotional events.
Thank
So
you.
Supervisor Gore, if I may, and I can start, perhaps the Agricultural Commissioner may want to provide some additional remarks regarding this issue, but as defined in our zoning ordinance, agricultural promotional events are events that are directly related to the education and marketing of the wine to consumers. So that could be winemaker, brewmaster dinners, it could be wine release parties, those sorts of things, but they are capped at up to 50 people per the ordinance. I know the request is for up to 75. We mentioned as part of the errata that we're looking at keeping that as 50 at this point in time. Special events are events where the agricultural related component is subordinate to the event. So it could be events where the facility is rented out. It doesn't have to be directly tied to agricultural promotional type of events. So it could be a wedding, some type of reception, some type of party that is directly related to the wine production and wine education.
And it was Supervisor Gustafson that asked that question.
Oh, I apologize.
That's okay, that's okay.
Okay.
Thank you, though. I appreciate that definition.
That's okay, I get confused too. Does any other board member have comments, questions? You mentioned in your presentation that you have another wine producing facility up, it's on Sierra College Boulevard.
Yes, sir.
Is that the wine that you bottle there, is it going to be in the same label or is it going to be a different label than what?
Absolutely same label. The winery ordinance allows for vintners to produce at one facility and sell at another facility under the same ownership. And that is why we've been producing at that facility in District Jones district.
Okay.
And we've been stockpiling the wine. We've been preparing, really gaining the craft. And our plan is when we open, if we get the opportunity to do so in Penryn, we'll already have wine. Because as you know, Chair Holmes, it takes a long time to make wine. Mm-hmm. And you can't just open a winery and then the next day you have wine and you have wine for the customers. So
Yeah.
we've been preparing for many years.
Okay, good strategy. And you don't have a tasting room at that facility?
No, sir.
Okay. And are
As a
you-
matter of fact, a lot of people have wanted to buy wine, and we don't sell wine.
Okay, all right, before it's time. Sorry. I'm sorry.
That dates us.
Are there any other vineyards that you're managing in Placer County? at
Yes,
this time?
currently we manage the Sierra de Montserrat. We have 27 acres over there. Of course, we manage our vineyard in Granite Bay. We have Cabernet Sauvignon in Barbera. And then we also manage another 2.5 acres of Barbera, also in Placer County. And then we're heavily involved right now in a vineyard in El Dorado to work with them to get us more grapes.
El Dorado County?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you. Any other questions from my colleagues? I see none. Well, we're a little early, so I suggest we take a short break, not lunch, but just a short break, and then we will come back and start public comment early. If that's suitable for my colleagues? Sure.
Thank you.
11:05? Yeah, we'll come back around shortly after 11 o'clock in the morning. Okay. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Before we're opening up to public comments, some of my colleagues have additional questions or comments.
Sure, I can
Oh,
start.
this is dark. Supervisor Gore?
All right, I'll start. I just have one quick question of staff, and that is, we were shown a diagram that a private residence could be built up to 69 feet on the hilltop area. Is that actually the case? If it was a private resident, not a commercial, could an individual property owner build a home up to 69 feet on that site or a similar site?
Jennifer Bias, yes, is the simple answer. That if a residential structure was built up in the location of the proposed octagon building, that our ordinance allows for height increases based on the slope of your property, as well as you get the benefit of the measurement being from the natural average grade point. So when you do the calculation, additional height is granted.
All right, thank you.
Supervisor Gustafson?
Yes, I wanted to bring up the concerns about arsenic. And my experience in my career was it was primarily about arsenic in drinking water. And we saw the filtration device, we saw that. But there was some public comment that we received several weeks ago about the age of the testing. My understanding is arsenic does not degrade or decompose. And so I wanted to ask if public health had could explain that, or anyone else, on the issue of arsenic in the environment.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Gustafson. Good morning, members of the board. So we did require, as Jen mentioned, the limited soils investigation. So that sampling was done in a specified time frame by a consultant. We require that that testing is done in accordance with the Department of Toxic Substances Control, DTSC, guidance for sampling agricultural properties. And I do want to mention that that guidance was developed by DTSC toxicologists with the intent initially for making sure a site is safe for development of a school site. It is now kind of accepted to use that for all types of projects. As you are aware, there was the one sample for arsenic that was above the screening level. As Jen stated, that sample was actually collected from a 20-foot cut. Technically, we usually require sampling from 0 to 6 inches because that's where we're going to see the lead, arsenic, and organochlorine pesticides that would be from past pesticide use related to the historic use as an orchard. So, and following that guidance, the guidance does state that if the highest level of arsenic is also the same as the background level, which we concurred with the consultant because that sample was taken at 20 feet below, we agree with the consultant that that is representative naturally occurring arsenic on the site and is not representative of arsenic from past land uses. So the guidance states, therefore, that if the highest level of arsenic is also the same as the background level, that arsenic's not a chemical of potential concern, as they say. And so environmental health didn't require any additional soil sampling. Since then, the applicant did work with their consultant and did do additional sampling. And I think what you're referring to is they used some core samples that they had taken at a different time. And they later tested those for arsenic and reported that information to us. That information was not required by environmental health, and we didn't use that in our consideration for environmental determination for the project. So, and like Jen stated, DTSC has reviewed that additional testing. They've reviewed the initial testing for the limited soils investigation. They've reviewed the EIR and the proposed mitigation measures and conditions. And they've reviewed that information with their staff toxicologists. And as they responded in writing, they do not feel they need to intervene at this time.
Okay, and so I want to be clear on the age of that sample was one of the things that was brought into question by the public letter we received. And my understanding is arsenic does not degrade or decompose? I mean, if it's in, if you test, it doesn't matter how old that sample is.
My understanding is that arsenic that's found in soil is typically tightly bound to the soil. The laboratory would be the one to accept or deny a sample, and the laboratories that test for soil for the environmental reports, they are certified by state of California, so they are bound by certain timeframes.
Okay.
Again, that testing wasn't used in our determination, so we didn't look into that.
Didn't look into it further. Okay, thank you.
We need your name for the record.
Danielle Pullman with Environmental Health.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Supervisor Jones, you have a?
Yes, I do.
Oh.
I'd like a little clarification, maybe from Clayton, on the height on a residence. The height on a residence is 36 feet except on a slope. And it says that the allowance, the additional allowance is 15 feet. Well, if you add the two of those, it's only 51, it's not 69. And the other thing too is, explain to me, so is it a house that's kind of on a hill with a ridge, that's where the additional height comes from? It's not on the top that now that house gets to be 61 feet?
Yeah, so
Or
as
51.
Jen had indicated, that there's a bit of complication to this discussion, but the height is measured from the average slope height. So if you have a building that's on a hill, the lower part of the building is at a different elevation than the top part of the building. And the average slope, you would basically take the average of both of those to determine the average point, and then that's where you would count your 36 plus 15 from. So the total height from the lowest part could be up to 69 feet based on the slope of this hill. But if you were going from the average height, it would be 36 plus the 15 that's allowed.
So
Does that help?
basically, the part of the house that's at the highest point of that slope will not be 69 feet from the highest point of that slope.
Well, it would be 69 from the lowest point,
From the
right?
lowest
And
point.
and that's how the evaluation for this project was done, is from the lowest point. So when you see that 75 feet, it's from the lowest point on the slope.
Do you have any idea then how much of that building is from the top of the ridge up to the top of the building?
I don't personally know, but I'm guessing somebody may. So maybe direct the
Jennifer?
applicant if.
Jennifer, no?
Mr. Fournier could provide some.
Supervisor Jones, just to answer your question, Clayton, council is right. There's a series of special ordinance issues, but the picture that we showed in our presentation was not 69 feet from the soil. It was a 69 feet structure, and we accounted for it in the positioning of the structure. You know, the reality is, when you look at a building a third of a mile away, the height is not the height of the building, it's the height of the building in relationship to the trees nearby. Because the angularity, you only see the difference between that and the plane that's being established. So to make a long story short, the building that we showed in the rendition was accounting for the height that was actually above the top of the hill. So it is 69 feet, but it is not 69 feet from the top of the hill.
From the top of the hill, but it looked like it was taller than your
Because you get
proposed.
to see the entire frontage of the building.
Okay, the only thing that really matters to me is it truly 69 for residents at the top of the hill? The 69 is to accommodate the portion of the house that goes below the hill.
Right.
From
yes.
the toe of the residence to the top of the residence, it's 69 feet.
Exactly, thank you for that, but my question stands.
Yeah, based on the calculation, my assumption would be it's something less than 51 feet because you have 36 plus 15. And at the
Okay.
top of the hill, it would, because you're using an average slope, it's less than 51. I just don't know the exact number.
Okay, as long as it's not 69, I'm satisfied. Thank you.
Okay, any more comments, questions from board members? before-
I'm sorry.
Yes.
One more.
Yeah.
We keep thinking of additional questions to staff. You know, we've been talking for some time about code enforcement, and some of the concerns from the public that we've heard relate to what if, if approvals are granted, if this moves forward, what if there's lights that we can see at night? What if it isn't what we see? What if there's more people, more events? What if? And I've been very supportive, and I think the entire board has, is strengthening our code enforcement. Where are we at in that process? And when might we see that come back for final approvals?
So two things perhaps to mention there. One, as you're pointing out, we are in the process of increasing the fines and penalties for code enforcement violations, as well as streamlining the appeals process. We anticipate bringing that package before the Planning Commission in late July and onto the board perhaps in early September. In addition to that, the board previously authorized through the budget an increase in the number of code enforcement positions. We are going to be growing the section by 4 code enforcement officers. We have current recruitments underway to fill those 4 additional code enforcement officer positions. And hopefully we'll be able to bring new staff on soon. They will be able to assist should we get any complaints that need investigating, perhaps in the evenings or on the weekends related to winery complaints.
And the thought is that we would staff it for weekends and special events, the code enforcement, because we have other venues in which we have had complaints.
Yeah, absolutely. We have had some complaints about existing wineries. We have sent staff out on the weekends to investigate complaints, and that would certainly be something that would be part of this increase in staffing as well.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Landon.
Yes, if all my colleagues are done with their comments before we went to public comment, I did have a statement that I wanted to read in relation to campaign contributions that I've received over this last year. So before we move forward in our conversation around the Project 8 winery, I would like to preemptively address campaign contributions that I received from the project applicant and members of his family during my run for supervisor in the last calendar year. While I understand that there are concerns that these campaign contributions will influence my vote, I will share with you something that I stated throughout my campaign. When someone gives money to my campaign, they are investing in my vision for Placer County, not the other way around. I am beholden to no one but God, and I make my decisions based on projects based solely on their merits and potential to benefit our community. I'm not legally or ethically required to recuse myself from this vote and will not do so today. I take great pride in being someone with high ethical standards and principles of integrity, transparency, and accountability as well. I firmly believe that campaign donations should never be a factor in determining policy outcomes, and I have always made it clear that I will not be influenced by any special interests. When someone chooses to financially support my goals and objectives, I'm humbled and grateful by that, but I am not burdened with any sense of indebtedness. Ultimately, my vote for any project is based on careful consideration of all the available information, data, and expert opinions, and I'm confident that I will make an unbiased and well-informed decision today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay.
Very well said.
At this point, I'm going to formally open the public comment portion of this proceeding. I've been asked by several people to increase the amount of time from 2 minutes to 3 minutes. Since I made the comment when we first started that we would come back at 12:30 to open public comment, we're going to stay with the two-minute time limit. There were several people that were online that dropped off because when I made the statement, they dropped off. I anticipate that they'll be back, and also I anticipate more people coming in around the 12:30 time. So I'm going to read a few ground rules. No extensions of the 2-minute time limit will be given. You may not cede your time to another speaker to increase that other speaker's time. The timer will indicate when you are 30 seconds from your 2-minute time limit, and you'll be asked to wrap up your comments. No additional time will be given to groups. You will only have one opportunity to speak. If someone has already made your points, do not repeat. State that you agree with that individual or individuals, although your time, you can use your 2 minutes to, the remaining time of the 2 minutes to add to that comment. If you have comments from other individuals who could not attend, we request you provide those to the clerk. You will not be given additional time to your allotted 2 minutes to read those into the record. No PowerPoints or audio visual presentations will be accepted during public comment on the project. You may provide hard copies of any presentation to the clerk, who can pass out the same to board members. All documents handed to the clerk will become part of the record, including photos, thumb drives, and presentation boards. These will not be returned to you. Questions will not be answered during the public comment period and will be addressed instead at the conclusion. So we have someone that's going to take down those comments so we can have those questions addressed at the end. Okay. I plan to call those in chambers first, and then we will consider comments from those persons signed up on Zoom. Each of you in chambers should have a card with a number on it. If you don't, please go out to the table at the entrance to chambers and obtain one. Each number represents a total of 10 speakers. I'll call you up by number, at which time I request you line up in a single row behind the podium. When you are done with your public comments, please exit the podium area as indicated by the arrows. As we come close to the end of a group of speakers, I will announce the next group that should line up when called. So all of those with card number 1 on it, please line up and take your comments. Now is the time. Please step forward.
Start the clock. Mine's Michael Antuzzi from Newcastle, California. I don't think in front of this board, any applicant, and I'm coming from San Jose as a liaison to their planning commission, has ever done the due diligence as intensely as this applicant, involving everything involved with this project. I think the project is not only a boon to Placer County, it is a feather in the cap to Placer County. This is not a concert venue. There's a guy with a great vision that has the ability and the background to pull it off. There's no doubt in my mind. It's beautiful when you go down Callison now. It's beautiful when you go up Taylor Road and you go towards the historical town of Newcastle to see all the beauty that's happened there with the Renaissance, the Portuguese Hall, the winery, and all the grapes. And that's originally what was on this property over 100 years ago, was a vineyard taken out by Prohibition, owned by the Saladana family. I think this absolutely is a total positive, and I'm truly hoping that this is a unanimous vote. If you have any vision for this going upscale in Placer County, and everybody will come and they will enjoy it. And I'd suggest making a reservation for the dinner, because it's going to be pretty damn limited. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We each have a statement, but we've been given one card. Is that okay?
Okay.
I'm Charlie Gregg, and this is my wife, Cheryl Gregg. We are 42-year residents of Penryn, and we live on Ridgeview Lane, which is just 100 yards down Callison from the proposed entry to the proposed winery. During the 42 years, I've seen a multitude of projects backed by developers from LA and beyond for everything from storage facilities to the grandiose project of Bickford Ranch. The Project 8 Winery is the first project that I can remember, and I hope I'm correct in this, which is actually being backed by somebody in the local area, that person being Mike Fournier. Mike introduced himself to us in the neighborhood long ago and has kept us posted, addressed our issues, and has turned out to be what we would all consider to be a good neighbor. All aspects of the project, including the restaurant, the building, the location, and so forth, have all been addressed, and it is my opinion that the project should go forward as requested. Cheryl?
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cheryl Gregg, and when the Le Cavalier Cellars project was announced to the community, it really caught my attention because it would amount to a commercial endeavor being interposed with a residential area. How is that going to work? And how would it affect the existing character of the community in the short and long term? The more I thought about the proposed application of the land for the vineyard and winery versus the possible alternative projects that could be placed on the acreage, the more favorably inclined I found myself toward the possibility of acres of grapes on rolling hillsides in a picturesque lake, as opposed to acres of new rooftops and a large housing development on quarter-acre parcels. The winery not only conveys an incomparable aesthetic value to the community as a whole, but it preserves the agricultural heritage and history of Penryn, both in the near term and for future generations. One of the greatest concerns is that once the parcelization, and yes, I looked that up, it's a real word, once the parcelization of land into smaller units for housing projects begins in an area, it has a way of self-perpetuating into more projects and more subdivision of the land. Many communities have completely been transformed from rural to suburban communities in this way, and I would hate to see Penryn fall victim to this process, especially when agricultural alternatives such as the proposed vineyard and associated winery are equally appropriate land uses. I firmly believe this project to be preferable to alternative uses that might have been proposed. And if any issues surrounding the implementation of this project remain, I urge the board to resolve them expeditiously, understanding there is a process, and to move forward with finalizing necessary approvals for this project. Thank you for the opportunity to address the board.
Thank you. Hello.
Hi everyone. I'm Jane Layscafe, and I would like to start by thanking the Placer County Supervisors for giving me the opportunity to speak here today as a proud resident of Penryn. My family lives adjacent to the proposed location of the Project 8 winery and would be one of the families most affected by the project. Even though we have had the amazing chance to be involved with the winery in various ways, I am personally coming into this space today as a wife and a mom of an 8-year-old and a 7-year-old who are all here with me today. Our kids are the primary reason why I have mustered up the courage to talk to you all today. In terms of Project 8, I cannot express enough my immense gratitude that our kids will be growing up appreciating the local agricultural history and industry of Placer County with the help of this winery. As a mom, it has always been really important to me that our kids know where their food comes from. Having rows of grapes growing around the perimeter of our home helps remind our kids on a daily basis the connection between what is grown in nature and what we put in our mouths. I strongly believe that this daily reminder will keep them, as well as future generations in the area, respectful of the environment and also appreciative of what the earth provides for us. With all of this in mind, and as a local resident, whatever we can do to help preserve the agricultural history in the local area is a plus for me. The farming culture here is why we chose to raise our family in Penryn. If building the Project 8 winery as proposed will help with this agricultural preservation, my family and I are 100% in. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak here today.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Edward Bakke. I live on the corner of Clark Tunnel and Callison Road. I've been a resident for 4.5 years. I chose to live in Penryn because of its agricultural background. I support the Project 8 winery so much that I left a local Caterpillar dealership after 35 years of service to come to work for BEM and Project 8 17 months ago. I now work for them. Project 8 and BM employees have the utmost respect for its neighbors. As far as the land use goes, you can see this in the pond on Taylor Road, which has brought back the beauty to the area. The work that has gone into the railroad crossing for better visibility has made it safer for all the residents that use that road. Project 8 has also given more access to water to the surrounding neighbors. Just in closing, we all believe in the deep roots, agricultural roots of Penryn. That's what Project 8 brings to the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Good morning, Jennifer, Placer County. I just have some questions to consider about the zoning text amendment, the ZTA. For whatever reason, we've decided to change the whole county's code for one project, and this isn't being addressed enough. So why are we going to allow a new ZTA to come through that affects the whole county with no guidelines attached to it? The applicant keeps talking about he wants this to become a destination, which in theory that's great. But why are we putting a destination in the middle of a neighborhood? Because that's where it's going. The rural area and the agricultural area is not a place for traffic. It's not a place for noise. It's not built for that. And if we pass the CTA today, we are going to let this happen anywhere in the county, because now any winery can come into the county and say, we want to do this. We want to do this right in the middle of this little community where people have lived for maybe 20, 30, 40 years and destroy their way of life with traffic, noise, and a lot of other unforeseen consequences. Because if you look back, nobody in the county, when we've had the ZTA meetings, have wanted the ZTA to go through for the county. And I think we need to go back to a variance if we're going to really look at this Project 8 winery, because the ZTA will probably destroy the rural area as we know it and change it forever. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Hi, my name is John Sawaya. I live in Auburn, California, and I just want to say 100% support the winery. I brought my mother-in-law here. She lives in Penryn, so she...
Hello.
My name is Ann Mills, and I've been a resident of Penryn for over 40 years. My house adjoins the property, the winery property. I am 100% in support of this Proposition 8. It's just great. Thank you.
No, thank you. Hello.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm sure you all know me. I've been at every MAC meeting that we had on this project, and it seems like nobody shows up unless it's the last meeting and everybody's on Mike's side, for one.
We need your name, sir.
My name is Dave Daly.
Thank you.
I live at 315 Delmar Avenue in Loomis, California, where Mike bought some property a little while ago and moved the water to his winery so he could have water at his winery. And then he gets up here and says that at 30 inches of water got relief for other people to use. Well, if there's 30 extra inches of water, why did he steal the water from Delmar Avenue and devalue my whole neighborhood? That's number one. Number two, nobody knows this guy. There's no record of any buildings he built. I don't see no projects he built that we could go back to and say, you know what, the guy did, all the stuff he did on those projects were good. I know Mike for a fact. Like I said before, he brought property on Delmar Avenue, promised everybody he's going to put a winery in, he's going to put an event center in. He bought the property to steal the water to move to his winery. And Mike's no farmer. Mike's a defense contractor. Anybody that jumps on a lawnmower isn't a farmer. He's not a farmer. He's a defense contractor. That's where he got his money from. And BEM is a management company for buildings. This guy's never built nothing in his life. I only get 2 minutes, so I stayed up all night. I was hoping to get my 3 minutes. Every meeting that we've been to, I've asked for a balloon at 70 feet and at 36 feet. So the people in the area could see how much this thing is going to affect them and the neighborhood that they live in. Thank you very much for your time.
Group two, if there's group two here, we can go forward. Oh, your group. Proceed.
Hello, my name is Vic Massenkoff. My family and I live adjacent to the project. I I'm retired after 43 years in fire and law enforcement. My first 20 years was with CAL FIRE in Napa County, where I was the battalion chief in charge of law enforcement and fire prevention. I am intimately familiar with the fire benefits that vineyards and wineries can bring to a wildfire-prone area. As a sidelight, after CAL FIRE, I went to the City of Vallejo Police Department as a police officer for 14 years. That city consistently turned away responsible, innovative development for many years and became the largest municipality to go bankrupt in the country in 2008, primarily for that reason. Very quickly, this project, 175 acres at Horseshoes, the north end of the Penryn area. The entire area is an area very highly prone to dangerous wildfire. We all know that. This creates a fuel break like all well-managed farmland and vineyards do to our north. We all know that our worst fire days are on east wind days and primarily on north wind days. So from the north, it provides fantastic wildfire protection for us. Having a trained and organized workforce out in that area where there normally wouldn't have been with any other development or as it was is a huge benefit. The water supply is amazing. It provides such a good benefit to our local fire agencies. In fact, we met recently with the firefighters of the Penryn Fire Department with the developer. That fire department is a local treasure that struggles to survive. This will bring great added revenue for our fire department so that it can continue to be sustained. And this developer has a track record of already donating, creating fundraisers, and supporting local first responders and fire departments. A great plus for our area, invaluable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good day, supervisors, staff, and guests. I am Mike Lutzker. I live in North Auburn. For disclosure, I sit on the North Auburn MAC, past vice president of Placer County Wine and Grape Growers Association, and current president of Newcastle Area Business Association, which includes Penryn and Ophir. Project 8 is a member of the Newcastle Area Business Association, like most businesses in the area. I find it interesting that people think they know more about the EIR than the company that does it on a daily basis. It is also interesting to me that people that do not live anywhere near the project are against it, while it is my understanding that most of the properties closest to the project, those people are for the project. As for worrying about Placer turning into another Napa with towering wineries, that is not going to happen. According to the new zoning text, to have a 75-foot building, you would need to have 20 acres or more. As a realtor, I can tell you that there's not a lot of property available anymore that size that will work for a winery. And you're not going to find many crazy people who are willing to put up $10 million into another winery. What Michael wants to do for the county is just amazing. If I had his money, I'd move to Maui and forget about the whole thing. If you ask 10 winemakers how to make wine, you'll get 12 answers. Do you need gravity to filter wine? No. It is a marketing tool? Yes. Mike wants to produce the best wine possible and thinks this will help market his wine. He has also brought the best equipment for winemaking available to reach his goal. This is not a business for him. This is a passion for Michael. He will need all the help he can to sell 20,000 cases a year. The largest wineries in Placer now only sell about 5,000 cases. Many of the people that are against Project 8 were for the expansion of Hidden Falls Park on Bell Road. They did not care that that neighborhood would get up to 500 more vehicle trips a day from sunup to sundown, 365 days a year. The county is not going to improve the roads or install the turn lanes for the new parking lot. Since the supervisors voted for the expansion of Hidden Falls, you should vote for Project 8, as that is good for one area is good for another area. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Michael DeWart. I'm a commercial grape grower, licensed winemaker. I live on Laird Road in Loomis. I'm a relative newcomer to Placer County. I've been farming here for 25 years. Of those 25 years, I've planted a vineyard 21 years ago, and I've been making wine for 15 years. My family has a history of grape growing in California dating back to 1922. I'm here in support of Project 8 for various reasons. I believe the project is in line with Placer County farming as it relates to the great farming heritage we all get to enjoy. We could be watching houses being raised instead. Project 8 will apply innovative, not experimental technology to winemaking that will draw attention to our area and help other agriculture producing entities. Gravity flow is not experimental. It is a subjective style, an artistry style that has been used for a very long time. Project 8 will provide local jobs, contribute to economic development, will help with fire suppression. I read through the 370-page online document, and there's a wealth of information there, both pro and con, which is great. And I've always said that you can ask 5 winemakers, and this was stated a minute ago, same question, you're getting various answers. It's subjective. It's an artistry that combines science and artwork. So with the above said, I hope you set all the subjectivity aside and look at the objective outcome as it relates to farming growth and sustainability in Placer County agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you. Just so everyone will know, when the yellow light comes up, that's 30 seconds to wrap up. Thank you. Hello.
Hello. I apologize for my hoarseness. I'll try and make this quick. My name is Katie Molnar. I live at 4000 Boulder Ridge Road in Loomis, California, and I am here on behalf of myself as a Placer resident. I'm here in support of Project 8. Mike's and his company's dedication to this community, agricultural preservation, education, and innovation will only benefit our area, both residentially, agriculturally, and through economic development. I've never met a business owner like Mike and this company. He's dedicated to quality, the quality of Placer's economic development, our way of life that he's mentioned so many times, his facilities, and his product. His ability to listen and consider everyone speaks volumes for him and his company. Please support Project 8 and vote for this project to move forward to enhance Penryn and Placer County as a whole.
Thank you. Huh? Group 3, if you'll line up.
Good morning, still morning, Chairman Holmes, supervisors. It's a pleasure to be here today. My name is Rob Haswell, and I'm the Executive Director of the Placer County Visitors Bureau. Hopefully you guys all had a chance to see the letter of support that I wrote and sent in to you. If you didn't, I can get a copy, but I'm here in support of this project, and to be honest, in our industry, when you have an opportunity to have a bona fide, verifiable, world-class attraction come in, it's super rare. So on that level alone, it's something we would support, because it's really the kind of game-changing project that just doesn't come around in this world too often. But what's different, in my opinion, about this project than what you might expect is that when we think about who can actually pull these kinds of things off, right? We wonder, what's the kind of applicant we'd like, right? What do we want? And typically, I think we're all in the same boat, right? We want somebody who cares about where we live, who is collaborative, who's trying to get the community on his side, you know, who thinks about the larger picture of the ag history in the county. The applicants have demonstrated that all of that matters to them. And to me, that's a big, big deal. I think it's important to note, I've been on the site and I've toured it, and there are benefits to the local community that are just part of kind of an ancillary part of the project. For example, as you just heard earlier, you know, it's going to be safer from a fire perspective, 28 seconds. There's infrastructure being built that's going to help high-speed internet, which is one of the priorities that I know the county has talked about in terms of rural access. You know, again, as you've heard, I think you're really talking about a sustained agricultural footprint. The gravitational the winemaking ability is really lower carbon footprint, starts to speak to some of the sustainability issues that I think really matter. I'm going to take my extra 10 seconds, Chairman Holmes. Anyway, I really just want to say that I think Placer County is really lucky to have a project like this coming in, and also to have an ownership group that has demonstrated that they're willing to go above and beyond to be collaborative and to be part of our larger county and our larger lifestyle. So thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you.
Good morning. My name is David Sexton. My wife and I live in Penryn, and we live within eyesight of this project. We certainly appreciate what the improvements have been made so far with the vineyard and such. Mr. Fournier, Michael, is a local resident looking to invest his own money, which so far it looks like at least $15 million plus. And he's not looking for a tax break, which is unheard of for a developer. The initial, the initial investment alone will generate $1.2 million just in sales tax. The ongoing revenue from the project will certainly exceed much more than that. The tax benefit alone for this project is certainly worth approving it. Yes, there will be some impacts for a project like this. That's something that comes with the territory. It's something we will need to adjust to. I believe the environmental impact report has addressed that and completely satisfactory. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hello.
Morning. My name is Bruce Cotter. I don't know if this lifts up or not. I have provided this material to the members of the board this morning. I hope you do take a look at it.
Thank you.
First off, permit me to say that I do not object to this project, and in fact, it's very impressive, and I wish, to the extent that I can, Mr. Fournier, every success. That said, my objection is not to the winery, it's not to the agricultural use, it is to this octagon building. There is no need for this octagon building to be 75 feet tall. The elevation changes available on the property permit no tower to be built and still have the 165 feet necessary for the approximate 70 PSI that's been mentioned is needed. Secondly, if you lift the bottom up, you can come up to 740 feet or 780 feet and still keep within the 36-foot existing maximum height for the building to be on the top of the ridge. However, the problem is it is on the top of a ridge, or as the county likes to argue, it's not a ridge, but it still breaks the silhouette of the skyline. That should not be permitted. That's not consistent with the general plan. The other thing I would like to bring up is apparently the developer has admitted that there is not a need for a zoning text amendment change. How can I say that? A friend received a postcard that says it is consistent with the land use designation and zoning ordinances. That was sent through the U.S. Postal Mail. On the same website, on the website for Le Cavalier, it has almost identical wording. Project aid is consistent with the land use designation and zoning ordinances. There is apparently no need by admission of the developer for a zoning ordinance change for this particular project. I request you deny the ZTA. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello, my name is Carrie Fennig, resident of Placer County. I have some ridgeline comments to make, but I'm going to do some ones that were learnings for me since the last planning commissioners meeting. The county, or excuse me, the staff relies on the shall versus should language in order to say that the requirement for not silhouetting against the sky is not mandatory. But in the county's own ordinances, it shows a different use of the words. Policy 1702.050.A1 specifically addresses words like shall and should and says they are on the same playing field. They're both mandatory. One is not subordinate to the other. So twisting those words around in order to not provide ridgeline protections is not right. The other thing is regarding the Octagon building. The surveyors that did the Bickford Ranch surveying actually says that the Octagon site is definitely part of the ridge. As a matter of fact, it sticks out like a thumb. And so therefore the county saying that they're going to use their discretion and say that it's rolling hills doesn't really apply here. As for Bickford Ranch, on page 5 of the staff report, it mentions that Bickford Ranch as an example for Boulder Ridge. However, what it doesn't mention is that a major differentiator that for Bickford Ranch and another development known as the Ridge, ridgeline protection policies have been upheld, and there's actually limitations of 25 to 35 feet, depending on the lot. The last thing that I want to talk about is the letter from the California Department of Conservation. You guys just received that letter this past Friday. And the concerning thing about that is they should have received a DIR and an FEIR so that they could look at the parameters. And within that document, there's things that are much more than what was mentioned here as far as concerns that they raised. And their suggestion was actually to place the property in non-renewal and have the applicant wait until the contract expires before moving forward with the project. So that wasn't totally represented here in the staff presentation. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Muriel Davis, and I have 4 key points. We do not oppose the winery or the vineyard. We think that's a compliment to the county, but we do oppose the entitlements. As she said before, I proposed to the back in another meeting that the project would violate the Williamson Act when the supervisors awarded the Williamson Act to the project land. And the Department of Conservation did confirm that the project violates the Williamson Act, which allows the property to have a lower tax base. The building being 75 feet tall does violate the general plan's ridgeline protection, and so that's another violation. The zoning text amendment being included in the project, I guess it's an okay thing to do, but I think it's inappropriate because it's a countywide zoning text amendment which impacts the entire county, and I think it should have gone to all the maps and be publicized a little bit better than it was. I also am concerned that the traffic impact is insufficient. They talk about Callison and Taylor Road. But there's Sicily, there's English Colony, there's Del Mar, because people will come from Lincoln, and they come from English Colony to Del Mar for that winery over there, or they'll, for Sierra College, excuse me. And then they'll come to, a lot of them do come down English Colony to go to Auburn, but now they can go to English Colony, to Clark Tunnel. So, and I don't think those roads were anywhere mentioned in the EIR. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mario.
And thanks for having this here.
You bet.
Cheryl Berkema. I actually sent you this calendar. I'm an engineering program manager by trade, and I like to do deep dives on what I'm looking at. And what I did was I looked at the progression of, from the winery and brewery ordinance. Both the Planning Commission and the supervisors approved that. Well, it had a statement of overriding considerations. What a statement of overriding considerations does is it says, we understand there's significant and unavoidable impacts, but we're going to allow that to be mitigated, basically an eraser on those significant impacts. What it does not do is allow new features in. So the consultant, who was Rainey, at the time of the winery and brewery ordinance, wrote up something that said basically, this doesn't have any environmental impact, and it doesn't require an EIR. So that was the Trojan horse. This consultant actually put in place new features that allowed event centers, allowed extra hours, allowed all these additional entitlements that the applicant is asking for. What horrified me even more was that then the county hires the same consultant that put the Trojan horse in to represent the applicant. In the corporate world, that's called a conflict of interest. So I have deep concerns that the same person that put those in also has been representing projects such as Quarry Ridge, Creekview Ranch, don't know if there's others other than this one, Project 8, which are basically hiding amendments, general plan amendments that affect the whole county inside private projects so that people are not noticed. They don't live in the area, they don't know about it. The zoning text amendment did not have an EIR also. There was no notice circulating it. I think that if you look at the summary of impacts in the winery and brewery ordinance, along with Project 8 ones, you're doing piecemeal analysis because the next one that comes along is going to have more significant. CEQA requires a project have an environmental, that a project takes place, not to have a partial every time you look at something. We've already extended those impacts. So we have impact after impact after impact. I hope that you'll consider what I've just said. And if you have concerns about conflict of interest, I hope that this goes to both the DA and possibly the State Attorney General for the conflicts that are present. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the threat. Hello there.
I guess I'm close, at least, to the first one to be able to say good afternoon, Chairman Holmes and members of the board. My name is Phil Maddox. I am the owner and winemaker at Lone Buffalo Vineyards. Some of you are certainly familiar with me as I've been involved in the development of the winery ordinance over the years. I'm here to speak in support of this project. I think it is a wonderful project. It is something that I have been hoping would happen in the Placer County wine industry for a long time. I think it's well thought out, it's well planned. Mike has done a great job of mitigating concerns. As you all know, you can't mitigate all concerns with every project. And I know that you have received a pretty detailed letter from the Placer County Vintners Association Board of Supervisors. I want to second everything that is said in that letter. I also want to second all of the positive comments that have been made by the previous speakers. So I think this is a really good project for this county, and I hope you will pass it. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Hello.
Hello. My name is Robin Gibson.
Will you
I
speak
live in
in,
Penryn.
You gotta speak in this microphone so it's picked up.
I'm not on
You're
channel.
talking to.
I don't work for Channel 10. My name is Robin Gibson. I've lived in Penryn over 57 years. I was a volunteer firefighter here. I also was a land surveyor for 40 years. Worked for a number of civil engineering firms. I have a major in civil engineering, a major in surveying, a major in mining, a major in geology. I know nomenclature of the topographic maps. And you may as well call Boulder Ridge Boulder Knoll, because it's flat on top. When I was served in the Marine Corps, we called a ridge anything that was 5 feet, 10 feet, 100 feet over us. Because if you silhouetted on that ridge line, you were shot. So that portion of the ridge has been cut off by the railroad tracks. It was part of Boulder Ridge. There's just a notch in it now because of the railroad tracks. It's a ridge. All my terminology in the surveying department, drawing topographic maps, anything that 300-400 feet tall that met at the top was definitely a ridge. So your clever manipulation of the terminologies is, call it a knoll, call it a hill, call it a bump. It's on top. And a lot of people here obviously don't want that building up there. One, I think it's ugly. It doesn't even match the architecture of Placer County with all the granite buildings we have here, which are aesthetically pleasing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you for having me speak. I'm Ann Hendrickson, a 40-year resident of Cicely Road in Penryn. We can see the project from our property. No one has ever reached out to us, so much for community outreach. So it's all about Mike Fournier. He must have his iconic 80-foot tourist tower attraction no matter what it takes. Scale it back to comply with the codes and policies like everyone else has to do. When we added on to our home, we had to go by all of the policies and codes, and we were inspected at every stage. It seems that there are two sets of rules, maybe depending on how much money and influence you have. This is grossly unfair. At the last commissioners' meeting, one of the commissioners stated, it looks like a lot of people are for this project. But if you count, it's the paid winery workers, paid contractors, tourist agencies, wine industry, Granite Bay neighbors and friends of Mike Fournier, and neighbors who have received favors. These folks all have strings attached. We, the community, we're fighting for the sanctity of our homes. Mr. Fournier states on his website the facility will be designed with respect for Penryn and Placer County communities surrounding it. Well, this is not true. The project does not follow the general plan or the ridge-top policies, Boulder Ridge. For a variance, there must be a valid reason, and gravity flow filtration is not a valid reason. It's been proven by experts. So if his wine caves are at 90-something feet underground, why can't he put his wine filtration underground? And another reason is to provide a spectacular view for his winery visitors. This is absolutely not a valid reason. No ZTA should be approved. About the zoning text amendment, it is wrong, and please vote no, and don't allow the tail to wag the dog. Don't allow the tail to wag the dog. In the variance, CPUs and zoning text amendments, if they're allowed, it could quite possibly open the door for a hotel. The Planning Commission said that about 360 people are able to be at this winery at one time. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
We should call group.
All right. If there's a group 4, would you please line up?
Hello, Mark Pierce here. I live at 7985 Callison Road and share a fence with Mike's Winery. Our family is very, very excited about having a world-class winery in such close proximity. And in fact, we have big plans to show off their winery Christmas Eve dinner already, but hopefully you will approve it so this will happen. But just wanted to express our approval of the winery as planned and look forward to its completion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mark Agan. I live across the street from that gentleman that's 7980 Callison, so we're between Taylor and the actual entrance. I also am for it. Mike and his guys have been very accommodating, very helpful in picking up trash and doing kind things. Any questions or concerns, you just call him and you get an answer. And he's definitely concerned about people in the area, I feel. So I think it's good for the area. I'm all for it. So I hope it goes through. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good midday. Mike Garabedian, Placer County Tomorrow, and Pacific to American Divide. Let me see if I can zip through some points here. First of all, a little reality as I see it. This is about a mile from the east end of the Bickford Ranch Special Plan and about 3 miles to the other end. So there's no doubt in my mind that this restaurant is being built because there'll be 5,000 people living up there, and this will be the nearest restaurant. I think it's a good guess. So what I'm going to turn to is the United States Supreme Court decision almost 100 years ago in the Euclid case. The owner was complaining about being deprived of liberty and property without due process of law, et cetera, et cetera. And in this case, the Supreme Court ruled about zoning, made this critical ruling on zoning, that what it is about is the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. And there's too little respect for that when it comes to planning in this county. There are too few people anywhere who are defending the community against overdevelopment. And this is a good place to start. Most shocking to me, I spent a year and a half working as a staff counsel statewide for the state of California on enforcing and interpreting the Williamson Act. Now, I have to tell you, I am ashamed of the Williamson Act violations in this matter that need to be looked at and need to be considered, because you just aren't doing it. This is not an agricultural use by any means. It's ridiculous to call this that. So how can I get through a number of points here? Let's talk about what land use is. I mean, one thing what the government does, just sort of a brief kind of introduction, property rights are a bundle of sticks, and the government decides, gives you sticks or takes them away. And here, you're just handing away sticks like crazy for a project that might be good, except that it's in the Williamson Act, and what they're proposing there is not consistent. The other key issue that's just not respected enough here is that one person's property right ends with the rights of the next person. The community here is what needs defense and strongly. So this would open the gate to more towers and higher towers. If you think of Mark Hopkins.
Your time is up. If you can wrap up real quick.
If I could finish. The Mark Hopkins Hotel used to be the top of the mark, and then the Fairmont Hotel went much higher. And you're going to have people who want to be the highest facility. You're just opening up with this countywide text.
Thank you for your comments.
And I'm sorry for this action.
Hello.
Hello. Hi, my name is Cord Lamphere. I live directly across from the winery. I'd like to, reiterate and second all of the neighbors to the winery are in favor of the winery. There's very few that are not. And that's because Mike's done the work he's beautify the neighborhood and take care of fire risks and address water issues and include us in the conversation all along the way. I understand down Sicily, you didn't quite get hit. Sorry about that. But I do think it's, when he's given the opportunity to communicate, he's done a great job. So he does top quality work on irrigation and on the water and the planting, and the soil management's been great. There was a mention before that Mike's never built anything before, and that's obviously not true. I had the pleasure of visiting his amazing winery in Granite Bay, and if you've had the chance to go there, it's top quality, and it's a fabulous spot, and it's just too small. So he's trying to go to the next level. So I really do appreciate mostly the fire risk. The property is going to be really bring down the fire risk, including the property along the railroad. So that's another thing I'm looking forward to. I've hiked up there for 20 years, and I've lived there for almost 30, and the view is amazing. And this really is a feather in the cap of Placer County. yeah, the traffic's gonna go by my house, but you know what? I think it's gonna be worth it. And I think that, we have the opportunity to do something amazing, and I hope you support all of the aspects of the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Holmes, Board of Supervisors. My name is Willie Duncan. I'm the Superintendent President at Sierra College. I'm also here to speak in favor of the project, but I'm going to talk about it from an education and workforce development standpoint. At our core, Sierra College is the workforce and economic development entity and engine for the community. And we're at our best when we're partnering with industry and businesses and local entities to try to build programs that will provide a trained workforce and support the community and the individuals that live in it. We'd be fortunate to have Project 8 as one of our future partners, and we have been talking with them. If you think about the ecosystem around viticulture and oenology, UC Davis is a world-class Tier 1 research institution right in our backyard. We already transfer many students to UC Davis, and we have a sustainable ag program that connects very well with their program. They, as part of their programs, they have viticulture and oenology, and they train most of the workforce in the wine industry in California. There are programs at Napa Community College District and Santa Rosa Community College District. They are strong programs, and they transfer students on an annual basis to UC Davis that then work and support the wine industry. So that's one thing that I think Sierra College would be very interested in looking at developing as we build out our ag program, is developing viticulture and oenology to support the wine industry in the area. Project 8 also brings state-of-the-art manufacturing processes, and that'll provide a linkage to our advanced manufacturing and engineering programs. And then they have already offered to host Sierra College student interns that can play a role in developing the wine industry, and internship program that can benefit other wineries in addition to Project 8 and help the growing wine industry in Placer County. And then they have also planned for classroom space that our students can take advantage of. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Willie. Hello.
Hello. Thank you. Cherry Spriggs, Executive Director, Placer Business Alliance. Willie Duncan literally said everything I was going to say. We are in support of this. Short and sweet. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you. Hello.
Good afternoon or good morning. I don't know if it's past noon. Honorable Chair Holmes and Board of Supervisors, I'm here as a resident. I'm Rana Gadwan. I'm a resident of Placer County, but I'm also the CEO of the Roseville Area Chamber of Commerce, representing over 1,150 members of our community. They're businesses, they're nonprofits, and community leaders. We are strongly in support of the approval of the project as proposed. The Roseville Chamber is an advocate for projects that bring new investment and job opportunity to the area. And to echo what Willie just said and add to that, we commend them on their early collaboration with our community colleges to build the talent pipeline and bringing jobs to our community. In addition to creating jobs, Project 8 will benefit our region from a revenue source that reinvests directly back into our community. Project 8 is located conveniently off of the 80 freeway, making it accessible and catching the attention of those traveling along our freeway and bringing revenue to our county. It is going to be an economic driver, but in addition to that, it will assist in preserving the quality of life we enjoy for our families and will ensure that Placer County remains a vibrant place to live and do business. Mike's due diligence has been exemplary, his dedication to the county, to the residents, and to the business community. We believe that he has done so throughout the entire process, and we're certain he'll continue to be an outstanding community member and business in our community. Project 8 has been thoughtfully planned, designed to be a huge asset to our county, and we urge you to take a position of support today and really do the decision that will be in the best interest of the county as a whole. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hello.
Hi, my name's Josh Anish, and I own a business here in Placer County, and I'm on the Auburn board of the Chamber of Commerce. And I'm not going to take up the 2 minutes because everyone that is in support of this project has said everything that I would like to say. I'm very excited about this project, and I think it would be really great for the surrounding area. and also for the businesses that support the growing wine industry in Placer County. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello. Sorry. I'm Claudia Starkey. Excuse me. I have lived on Allen Lane in Penryn for 46 years. I'm about a 2-minute walk from Project 8. I'm a neighbor. I can see it. I feel confident in telling you that most of the residents of Penryn are not in favor of Project 8 as proposed. If you systematically knocked on doors and asked people whether they would like to have a large commercial enterprise in the middle of their quiet residential community, the people who answered those doors would say no. Don't get me wrong, the project has been quite nice to its immediate neighbors, doing small, easy favors with big equipment, which is just sitting there parked anyway. It's only smart business. Makes people think you're a nice guy. I'm willing to admit that he might even be a nice guy, but he's also asking us to ignore arsenic levels in the soil, which are alarmingly high, inevitable traffic changes on Taylor Road, increased traffic on tiny Callison Road, and a monstrous tower fully twice the allowable height. Let's face it, if this project were compliant with established rules and regulations, we wouldn't be here today. Please understand this. Any privilege or extra consideration given to him will represent the same thing being taken from us, the residents. If he gets the Scenic Vista Tower, that negates the Scenic Vista which currently exists and belongs to the community, to us. If he gets to install lighting in a 75-foot tower, we lose the beauty of our night sky. We all live below the 75-foot tower height. If he gets to have amplified sound outdoors, that will take from us the quiet of our country homes, day and night. If he receives permission for a restaurant to open till 10, each of those nights will be cluttered with light, noise, and traffic.
Is it group 6?
Compliance with existing laws and rules would keep our sweet, small community as the place we built, the place we value, the place we love.
Thank you, Claudia. Those that are on group 5, if you want to come step forward, line up, I'd appreciate it. Yes, sir.
My name is Chris DeNoyer from the Lincoln Thermalands area, and I'm not a public speaker, so I'm a little nervous.
It's okay, you're doing fine.
However, I am in, I agree with this Project 8, and he has my full support, and a lot of the other people that have positive comments, I totally agree with them as well, and I can't wait to go over there and take a look at it. Thank you.
Hey, thank you.
Hello, Mr. Chair, County Supervisors. My name is Tim Ondurko, and I live in the town of Loomis and less than 7 minutes away from the proposed project. I'm very excited for. I hope that it is approved today. When you look at the agricultural land use section of the general plan, it calls for oftentimes ag tourism, and it encourages land use applicants to bring agricultural tourism to the area. That's undeniable. And this project delivers on those visions of the general plan. So, there's a lot of technicalities that people are calling out, and I think overall the general plan is just that. It's a general plan, it's not a specific plan. And in order to achieve the vision of a general plan, sometimes the specifics aren't spelled out in what is the general plan. So I echo a lot of the comments that have already been made here in support of the project. It's great to hear that Sierra College has a vision as far as their workforce development. I think that's very important for the region. I would discourage people from buying too much into the fear-mongering that we're hearing. It's not the end of Placer County. This is not an abuse of land use. Most of the project itself is agricultural in its purpose. I think it's great that it has a large state-of-the-art production plant, and I would encourage the county to support this project and move it forward. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jim. Hello.
Hello, my name is Mark Decker. I live on Ridgeview Lane. It's west of the winery. And I just want to reiterate again, the last time I mentioned that the winery field staff, they really do an amazing job. They're professional and respectful. Before the winery arrived, there was always clusters of trash along Callison Road, and now it's gone before we even know. And I like the new, he listened to the neighbors, he changed the design. I like the sand dome design. It kind of incorporates some aspects of California's rich history. Also, it the new design blends in. It blends in with the landscape and the terrain. And I think building up rather than building out has a less impact on the surrounding oak trees. So I just thank you for your consideration, and I hope you approve this and make it a great day for the winery.
Thank you. Hey, hello.
Hello.
Good.
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you, Aldo. And Supervisor, hello.
You want to pull the microphone
I know a
down?
few of you.
Yeah, there you go, yeah.
Okay? You
Yeah.
can hear me now? Okay, my name is Susan Godo. I support the Project 8 winery. I am a lifetime educator, former Roseville City School District member, and an 11-year member of the Placer County Board of Education. But more importantly, I have spent most of my life, all of 91 years, and still walking with a cane.
Good for you.
Thank you. And working, living, and raising a family in Placer County. My late husband, George Godo, was the basketball coach and athletic director at Sierra College. George and the Godo family were from Penryn. They owned Godo's Market in Penryn for many years. After we both returned from being interned, you talked about it, Jim, yeah, at Santucci Center.
Yeah.
As Executive Order 9066 by FDR, during the war. That's World War II, not the Civil War. We moved back to the area, married and raised a family. I have a deep appreciation for the Penryn community. I think the Project 8 winery is a wonderful use for the region and our history of agriculture. I am so pleased to see the winery, see the vineyards planted, and that soon wine will be produced in vineyard by Mike Fournier. Penryn is outstanding. This is an outstanding project, and I hope you will all support Project 8. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Susan.
Bye-bye.
Good to see you.
You're welcome. It's nice to see you. Hi, Susan.
Okay, you're all done.
Well, here comes Suzanne. I always have to extend myself a little bit. How are you? I'm fine.
You can always make an announcement after the group world. Take the rest out for lunch break.
Good afternoon, Chairman Holmes and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Carol Garcia, and I currently reside in Roseville and am a fifth generation Roseville resident, so I've been in the area quite some time. I currently serve on the Sierra College Board of Trustees and previously served as a mayor for the city of Roseville. I'm here to support Project 8 Winery and think the project will be an asset to our area by continuing the agricultural heritage we have become known for and add to our ever-increasing wine production. I've had the opportunity to get to know Mike Fournier as well as his team, and they have already become engaged community partners by supporting many of our local businesses and nonprofit organizations. Project 8 Winery will also be an asset for Sierra College by providing a learning environment with agricultural opportunities in the vineyards and hands-on experience for our students in the winemaking process. This project is consistent with Placer County's desire to encourage local agriculture and enhance the economic viability of Placer's agritourism. I urge you to support Project 8 Winery. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are all of you in Group 5 that wish to speak? After we hear the ones from Group 5, we're going to take a quick break for lunch, and then we'll hear the rest of the public comments. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Holmes, Board of Supervisors. My name is Greg Roberson, and I'm a proud board member of the Rockland Area Chamber of Commerce. We've already written a letter in support of this project, but we felt it was important to come here and speak as well. We are in full support of Project 8. We think it is a great project, representative of responsible and sustainable development that this county certainly needs. And we feel this project pays homage to Placer County's past and also provides a great avenue for Placer County's amazing future. So please, we urge our support of this project, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Greg. Hello.
Hello, Jackie Weston, CEO of the Auburn Chamber of Commerce. I came here on behalf of myself and the Board of Directors in support of Project 8. We think that this would be a great economic development for our community. Project 8 will be a popular destination for locals and travelers alike that are traveling through to go to Tahoe. It will offer more amenities and incredible dining experience. It will add value to the entire wine ecosystem that has built itself up over the last few decades because it will attract new visitors who may or may not have known about our robust wine industry. The winery and the proposed restaurant will offer local residents a unique experience right in their backyard. It will also bring in more dollars from outside the county by attracting people from out of town who will end up staying the night in our hotels, shopping in our small businesses, and touring the other wineries in the region. And of course, dining out at the local restaurants. Thank you for your time, and we appreciate your support of this project.
Thanks, Jackie. Hello.
Hello, my name is Baisha Osborne. My family and I have been in this area for a very long time. I do have a cousin that can't be here today, but he lives right across the street from the winery, and he is in full approval for it. He thinks it's a great idea. He can see the vineyard from his front door, so we love it. Mike and his team are amazing, and yeah, so go Project 8.
Did you get her name? Yeah, okay. No, I just want to make sure we got your name. We did. Thank you. Hello.
Hello there, Chairman Holmes and other board members. Thank you for hosting this project and special meeting today. I'm Jocelyn Maddox. I am here representing the Placer County Vintners Association. You also may have recognized I have the same name as an earlier speaker today. That is my father, Phil Maddox. Happy birthday, Dad. It's his birthday today.
Very good.
He's spending the day with this project, and we have a Vintners Association meeting tonight, so I just had to give him a shout out because we won't be celebrating him until later. I did submit a letter of support over the weekend on behalf of the Vintners Association Board of Directors. I don't think I need to reiterate those points. They've been well covered today by both the business community and the neighbors and surrounding community of Penryn. So I would just say I would echo those words on a personal note. I can also attest that I've been working with Mike Fournier and his team for over the last year. He is a nice guy. And we also are working with Sierra College on studying the emerging wine industry and labor force in Placer County. And I just want to reiterate that it's projects like this that do enable the growth of all. The rising tide truly does lift all boats. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tony Vitale. I live at 7381 Allen Lane in Penryn. And for the record, I do not work for Mike, nor have I received any favors from him. I have had many conversations with Mike and his workers, and I can confirm what everyone has been saying, how fantastic and sincere and helpful they all are. My wife, Mary, and I have lived in Penryn for over 10 years. My daughter is a student at Delaware High School. Our 29-year-old son works in Penryn and has worked there for 10 years for a small company. My oldest son is a retired military veteran who now lives in Loomis with his wife and our 7-year-old granddaughter. So we take great pride in our community as well as our home, which lies in the shadow of the proposed winery and restaurant and just a few hundred feet from the vineyards. And in fact, I can see the temporary building from my living room couch and my front porch. I'm a retired firefighter with 30 years of firefighting experience in 3 California fire jurisdictions. I believe the greatest threat to our community is and has always been fire. We've seen it play out over and over again throughout our state, and our little town has been very fortunate so far. Project 8 will keep nearly all of its acreage as agricultural land, bring much less traffic to the area than a housing development would, will look absolutely beautiful, and has already reduced the fire hazard for not only the acreage that it encompasses, but the entire surrounding region. Any large reduction in fire hazard or improvements in fire protection and water supply benefit everything and everyone in the county, not just Penryn. Take, for example, the recent Caldor fire, which started in Grizzly Flats and ended up burning over 220,000 acres and destroying and threatening communities as far away as South Lake Tahoe. Project 8 not only reduces the threat of fire starting and spreading locally, it provides a substantial fire break, defensible space, and water supplies for any fires that threaten our community regardless of where they originate from. Project 8 has already... Oh, my time up?
Wrap it up real quick.
Oh,
Thank
well,
you.
I just want to, again, pronounce my support for the project. I think given our uncertain fiscal times that we're encountering, it would be fiscally irresponsible to turn down any project that could potentially generate so much revenue that could go also to our local fire department, which is grossly underfunded. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Holmes, members of the board, Kirk Euler. Today, I speak to you not as a representative of the Placer Business Alliance. Cherry Spriggs already took care of that very ably, briefly, but very ably. Today, I have the pleasure to speak to you as a former member of this board, one that was proud of the work that I did on 2 different documents that were designed to help ensure the longevity of agriculture in Placer County. The first, I had the great honor of working with Supervisor Landon's predecessor's predecessor, Supervisor Alex Ferrer, who served from 1970 to 1994. And he and I worked together on the countywide general plan, which for the first time really helped codify a lot of our right to farm stuff in Placer County. Alex had 2 sayings that I fell in love with. The first was, they stopped making new dirt a long time ago. And the second was, if they can't make money growing crops, they'll make money growing houses. And the general plan was designed to help alleviate that pressure of converting agricultural land to housing. The second document, of course, is Placer County Conservation Plan. And the Placer County Conservation Plan took that general plan commitment a step further and allowed for farmers to be able to overlay agricultural easements on their property that allowed for agriculture in perpetuity and not converting it to farmland. There's a problem. In creating the conservation plan, we had to agree with the agencies on minimum acreages that were going to be acceptable. This parcel does not meet that minimum requirement. That minimum requirement is 200 acres. So this parcel, even if Mike wanted to donate it to the conservation plan in perpetuity, we couldn't accept it under the conservation plan rules. So if we want to stop the further fragmentation of the foothills, the only way we're going to do it is through agricultural viability. Mike's got the resources to make this work. I hope you support the project. Thank you.
Didn't Mr. Ferreira also have something to do with the Middle Fork project?
Mr. Ferrer had something both as a county supervisor, but then subsequently as a member of the Placer County Water Agency, which he helped create because when he first served as a county supervisor, it was the Board of Supervisors that sat both as the Water Agency and the Board of Supervisors. So he helped create that and then subsequently went and served on it. You're absolutely right.
A yes would have been fine, but that's okay.
You asked the question. You worked with me long enough to know what was going to happen. Thank you very much.
All right. Hello.
Hi. My name is Pam Asai. I live on Rock Springs Road, just down from the Valencia Club.
Yeah.
I've been a resident of Placer County for some years. I came here because of the agricultural and the rural qualities. I'm so for the winery and all the development. I'm just fearful of the ZTA and the amendments to the zoning that has been established in order to maintain our community as it is, as much as possible. In particular, the height of the tower it just does not end with the zoning. And then the restaurant also isn't consistent with the winery ordinance. And I just would ask that you consider sticking with the ordinances that have been established. An accessory use restaurant defined by the ordinance is operated as a full-service dining establishment without any wine or, oh, I'm so sorry. It shouldn't be allowed to be established without the wine tasting and such. It shouldn't be allowed to be operating without that. And having it go till 10 p.m. is going to really impact so many people driving in my community. And it's just, I just hope you vote no, supporting Mr. Fournier and all of his wonderful technology is terrific, but please keep the surrounding community as much as as possible to be what it is, so we don't have people driving in and out of our properties, up and down my driveway, and the looky-loos. I just don't think it's right. And thank you so much for your time and your service and all you give to the community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the board will now take a quick lunch and be back. Finish up public comment and all the Zoom people on Zoom. How many?
Currently, we have 22 on Zoom, Chair.
We'll be back. What time is it? How about 15 minutes? A little longer? 1 o'clock? No. No, 1 o'clock is not. Tell me when you want to come back. It's 12.
1:10. As well, 1:10. 30 minutes, everybody break.
Okay, 1:10. Is that good?
Okay.
All right.
They need lunch too.
Yeah. The board is back in session. We'll begin by taking group 6. All those in group 6 that want to come forward and speak? Are there any out in the audience or in the lobby? Yeah, otherwise we'll just close it. Oh, here they are. No. Go ahead, please come forward. Buddy.
I'm a resident of Placer County, live in Newcastle, and I currently live on the property I was born and raised on about 64 years plus ago.
Ah.
I'm just here to say that I'm in support of Project 8. I do know Mike and some of his team, and they, every chance they have, I know that they, in their minds, they ask the question, is this good for the community? Everything I've seen them do on this project, that's kind of the question that's in their mind. And if it isn't, then they go back to the drawing board and they find out what other options they have. Other than that, I don't really have anything else to say other than I'm 100% in support of the Project 8.
Okay, I want to be sure we got your name.
Dennis Hada,
Dennis?
H-A-D-A.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello. My name's Guy Austinson. I've lived in this area since '62. I'm a business owner and a resident of Newcastle. What I like about this project is it's a turn back to agricultural, which we've seen disappear or diminish over the years. And I see it as a well thought out project. It creates open space, and those are the agricultural part of it, and the open space is something I really miss from years past. I'd like to see this project approved as it's being proposed.
All right, thank you. Hello.
My name is Sheila Doherty, and I've been a resident of Placer County for 60 years. And our property backs up to Mike's Vineyard. I know a lot of people are concerned with how this is going to play out. So I thought I would bring to this meeting what I personally know about Mike Fournier. And that is when this all began, there was a lot of dust behind our house. And so I was able, before I even met him, knew him, to call him and voice my concerns. He had a water truck out there, honestly, within probably 15 minutes. Another thing that I know about Mike is that he was concerned about our concerns if there was a fire or anything. So he brought to the fence line to a lot of our residents on our lane where water could be used by us if there was a fire. So that was pretty gracious. Also, in talking with him, we love the look of the vineyard far more than any kind of housing track. And he actually installed some gates to myself and some of our neighbors so that we could actually walk onto the vineyard and enjoy it as much as he does. And most recently, another sign of his character, I'll be really fast, we're going to be painting our house white. Again, we are backed up to this vineyard, and he's actually calling off putting in, I don't know how many thousands of vines so that not to raise dust. Not a lot of neighbors are considerate about you painting your house white with dust. So I am in favor of Project 8. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello, my name is Richard Haynes. I live a couple miles from the project. I also have a business in Rockland. And I just think I'm in favor of the project. I think it would be a great entity for the community and nothing but progress for the community. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello, my name is Tom McGroin, and I'm a long-term resident of Placer County. I'm highly in favor of this project. I think it brings a lot to Placer County as a whole. It's a very well thought out project. I know that there's been some concern about dust and things, but I think that this project will be carried out in a very professional manner. I think that if this, once again, it's just going to be a very, very good thing for Placer County.
All right, thank you. Group 7, if you want to start lining up now, please.
Hi, my name's Scott Pruitt.
Scott.
6 generations from Placer County. Grew up in the ag business, grandfather, great-grandfather, currently involved in the vineyard and wine business as well. It's great to come here today. I met Mike about a year and a half ago, had the opportunity to see his vision, and I support the project. I think what his vision is for the property, what his vision is for the land, but also he understands the rich history that we have, early plantings in the mid-1800s of the vineyards and the wine and what has been produced. And when we look at what Placer County is all about, it's about ag. It's about continuing to protect our properties and have the ability to share that with people. And what it does for our region. We've been able to produce world-class wines here, and what his vision is and how he's going to move forward. And the thing that I've loved about being involved with him and in around him, he does what he says, and he does it at a very high level. His integrity has been impeccable, and it's been great for me to see somebody with that vision and that tenacity to carry this off, because it is no easy feat to be able to pull all these things together. And I think this is going to be a fantastic project for our area, and I support it. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Scott. Hello.
Hello. My name's Rod Sanchez, and I'm a direct neighbor to the winery also. I share about 1,000-foot of fence line with the winery, and we will be able to see the winery from our property. My family's been there for more than 20 years, and I believe that it's going to be a great addition to the community for many reasons. It will bring jobs and economic growth, somewhere to go have dinner locally that's nice. It helps keep our community rural, which is very important to us. It's the reason that we moved to Penryn in the first place. And I think most of my neighbors feel the same way. All of our concerns so far have been addressed by Mike: dust and lighting, traffic, all of those things. And I think that the final result is going to be incredible. We fully support the approval of this project as proposed and hope that you do too. Thank you for your time.
Hello.
Hello, my name is Dean Arrington. Been here my whole life, but also have property right in the middle. We share at least 4 fence lines with Mike, and we're very excited about this project. Ready to see it go. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Hello.
I'm James Arrington, the other person on that same property. We are literally right down the hill from where the proposed building is, and honestly, I think it would have a good look, you know, as opposed to that 350-foot tower that flashes red lights all night, just a little ways over. Like some of these have said, all of our concerns have been addressed. I've been talking to Mike before he ever started any of this. Sold him property and been pleased with the relationship. So I'm approving, and I hope it goes as planned.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name's Travis Kagetta, and I also don't share property, but there's one property in between us. And I love this project. I love everything about it. I have a giant, not a giant, but a pretty good sized garden, orchard. I raise animals, farmer. And we've spoke to Mike about integrating my stuff into his restaurant, and I think that's a pretty neat little thing. He can go buy his stuff anywhere he wants, but he chooses to go to the local public and help us out. Because, you know, being farmers, a lot of work and not much revenue. So anyhow, Mike and his crew has been unbelievably generous and professional and above and beyond what they need to do. So I am 100% approval of this project as is, and that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. Hello.
Hi, I'm Gail Russell. I live on English Colony Way in Penryn and have for a long time. I am really opposed to this project. I think it's the wrong direction to be going in a rural, residential and agricultural area to put a commercial restaurant there, and with kind of too many hours for people to be around in a rural residential area. I just think it's a wrong fit for the neighborhood, for the area, and it'll change the whole character of the area. So that's my opinion.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello, Jason Wedge again. So as I've been listening to all the comments this morning, it's pretty clear that everybody is in favor of this project. Now, as it stands, there are some questions that have come up and some concerns that have come up. And it's been very alarming to me because some of these concerns are pretty big and was not mentioned in the staff report. I've known about some of these concerns for a while. And so I think the staff did a very poorly job representing both sides and all the community as a whole. And so my question to you is, it should be a question directly to staff. How come that wasn't provided to us in the staff report and is just being heard now from the public? Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, my name is Sean Scape. I live directly adjacent to the property. My family and I and all of my friends that also live in Placer County are strongly in favor of the winery. The fire control alone that we've already talked about a lot is really exciting to us. But, and we talked about this being subdivided. I think the thing that I'd want to point out is such a large parcel that's so close to amenities, to Highway 80, does such a beautiful topography. I think it's not a question of if it would be subdivided or developed. I think it's just kind of a question of when. And my family and I had kind of accepted that. We love living there, and we thought, one day there's going to be a lot more houses, and that's okay. We still love it. So for this to be here, there might be a little more traffic, probably less than the subdivision. The buildings maybe, it's going to change it tiny, but we're so excited about it, and we're so thankful. We never thought something like this would come along, but we're so thankful and so supportive of it. So we hope to support it too. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello, I'm Jeffrey Polis, a real estate broker, and I'm Mike's neighbor in Granite Bay. And I live directly below his home, which sits probably about 150 feet above my house. So I'm familiar with what it might be like for people in the area. And it's really not an issue at all, particularly given how far back it sits. And it's going to be very similar with this project. The project, I think, is going to be a tremendous asset for Placer County. It fits into the rural character. It brings tourism, which is, I think, being welcomed and accepted. And, all projects, every house that people are living in here is probably opposed as a project at one time or another, including the house I live in. So everybody's opposed to change, but I think this is going to fit nicely in the county, and I think it's going to be a tremendous asset. I was reading a thing the other day about a building down in Marin County. It was built in 1955. Huge building spanning across 2 valleys. And at that time, the project was hugely opposed, went to the Board of Supervisors, and was ultimately approved, and is now considered a historic landmark, both in California and nationally. And that is the Frank Lloyd Wright building there along the freeway. It's huge, very visible, and it's blue with pink awnings and roofs and stuff. It's a spectacular building, and I think just to characterize buildings as, because they're tall or out of sorts with what is currently in character, to oppose them. So I'm fully in favor, and I think it's going to be a wonderful addition to our county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors and everybody in this room. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak. I'm a 60-year resident of Placer County, and it seems like everybody in this room is pretty much in favor of the winery. However, there's a lot of other things to consider. First of all, I've heard the realtors say, well, there's no other land parcels that could have a situation like this. Sierra College will benefit from the educational aspects, which is true. It's good for tourism, although I kind of wonder how many people are going to drive into Placer County, sip a bunch of wine, and then head up to Lake Tahoe. I also don't think it's really a thing that children would partake, possibly eating grapes but not sample their wine. So my point is, everything that's been said, I think it's a great idea that Mike has this winery, but what's really in question is the zoning. Okay, that's really what it comes down to, is we're talking about changing the zoning for a project. Once we open up this door, we are opening up Pandora's box, and you're going to have to deal with that. So if you're going to go through with this, are there going to be stipulations that this can't happen again? Is that going to be part of this package? So I'm against changing the zoning for Project 8 Winery. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Garabedian, you've already testified, so we are not allowed to take your testimony.
Well, I think you just
No.
let someone talk for the second time
No,
a few
I-
minutes, so I was hoping I could get
No, I
another
didn't.
minute sometime.
No, I did not.
Oh,
I don't
he
wanna-
said he had talked, he said he had talked already, sir.
Hello.
Hello, Sandy from Placer County. Good afternoon.
That's Sandy.
Just have something short to read. I am a people of this Republic of the United States. We are not a democracy. I'm also a student of the original Constitution of 1787 and the California State Constitution. I urge you to remember your oath of office and oppose moving. Hello?
Yeah, you're there.
And oppose Is it? Okay.
Yeah, we're good.
I can't hear myself. And oppose moving forward with this plan if it is unconstitutional, despite how beautiful and innovative it is. If this project relies on bypassing existing processes that have already been established for the people, by the people, it is unconstitutional. I urge you to vote no. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello, everybody. I'm Ruben. I lived in Placer County my whole life. I'm in Newcastle now. I support this project fully, and I love good food and good wine, so I'm fully for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello.
Hi, I'm Patty Knifer. And really, today, it's not a question of how many friends Michael Fournier has or how the economic benefit for Placer County will happen through this winery. That's all been explained. It really is that this project is a blatant change in the winery ordinance and in the ridgeline protection and in the Williamson Act. So there are some liberties being taken by this project that really aren't taken very seriously. So the ridgeline protection isn't just, I just am flabbergasted that the actual project itself, a survey hasn't been done to show that it is on Boulder Ridge. We did our own survey. Surveyor says it's on Boulder Ridge. County says it's a rolling hillside. We have ridgeline protection ordinances in place for a reason. Bigford Ranch and the Ridge are both developments, huge developments that are on Boulder Ridge ridgeline. And I really would like to see a survey done to show whether this is or is not, because that is a huge sticking point. Placer County should not bypass ridgeline protection. On Bigford Ranch, the homes on the ridgeline, 2,000 homes, some of them are on the ridgeline, on the side of the ridgeline. 20 feet is the highest allowed height because it's on the ridgeline. No terraces overlooking. So you can do a couple of things. You can find out if it really is on the ridgeline. I think that would satisfy a lot of people. We believe it is. You could do a sound ordinance that it seems like Michael Fournier is not opposed to not having outside amplified sound because it's not proposed by his project. If we eliminate outside amplified sound, it would be a good protection for the neighbors. And there are a couple of other things you can do as well. Thank you. 2 minutes isn't enough time, but I have had the opportunity with a community group to speak to each of you, and we've brought up our concerns, and that was very, very appreciated.
Thank you. Hello.
My name is Roxy from Placer County. You know, so many people have been in favor of this project, and I am one of them. I think it's a great project. And who wouldn't want to bring additional income and opportunities to our businesses? And Sierra College, possibly the CHP between Placer County and Tahoe would increase their drunk driving arrests. I don't know, but and I say that with tongue in cheek. But rule of law matters. Our country was founded on rule of law. And we're seeing rule of law degrade all over the place, from the criminal justice system to the business contracts. And so what we have in place here, we have existing contracts and processes. And it is not up to the Board of Supervisors or the Planning Commission to just go around those, because we have those for a reason. Now, if we have certain small things that we might consider for different projects, that's one thing. But doing the zone ordinance and going around doing the ZTA and establishing new rule of law without contract, without anything other than public comment, not a public vote, then we're giving too much power to 5 individuals, because you don't write the laws necessarily. And once we have them, we need to follow them. The ridgeline protection is important. The Williamson Act is important. That was signed just a year ago by 5 boards of supervisors along with Mr. Fournier. That's important. We can't just turn around and break it because we want to. The rule of law matters. The significant tax break that he would get from signing that document, there's a 12.5% breach of contract. If we're no longer going to follow that document, then there's a penalty for not following it. Contracts matter. Finally, the donations to 3 of 5 of the sitting board members matter. It's important that the community knows that $20,000 has been given to at least 3 of the 5 board members. All it takes is a majority vote. And so when you have that, and these donations have been made under Michael Fournier, his 24-year-old daughter, other family members, BEM, who's the project manager. So they're coming in all different ways, and that matters for the public to know that donations are coming in, that exceptions are being made, and it makes me wonder how far the other donations might go.
Thank you. Your time is up, so thank you.
Appreciate your time.
All right. Hello, Wayne.
Good afternoon, Chairman Holmes, board members. I don't have an issue with the winery, and I don't think most people do. You know, done right, wineries and vineyards are a wonderful addition to the heritage and legacy of agriculture in Placer County. My issue as a former planning commissioner is the method that's being used for the approval of the tower. As you know, when it first came in, it came in as a variance for the tower. But during the NOP process, it ran into trouble. And so they concocted a plan to go through a ZTA on the winery brewery ordinance. And I guess the big question to me is, if you can't get, if you don't have the findings and a variance to make this work for a tower, how does it magically all of a sudden work under a ZTA? Nobody's really answered that for me. I have a real problem with that. We didn't want to become San Jose, Sacramento, or in this case, Las Vegas. Yes, change is inevitable, but we should have a very high bar in not adversely altering the quality of life in this special place we call Placer County. As you heard earlier, there was a hearing that was countywide to address this ETA, to get feedback on that. And of all the speakers that spoke at that or commented on it, none of them supported this ETA being used for this exception of the height. And no one showed up to support it either. So to me, that would indicate that they didn't have any sound logic or argument for this case. Two other things that I'd like to mention is Napa and Sonoma County have really tightened up when wineries can have food available. They absolutely forbid food being prepared to order. It's important, order. Those counties have been in the wine tourism business, I'll wrap this up, far longer than Placer. So Placer should take note of it and strictly enforce the same policy. I would encourage you to make that a requirement. Whether it's a ham sandwich or chicken cordon bleu, it should not be to order. Let's remember, wineries are to support and promote wine, not food. Supporters say this is good for agriculture. I believe the opposite is true, and so does the California Department of Conservation that oversees the Williamson Act. The tower will draw mass amounts of visitors that will clog up the roads and hamper other farms and ranches in the area. What you have before you, if approved, will forever change the landscape of rural Placer County, and not in a good way.
Thank you, Wayne. Thank you.
Yeah, please reject this offensive 7-story ridgetop tower. Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone else anyone else in the audience that wishes to address the board on this issue? Please come forward.
Hi, my name's Sash Nevatal, and I'd just like to go down on the record. I'm a resident of Newcastle, and I'd like to go down on the record as supporting this project.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close public comment in the area in the chambers, and now we'll go to the Zoom callers.
Donna, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
For listening, my name is Donna Delno. I'm a 23-year resident of Penryn, a rural, unincorporated town of 871 people. I feel our tax-paying property rights trump over the dreams and wishes of a non-resident of our town to have all the entitlements given. We love the winery. I think it's beautiful, and he's done great with the land, but I think he should be made like everyone else to follow the rules and not have any exceptions. So yes for the winery, yes for a tasting room, yes to follow all the winery ordinances that took 8 years to make. Like, why are we going to break this now? Penryn and our little town at 871 we don't want it to be a tourist attraction. That's why we're here. So having special favors, it's not fair. We should not be changing the zoning. And also all the other wineries have followed all the rules. So they're all going to want to come in if we change anything, and we're just going to ruin the county. So we need to make sure we follow the rules. And then I also have Penryn Chit Chat, which is a Facebook page, and I have 1,700 followers, and I have a few people for the project, but everybody else has made all their comments, of which I turned in to all of you, that are against it, that we don't need a behemoth in our town. Even though it's beautiful, it doesn't belong in a rural town of 871 people. So thank you for the winery, yes, but no on the special entitlements. It's just follow the rules like everybody else. Please and thank you.
Thank you.
Tish, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your
Hello?
comments.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Tish Walters. I'm on Penryn Road. I've been a resident for 23 plus years. The mentioned innovators and all the extra money for a turn lane on Taylor, supporters of Project 8 claim there won't be traffic issues. The fact that you are creating a turn lane shows there will be considerably more traffic in the area, which goes well beyond Callison and Taylor. When asked about the number of neighbors impacted, they could not answer that question. From a half a mile to 16 miles away, even with all their extra innovations and money. What is the impact on the small community sewage? No details are provided. Comparing the impact of 6 homes to this project is not satisfactorily proven. Many questions were avoided by the owner and project's creators. All of Placer County should have a say in the countywide zoning changes. I am not opposed to this winery. I am opposed to the project's towering restaurant and zoning changes. This should be a countywide vote placed on a ballot. Funny, it's been pointed out Mike speaks to his neighbors. I'm on Penryn Road. I have not been introduced. I have had no interaction. We haven't been provided any information by the owner at all. When Mike builds his caves, will the groundwater and arsenics be tested as the project is underway? I'd like to know how and when the noise levels and impacts were done, and why all of us Penryn residents were not included to participate. The impact on wildlife and all of the community will be substantial. Many have mentioned a multitude of homes versus this project. This is not legal or proven, it's only hypothetical. I'd like to also point out lastly that there was a vote on the ballot in 2016 to increase our property tax to help with fire protection. Thank you for hearing me. Thank you for your time. Again, winery fine, tower no. Keep our community small and loving.
Thank you.
Diana, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments. Diana, can you unmute your mic and give your comments?
My name is Diana Cannon. I've lived in the Penryn community for 18 years. My husband and I are direct neighbors to the Project 8 winery. We fully support the winery as proposed and know it will bring economic benefit to the community, preserves the rich agricultural history while helping to create positive growth. All aspects of Project 8 consider the sustainability, protection, and heritage of Penryn, and we are excited to see the future developments and embrace the winery as part of the future. We fully support Project 8 as it is proposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Andy, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments. Andy, can you unmute your mic?
Hi, this is Andy Bell. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me today. I share the easternmost border with the winery project. My property is immediately adjacent. In a lot of ways, you could say there's really no one closer to the winery than me or more impacted. I want to just share a couple notes. From my perspective, working with Mike and his team has been great. It's immediately apparent to me that he cares about, the neighbors, the stewardship of the land, sustainability, all of the things that are important, but he's also been a great team. Anytime I've ever needed anything or had questions, at the very beginning of this project, I wasn't necessarily fully supportive of this project, and I had some questions. I did some due diligence. I spoke with Mike, and every time I had a question, he was able to answer it fully, and if not, he was able to get back to me with additional information, and I really appreciate his transparency. It's been great to work with him and his team. The other thing I'd like to mention is that this is a really unique and iconic project for Placer County. I see a lot of buildings being built over the years, but not a lot like this, and not a lot in this area. And I know some people see that as a negative, but I see it as a positive for the county. It positions this particular area for future growth and opportunity that hasn't always been there since, 50 or so years ago when this area was truly used agriculturally. So it's exciting to see this sort of second life breathed into this area. I think it's a great opportunity. I support this project, and I'd like you to approve it as presented today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alicia, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, my name is Alicia Denoyer. I'm a rural Placer County resident and I do support this project. I did attend the last meeting via Zoom as well for the project, and I heard many people speak in favor of this, as well as personal testimonies that are highly in favor. I'm so glad to hear that today again. Not only will this project create numerous jobs, we all know that we do desperately need those as well. It'll be not only for the winery, but surrounding the winery, creating more jobs for those also. I personally live in an area with multiple on-homeland wineries and breweries. These small family-owned businesses are really the heart of our rural Placer County areas, and they're the ones that are most successful, very friendly, along with the most highly respected businesses in Placer County. Small businesses like this is what makes our rural Placer County successful and beautiful. I would also like to just mention for the people that are not in favor of the project, I hope that you consider and keep in mind all the other wineries that you do go to and enjoy. I just wonder if this is a winery that was not near your home, would you still feel this way? Is it just because that the winery is near you that you do not support it? I would also like to mention it to the board as well. Keep this into consideration that even if people vote no, what are the reasonings why? Is it simply because it's too close for comfort of their home, or is it other things as well? In summary, I support this winery and I cannot wait to visit it in future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bruce, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
I'm Bruce Armis. I've lived here in Newcastle for all my life. And although the winery does not affect me directly, I'm in support of it because it's turning the land back, or will continue the land, into agriculture instead of another housing development.
Thank you.
Elizabeth, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
My name is Elizabeth Guittardo. I am a Placer resident and small business owner. I'm here to show my support of Project 8. I'm looking forward to visiting a world-class winery that is local, enjoying the view of Placer County and tasting a lot of great wine. I feel like it's going to be a huge benefit for property owners in that area and will create a lot of job opportunities. Please approve this project as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hello, I'm Chris Lau. I live in northern Sacramento, very close to Placer County, and I support Project 8 because me and my partner have always wanted to go, wining to other wineries, and it'd be great to have more wineries and stuff like that near Sacramento, especially in Placer County. It would make things extremely convenient for us. I just think Sacramento and the surrounding areas just need more wineries and things like that. In general, it would increase tourism and reasons for people to go to Placer as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Angela, unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, I'm Angela Murphy, and I'm Sacramento born and raised, but I have family in Pollock Pines, so I often visit Placerville and Placer County anytime I'm going to see my aunts and uncles and cousins. On the subject of Project 8, I'd like to say that I wholeheartedly support this project because I really like the idea they are taking this unused, unmaintained land and they are enhancing its features. I really want to emphasize the care that they're putting into considering the agriculture of the land, the history of the land, the looks of the land, and the concerns of the residents as well. And so even though my cousins are a little bit too young to go wine tasting, I really hope that I get to go to this winery the next time that I go to the Placer County Wine and Ale Trail. And I'm sure that other people will also feel the same when they consider the innovation of the project and the opportunities for agritourism in Placer County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeremy, unmute your mic and give your comments, please. Jeremy, can you unmute your mic and give your comments?
Hi, my name is Jeremy Purvis. I am a neighbor of the Project 8 project. I live at 7345 Ridgeview Lane. And I just wanted to put in a good word so far for the project. Everything that I've seen and heard from Mike, as well as his team, and watching the project underway for a while now. I've been impressed, and personally, I'm looking forward to being able to be a part and enjoy the winery and tasting, as well as it being a part of the community. So I just wanted to say that I'm in support of the project and looking forward to it successfully being completed.
Jim, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments. Jim, can you unmute your mic and give your comments, please? Jim.
Hello, my name's Jim Gloria, and I live at 7301 Ridgeview Lane in Penryn. The winery is on the road to my place, and it's been a really good experience. I've lived here now in Penryn for 50 years, and one of the things that I think has been very good is that our community is growing together. All my neighbors on my road here I've talked to, and they're all in favor of the project, which I am too. But I think our community, I'm in business, I own my own company, and I enjoy when another development comes into the area, and then it provides work for people in our community. And I know Mike has quite a few people working for him. I really like the idea of this coming in because our community really needs something like this. And I think that one of the main things that I was going to bring this up at a meeting that I was going to go to support Mike was that in the last year, since COVID, we've lost a lot of the good restaurants that are in this area. And the restaurant that he's proposing to put together, I think is going to be a real asset to our area. And if you want a good place to eat, Mike doesn't seem like he cuts anything corners short. He goes above and beyond. So I'm very supportive of that. And I enjoy having that close by in our community. So really what I'd like to be able to say is that I am very supportive of what Mike's doing. And I hope that that those of you that are considering this on the board or whatever will remember that we're really backing this. And the people that I've run into that have been non-supportive don't even live here. They're in another area and they come over here and they complain. Well, I live here. And like I said, I'm very supportive, and I hope the project goes well. Thank you.
Darren, will you unmute your mic and give your comments, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Darren Wills. I live at 7380 Ridgeview Lane. And I just want to show my support for Project 8 here on Callison. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jose, can you unmute your mic and give your comments, please? Jose?
My name is Josh Sandoval. I live right next to the project. I share about 500 feet of fence with it. And I'm going to have a great view of the wine tasting room. And please approve the project as proposed.
Thank you.
Lynn, can you unmute your mic and give your comments, please?
Hi, this is Lynn Pierce. I live at 7985 Callison Road. We've lived in Penryn for almost 5 years. We love the lifestyle here, and we are in full support of Project 8 Winery. Mike has been a great neighbor to us, as well as all of his staff, and we love seeing all the grapevines going in, and we are very excited for the restaurant and the wine tasting, and we can't wait to see it get started, and we are in full support as proposed.
Joe, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
My name is Joe Valencia, and I couldn't be more thrilled about the Project 8 Winery. As a resident of Placer County for over a decade and living less than a mile away and owning a property next door, I have to say that we are truly blessed to have such an innovative and passionate community member who wants to make this type of investment in our neighborhood. The design and purpose of this winery align perfectly with the essence of Penryn and the Newcastle area, as well as the county as a whole. It is a project that captures the spirit of our region, combining tradition and progress, and I believe it is something we should all be proud of. I'm personally excited about the prospect of showing this new establishment to friends and family who come visit our area. It will undoubtedly add a touch of elegance and sophistication to our small community, and I can already envision the warm gatherings and memorable moments that will take place there. Now, there has been some discussion about the height of the building and whether it should be shorter, but I think we should not stifle the potential and innovation that this project brings by imposing such restrictions. The proposed design has been carefully crafted to create a unique ambiance and optimize the winery's operations. By allowing the project to proceed as proposed, we are giving our community the chance to truly shine and flourish. Therefore, I wholeheartedly support the approval of this project exactly as it has been presented. Let's embrace the opportunity for growth, beauty, and economic prosperity that this winery will bring to our small corner of the world. Together, we can make our community an even more desirable destination, attracting visitors far and wide and creating a lasting legacy for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, my name is Mark Davis. I live at 7510 Ridgeview Lane here in Penryn. I am a neighbor of Mike and the winery. Very, very supportive of the winery. I think it's a great thing for the community. Just like anybody at first, I had my concerns, but I think Mike has done a really good job of being open communication, alleviating any concerns by asking for any questions that we have, giving us a tour to show us what's going on, and giving us very current, up to date information about what's going on with the project. And I'm totally for it. I think it's going to be great for our community.
Thank you.
Raymond, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments. Raymond, can you unmute your mic and give your comments?
This is Raymond Wicks and Terry LaRue from 1201 Taylor Road, Newcastle, directly across the street from the winery development pond. We've had no issue with it other than the first year of construction of the land. That's not an issue for us because we knew it was going to be something better than what we've been looking at. As far as any of the deals around the construction, we have no issues. It's been straightforward. The winery and the tower would be something nice to look at from what we've been looking at for a decade. And as far as obstruction of, anybody, I mean, if somebody, privacy and all that, I see a lot more bigger monstrosities all over the place that are towering over everybody and looking down on us. And they look a lot uglier than what our proposal is. So I'm actually looking forward to it.
I think it'll add a little class to this sleepy area.
Yeah, looking forward to it because it's got a lot of history and a lot of things have come and gone and a lot of things are still gone. And now we get something that's coming in. We're looking forward to that.
Thank you.
Nicole, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
My name is Nikki Wally. I live at 7980 Callison Road, and I am in full support of the winery and the project. And I am very encouraged by how welcoming Mike has been and how all of the employees there have been so kind. They've done a great job. I do love the whole proposal as far as the building, as well as the fact that we're having agriculture back in this area. So in conclusion, I am in full support.
Thank you.
Patricia, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, my name is PJ Decker. I'm a resident of Penryn. Over the last 5 years since we've been living here, we've noticed a huge improvement in everything that we've had going. And the last 2 years specifically, Project 8 has really made a huge improvement over the overall aesthetic and community involvement. They've been responsive. Either way, we've been very thrilled and we highly support Project 8.
Thank you.
John, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments. John, can you unmute your mic and give your comments? Tamara, can you unmute your mic and give your comments? Tamara, can you unmute your mic and give your comments?
My name is Tamara Eakins, and I live at 951 Peachtree Lane. And I just wanted to show my support this morning, and I have my fingers crossed that this project gets voted through. I think that I've supported it from the beginning, but I also think that it's an asset to our community, and I look forward to having this in our backyard. So please vote this through, because this is why we live in these rural areas. We want to see the agricultural side of it to be strong, and we want to see this flourish. And so I just wanted to send my support and my vote to have it go through. Thank you.
Thank you.
Laura, can you unmute your mic and give your comments?
Hi, my name is Laura Nelson, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my husband, Gary. We live on the corner of Callison and Ridgeview Lane, and we absolutely support the approval of Project 8 as it is proposed. We have lived in the area for the past 17 and a half years and feel that this project is great for the area in many ways. This project is enhancing the area in which we live, and the chosen landscape for the project keeps the natural beauty of Penryn alive. We understand that it's an agricultural operation, and we love it. We're initially concerned when the large parcel of land behind us went for sale that a developer would come in and build many houses. So the vineyard and the winery were a wonderful surprise to us, and we couldn't be more excited about it. In fact, we are allowing Mike Fournier and his company, BEM, to use a portion of our pasture to plant vines for the winery. The work that's been done thus far looks amazing, and we're really proud of it. The work that BEM has completed is extremely high quality. They're true professionals at what they do. The employees have been really courteous and respectful of our land, of our neighborhood, and its residents. They frequently speak with the community members, giving updates on the project and what to expect during construction. They've really been great neighbors by keeping us updated, and they allow us to help with decision-making regarding our property and how it ties into the project. Mike has had many one-on-one conversations with us, providing a shared decision-making about how our property is going to look and how the construction will progress. At the last public meeting, I also mentioned that my husband's had several medical issues over the past several years, and I've been really able to count on Mike and his employees to help me out immediately whenever I've had a need. No questions asked. Overall, we believe that Project 8, the vineyards and the winery, is an enormous asset to Penryn and Placer County. It will provide a beauty to the area that will enhance our town. Visitors from all over will be able to enjoy the winery and all it has to offer. And we know that this project will make for a better Penryn, and we completely support the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dave, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Yes, this is Dave. I just want to go on the record to say I'm not against this project. I'm just against the 7-story building that he wants to put in. And that's the main concern of everybody who's against this project. If he would stick to the conditions that everybody else goes through, he would have already been approved for his building, and we wouldn't have to go through this. Thank you very much for your time, and you owe me a minute from this morning. Have a good day, Board of Supervisors.
Thank you.
John, can you unmute your mic and give your comments? John, are you unable to unmute? John, unfortunately, we can't hear you. Tara, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, can you hear me? My name is Tara Morgan. I grew up in Auburn and have lived in Penryn for 15 years. I'm definitely not opposed to a gorgeous, innovative winery, but I have two major concerns with the project as proposed. First, the Horseshoe Bar Penryn Community Plan adopted by Placer County aims to preserve the rural nature of the area and its ridge tops. If you draw a straight line out 5 miles from the hill with which the Octagon Tower is proposed, it is generally higher than the entire surrounding landscape by hundreds of feet, including Bigford Ranch. Thus, it will become the biggest building on the tallest hill in town, which is not appropriate. I live 6,000 feet away and was not contacted by the applicant, but I fear that the rural view from my back deck will be forever ruined with a tower and a parking lot of lights. Secondly, the traffic coming from the west onto Callison Road was not addressed in the EIR. Google Maps routes traffic left onto Clark Tunnel and right onto Callison, turning left into the property. These roads are narrow and windy, and the large scale of this winery will impact these small roads that don't have center lines, so that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marilyn, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Good afternoon, Marilyn Jasper, Public Interest Coalition. Project 8 and the ZTA saga, with its lack of transparency and, oh boy, I'm going to have to just, this is, well, what do I do? I'm sorry. Well, I'll go ahead. Can you call me? Can you let me come back? Is that a possibility?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Lindsay, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Markin, and me and my husband live at 7411 Callison Road. We're on the corner of Callison and Ridgeview, and we are in complete support of this project as proposed. We've listened to a lot of EIR comments, and we've been to a lot of the meetings, and I just see it as being a complete positive thing that comes to our community. I've been here for 26 years, and this is the best thing that's happened to us. I'm not quite sure what everybody's concern is, because I've been to many of the meetings and the concerns keep changing. But for me, and my husband, I'm complete support. And I want to thank everybody that eloquently put together such positive remarks. Because what I've noticed about this project is the complete transparency, which creates the opportunity for somebody to oppose it. You know, he's gone through the proper channels, he's done everything above board, and he has got a state-of-the-art project that I don't think any of us understand how amazing it's going to be. So for us, we are in complete support as it is proposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rick, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments. Rick, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hello, my name is Rick Kennedy. I'm with Mandarin Hill Orchards and Happy Days Vineyard here in Penryn, California. I am definitely in support of this project. I think it's a fabulous idea. It's great for the community. It's great for the wine innovation. Being a small winery and winemaker, I think the opportunity of what he's bringing to Placer County is going to bring tax revenue and just more people to Placer County. Placer County isn't on the map other than Tahoe in my eyes, and him and his innovation, what he wants to bring to this, I think it's a fabulous idea. And so I just want to make sure people know that I support this, and I hope it goes through. And cheers.
Thank you.
Jackie, unmute your mic and give your comments, please. Jackie, can you unmute your mic and give your comments, please?
Hi, I'm Jacqueline Kennedy, and I've lived in Placer County my entire life. And I'm a big supporter of this project, and I think it would be great for Placer County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judy, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Judy McKegg. I'm a 26-year Penryn resident, and I live on Cicely within a mile of the project site. I had a few things I was going to mention today, but after listening to everyone's public comment, I think I'd like to respectfully remind your board that the purpose of an EIR is not to ascertain the content of Mr. Fournier's excellent character. Instead, its purpose is to advise your board and the public of potential environmental concerns, to identify ways to mitigate their impacts, and to describe project alternatives, those of which we haven't even talked or addressed today yet. The project has to follow the general plan and local zoning, regardless of the ownership entity. It's not unreasonable that the ownership or the business needs could change over time, and the entitlements that you offer it today will follow the property. The EIR found unavoidable and unmitigatable impacts to the area's visual aesthetics. And while your board has the authority to issue a statement of overriding considerations, respectfully, I ask you please carefully consider if this is the right precedent to set for this project. These considerations are for the sole use of a single developer, and they will impact all county operations countywide. And more importantly, from my perspective, their rural neighbors. I totally understand and appreciate the economic appeal of this project, but it's using agritourism to create a massive commercial center in a rural residential area whose infrastructure was never designed, nor is it zoned to support that. I understand Mr. Fournier intends and desires the building to be an iconic, world-class dining destination facility. That's all very exciting, but it does not belong in a rural residential area. It's making it no longer subordinate to the agricultural production that is required by our ordinance. It belongs in a commercial area that's zoned for that type of activity. I understand your board has the difficult job today to determine balancing the commercial nature of agritourism in the very same rural areas that it also desires to preserve. Respectfully, please consider denying the entitlements as proposed and request the project return with alternative options and further environmental analysis. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
A, can you unmute your mic and give your comments, please?
Sure, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
So as I hear comments in support of this project, most of the comments are in support of a winery. Even the neighbors' comments seem to be in support of a winery and a good neighbor. I drove by Callison, by this property a few days ago. I had a printout of the render of the tower. I had a couple of thoughts. So the property looks great. Like Mike looks like an excellent neighbor, no question. Like he's really cleaned it up, and that is a really good looking vineyard. A winery in this place makes a lot of sense. I'm all for farms over dense housing every time. If the tower were reduced in height, all of the good things would be in place for the community and the owner, and we wouldn't open the door for who knows what in terms of the future. So the ridgeline projection stuff that's also been discussed here is a real thing. I think we really need to take that seriously, and I encourage the Board of Supervisors to take that seriously too. It seems like a ridiculous thought experiment, but I know it will stick with people, and so I'm going to throw it out there. So what if, for a moment, we replace this beautiful stone tower with a very fancy, very slow-moving, winery-themed Ferris wheel that served dinner? In addition to the height change, we also have a new conditional use permit allowance that allows amusement park operating permits for vineyards of more than 50 acres. So what do we get? We get gravity-fed filtration. We bring agritourism to the area. It supports the economy of the area. We can serve dinner and tastings. It'll only operate during certain hours of the day. So this Ferris wheel only operates, from 9 to 5, and the developer can continue to be a good steward of the land. But would everyone support this? Like it sounds ridiculous, but if you take the Ferris wheel, you make it a little less tall, and you turn it on its side, legally speaking, it may be the exact same thing we're discussing here. So that's what I'm worried about is the crawl from here. If there's already a tower, there's really no harm in a small event center, but only during certain times and not with too many people, and we need to add more lights, and you just keep going and going. And in the end, in the zoning text, you end up legally allowing small amusement parks in rural Placer County. So in closing, I think the thing to remember is this project proposal is beautiful. Mike has cleaned up a really messy area next to the tracks, and he seems like a really good neighbor that will be respectful. But what about the next project? And what if this is used as a precedent to do something a little bit further from where we are today? So I think that's why it's important to really focus on what's allowed in the future, not really what's on the table right now. So I view this as an opportunity for the Board of Supervisors to not open that door to the unknown of the future. I look forward to going to wine tastings in a beautiful vineyard that follows the current zoning text as written. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Peyton, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, yes. My name is Peyton Lee, and I've lived in Placer County for the past 15 years in Roseville. I am new to the world of wine, but having this new winery built so close to the area would make discovering new wine and learning more about the history of wine much more convenient instead of having to travel out and further away to like Napa Valley or further down south to get that same experiences. I also believe this project would bring more work and more jobs to the community and would be done so through a morally sound and thorough project team. So overall, I believe this would be a great addition to Placer County and the Placer County Wine and Ale Trail. Thank you.
Thank you.
Larissa, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Yes, Supervisors. Larissa Berry with Defend Granite Bay.
I just wanted to inform you that in addition to the comments submitted yesterday, a legal letter was provided to Ms. Wood this morning about 10 a.m., which confirms our contentions that an accessory restaurant would be an illegitimate land use, as the planning director made only one of 5 required findings for new use, one of which is to not authorize a use prohibited in the subject zone district. So rather than focusing on the merits of the project, I request that you focus on the legality of it, since there are currently other issues with the illegitimate use of a CUP to grant a land use not authorized in the district. So I urge you to not grant wineries more privileges than any other landowner and create a caste system. I urge you to continue until such time that the legal issues are resolved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Renee, can you unmute your mic and give your comments, please? Renee, are you unable to unmute your mic?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, cool. This is Renee Perez. I'm a resident of Placer County, and in full support of the Project 8 winery. I think it'll provide a wonderful winery and dining experience to Placer County residents. I'm looking forward to bringing friends and family to it. So I hope it happens.
Thank you.
Justin, can you unmute your mic and give your comments?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. So my name is Justin Black. I'm the co-owner with my wife and winemaker at Dame Farms and Wines. I've lived in this area my whole life and been in Lincoln for over 20 years now. I want to show my support for the project as proposed. There's been numerous great comments that have covered a multitude of my points, so I won't bore you with them again as directed, but I would like to say that Mike has invested really heavily in the community, both financially and with his grit and his time and his character. I'm not sure that any other person or entity in the county actively farms more grapes than Mike Fournier does. I see this as a major tipping point for ag tourism and our ag community as a whole. We have a really unique special thing in Placer County with our ag ditch water systems that other local Sierra foothill counties don't have. We've got the same great sunshine, the same great soil, but we have a sustainable source of high quality water that's delivered through these channels. The fact that we have a smaller wine making region is kind of amazing given that we have such an advantage here. In my opinion, wine and value-added products coming from agriculture are really the only chance that we have at continuing to grow and reverse the loss of agriculture in Placer County. We are losing agricultural lands and ag operations every year and have been doing so for many years. So I'm very happy to see this project proposed, and I do think that the gravity filtration is a fantastic innovation. I don't think it's been said, wine is a living thing. The smallest changes in the way you handle it, the way it's processed, can have a tremendous effect on the outcome and the chemical reactions that happen inside of it. I'm sure I'm missing several points and probably doubled up on a few, but I urge you to support this as proposed. Also, before I knew Mike, through this venture, I had seen several of his projects that he's built through DEM. I don't know anyone else that's quite as dynamic and capable. The business produces very high quality products. Their construction is top notch. Their T's are crossed, their I's are dotted. I'm just thoroughly impressed with everything the man touches. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
All right.
Glenn, can you unmute your mic and give your comments, please? Glenn.
Hi, I'm Glenn Osborne.
I've lived in Placer County for 65 years. My dad was one of the first mandarin orchards in Placer County, and I approved this project.
Thank you, sir.
Marilyn, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Marilyn Jasper, Public Interest Coalition. This Project 8 and ZTA saga, with its lack of transparency and non-compliant attempts to ignore or avoid CEQA mandates, it has slogged along for 2 years and then was fast-tracked for the past 6 months. Its preferential entitlements will significantly impact the community and set county-wide precedents that were never analyzed, including lowered property values and daily semi-trucks delivering tons of grapes on narrow rural roads to Project 8 due to its vineyards being too small to produce 50,000 cases of wine a year. The most objectionable controversial element of this proposal is its non-compliant tower, supposedly needed for the experimental filtration that will be utilized only once a year during a relatively short harvest and processing season. But its illegal height, invasion of neighbors' privacy, and more will create negative impacts to the community every single day for years or decades. The county's claim that poor soil will limit wineries' growth to 1 or 2 a year is simply not true. The minimum requirement is only 2 acres of any type of planted grapes. There is no condition of approval for soil quality or for harvesting even. And wineries can purchase all their grapes elsewhere and have wine produced and labeled off-site. Thus, contrary to county claims that the ZTA will create winery growth impacts, due to the county claims, the ZTA will create winery growth impacts and requires CEQA analysis. And thank you for your understanding of the robocall that I didn't want to answer, but I couldn't turn it off on a landline. Thank you.
Thank you, Marilyn.
Okay.
Jack, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Well, thank you for your time. My name is Jack Hart. I'm a neighbor. I'm on the other side of the tracks. Our property is probably one of the closest properties to the vineyard. And I just want to say I support the vineyard and winery. Mike and his crew has been very transparent with us. We've had tours of the facility, the winery. He's invited us into his home. And as long as things go the way that we've been told, we welcome the opportunity to have a good neighbor like this. The goal is to do well for the community, and as a neighbor, it sounds like they would do that. We support Placer County agriculture, so we like to maintain the open space. We welcome neighbor that gives back to the community, and we're grateful for the opportunity to have additional fire protection in the area. So from what we know, we welcome the opportunity to have a good neighbor and a local winery that's going to be progressive and innovative and a model for our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
David, can you unmute your mic and give your comments?
Hi, my name is David Kovacic, and I'm a very close neighbor to the new winery, Le Cavalier Winery, and just wanted to say that our family supports the project fully. We know it's going to have some impacts on traffic, but you know what? It's a beautiful place. I grew up personally in a city that had several revolving restaurants and loved going there on special occasions. We think it's going to be a major asset to Placer County and the area, and we really look forward to joining them for brunch sometime or dinner or whatever. And just want to have the Board of Supervisors know that we live basically across the street from the winery and fully support this project. And my name's David Kovacic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tom, can you unmute your mic and give your comments? Tom, are you able to unmute your mic and give your comments? John, can you unmute your mic and give your comments?
Hi, my name is John Pryor. My wife and I, we've lived in the area now for about 35 years between Newcastle and also Loomis. I think this is a great thing for the community, people getting together, the views and just, expanding a little bit on the agriculture in the area. Looking forward to being able to go there and just relax, and enjoy, having a nice glass of wine, and it's going to benefit the area, the growth in being able to find a nice place to, have food and a nice drink, I think is really going to be a plus, and looking forward to being able to do it, and my wife and I, and getting together with family and coming by and spending some time there. So I hope that everything gets approved, and we're looking forward to being there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tom, can you unmute your mic and give your comments?
Okay, this is Tom Aguilar addressing the Placer County Board of Supervisors for the Project 8 winery. I've heard a lot of comments about high traffic on small streets. Well, this area has a lot of schools that run 150 to 300 cars per hour twice a day on these small streets. The fairgrounds in both Roseville and Auburn run 12,000 cars in a weekend on small residential streets. Project 8 is saying they're going to have 90 cars, including the employees. That's nothing. People are talking about the tower. Well, Paris, France has a tower, and Pisa, Italy has a tower. Placer County Courthouse is 160 feet tall with no trees around it. Thunder Valley Casino is 225 feet tall with no trees around it. Project 8 is asking for 75 feet, and it'll be surrounded by mature trees. Another comment was noise. Most music these days is amplified, and the county already has an ordinance to stop music by 10 o'clock p.m. So noise is, in my opinion, is a mute project. Wildlife, they're saying that wildlife is going to be impacted by the tower. Well, ag land has more wildlife than fallow land, which is what that winery was before Mike planted the vineyard. It supports nesting birds, deer bedding, possums, raccoons, coyotes, and 1 million turkeys. People are concerned about the air quality being impacted. A vineyard clears 3.5 tons per year per acre of CO2. And finally, all the neighbors like it. So I think that's very important that the neighbors are in favor of the project. So I would suggest that the county support it too. Thank you very much.
Chair, if there are no further commenters on Zoom.
Okay, thank you. Public comment is over for the Zoom members. I think Mr. Bond, did you came a little late. I had closed public comment, but I will allow you 2 minutes.
Thank you, Supervisors. My main point today was to deliver that letter that Larissa told you about. I know all of you, I've met with all of you, mainly on a 6-year lawsuit we have on a very similar issue. Sounds like everybody's for the winery. That's really not my point. My point is it doesn't appear to be legal. And I'm currently involved in a lawsuit in my community where I live in Granite Bay with the same sort of issue. And so the point here is whether it's a good project, a bad project, or a project everybody wants, it needs to be legal. So if you need to change something and do it right, make an ordinance, do it that way. Don't put this on the community. We want zoning to be applied universally to everyone, to me, to wineries, to mini storage facilities, to everyone. And it has an impact. And so if you put a restaurant here where it's not allowed, there are impacts. And I hope all these people who want the restaurant in 5 years from now still want the restaurant. But people who had the Valencia Club, I know a lot of them, they sure don't want the Valencia Club. Even if the sound goes off at 10 p.m., they still hear a lot of noise out there. So that were my comments. Mr. Holmes, thank you for recognizing me and allowing me to speak. I will raise one other point. Ms. Gustafson, you had an issue that we've talked about with zoning that you were very passionate about. And I would like to say that this is a very similar issue that I would hope that the board takes very serious. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wynn. Okay, we're going to close public comment. There's been several questions directed to staff. We're going to take a 10-minute break for them to compile all their answers, and then we'll proceed with questions. And after those questions have been answered, we'll proceed with deliberation from the board. Thank you. Okay, the board is back in session. We will now entertain the answers to all the questions that. Yay! Who?
Oh, no. That's all she wrote.
Who did that?
That is not a good thing.
Who did that? Someone hit that. Someone leaned against the wall or something.
You want me to, I'll text Steve.
Well, it's.
Like I said, Ron, yes, but.
Does anyone want to do some improv? Could just yeah. Perfect.
Folks, we're
Recording in progress.
Staff, are you ready to proceed with answers to the questions?
Doesn't Megan have to say something?
What?
Megan needs to.
We got to announce what happened.
Oh, yeah, would you please let them know what happened?
So for those of you viewing on Zoom or on YouTube, our meeting is held out at Cedra, and our Cedra building lost power for a moment. So the board took a break. We were not in session during that time when the power was out and when the video was not displaying properly on Zoom. So we are coming back at the exact spot that we left off with Cedra staff answering questions asked during public comment.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Yes, absolutely. So staff, following the public comment, is looking to respond to questions and seek or provide clarification on three major topics that came up. I wanted to begin with just acknowledging the public participation and the number of comments that were received both for and against the project proposal. We tallied over 100 public comments, which is an indication of the interest in this project. So the three areas that staff wanted to provide a response on, and I know that we'll end up having conversations and answering questions about other topics as well, but the three major areas were the first on Williamson Act compatibility, the second on the general plan consistency or ridgeline protections, and then the third is related to the comment that was brought up by one of the last public commenters on the accessory restaurant and the legality of that accessory restaurant. So to begin on the Williamson Act contract compatibility, at the beginning of the staff presentation, or during the staff presentation, Ms. Baez mentioned that there was a comment letter received from the Department of Conservation, and that they have, that in that letter they questioned two areas. One was the residential use on the property, and I think there was a misunderstanding that they believed that there were two residential uses on the property, or two would be proposed. And then secondly, there were questions related to the number of events on the property, and also the number of attendees, and expressed some concern about the number of attendees. As Ms. Baez went over during the staff presentation, staff has prepared an errata to the conditions of approval, which we believe do address the concerns brought up by the Department of Conservation regarding Williamson Act compatibility. We are continuing to have conversations with the Department of Conservation. We believe that following those conversations that we will come to an agreement on the number of attendees for events, and that's why, again, in the revised condition, we've established that number could be increased should we come to an agreement with the Department of Conservation. I also wanted to mention, as it related to Williamson Act compatibility, that that on January 30th,
Did you have a question now?
I'll let him finish on, I have a question on Williamson Act.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Do want to mention that on January 30th of this year, I did make a determination of compatibility with the Williamson Act pursuant to Placer County Code in consultation with the Ag Commissioner. That compatibility determination is included in your staff report package. And I do think that it is appropriate for us to spend a couple of moments and hear from the Ag Commissioner about that determination of compatibility and what went into that recommendation from the Ag Commissioner and what went into the decision that I made to find the project compatible. So with that, I'd like to ask our Ag Commissioner to provide some testimony.
Good afternoon, Board. Josh Hunsinger, Placer County Agricultural Commissioner. And as our Planning Director mentioned, our county code tasks both the Planning Commissioner in consultation with the Agricultural Commissioner, or Planning Director in consultation with our Agricultural Commissioner to kind of jointly administer the Williamson Act program. State law allows a fair degree of local flexibility and administration of the Williamson Act program locally. And so our county zoning ordinance has an entire section on Williamson Act, which lays out a number of items, including compatible uses. And so that those compatible uses can vary from county to county. Each county determines things like eligibility requirements, compatible uses, other specific points of how the Williamson Act is administered in each county. As the Planning Director mentioned, we did receive a letter late last week from the California Department of Conservation, who administers the Williamson Act at the state level. Ms. Baez and I followed up with a call yesterday with the Department of Conservation, the staff that wrote the letter, and they reiterated that it was, in their words, non-regulatory and strictly advisory to this process. And and specific to kind of that compatibility, the letter issued or expressed some concerns with the events, and specifically, would events be detrimental to either the agriculture on site or on nearby agriculture? And couple things I looked at, one, Penryn was the heart of our fruit production industry from the mid to late 1800s all the way up through the 1960s, and started kind of petering out at that time. And this, I've toured this property, and it, not just the Williamson Act parcel, but the surrounding 170 plus acres that are controlled as part of this project. And it was plums and pears back in the day. And then those crops went out of production, and the land sat largely idle. It was grazed to some extent, but never intensively farmed up until a couple of years ago when the vineyards were planted. The model back in that time frame, back up into the 1960s, was to harvest those pears and plums, take them down to a packing shed in Loomis or Newcastle, and put them on a train and send them back east. It was a completely wholesale model. Farming in Placer County and the foothills has changed significantly since then, and we have seen a shift to a direct-to-consumer model rather than a wholesale model. Penryn and Newcastle are the heart of our mandarin industry today, as I hope you're all aware, and I believe you are. And the mandarin industry, as well as various other fruits and vegetable production and farm stands, rely on direct-to-consumer. And so the reason I mention that is to that point of, would this project, and specific to it happening on a Williamson Act parcel, be detrimental either to the on-site agriculture or nearby agriculture? In my estimation, it would be the exact opposite, and that it would actually be beneficial because of the direct-to-consumer marketing aspect of the agriculture that characterizes the Penryn and Newcastle areas. The increased ag tourism, the increased number of consumers coming through there looking for that type of experience, I believe would benefit other agricultural operations, as well as the economic viability of the agriculture of the vineyards that are planted as part of this project. So that's kind of the background compatibility aspect of it.
Any questions?
Yes, thanks, Josh. And as you know, just last week, we approved the planning grant for looking at where we can go with our agricultural sustainability and tourism combined. Question, because I think it's come up both in their letter as well as from public and some of the public members I've met with, concern about the number of folks at the agricultural events. And the reason I ask this is, and now I'm going to show my true colors, is that I do on occasion visit wineries. And
In Placer County.
Sometimes in Placer County, but sometimes in other counties where I've seen much larger events and seen restaurants in operation. A couple of my favorites down in the Paso area have food and music in the afternoons, and it's so I checked down there, and I do believe they allow larger events, and I do think they find restaurants are compatible. So I want to get that on the record. There are places in the state that appear to make those findings and not have the Department of Conservation questioning it, or maybe didn't ask the right questions.
Yeah, so without speaking to specific wineries in other specific individual wineries in other counties, I did do some digging yesterday and looked at the winery or the Williamson Act rules in a number of different counties, and basically universally I found that all the other counties I looked at, I mentioned earlier that counties have a lot of say over the individual administration within their county of the Williamson Act. Every county I looked at allows wineries in Williamson Act and allows some level of events. It's highly variable. The way wineries are regulated varies a ton from county to county, but in all instances, there's some form of events allowed on Williamson Act land associated with wineries.
And that doesn't mean the public or the neighbors may like that. I just want to make sure, because there was allegations of it's illegal, it's not allowed. I think there are findings, and I do like what staff has come up with as alternative language in order to reduce the number of folks there. But I do see this in other places, and I just want to make sure our eyes are wide open that this is occurring, and many people do enjoy having a bite to eat with their.
Yeah, I can say pretty confidently this concept is not unique to this project in Placer County.
And I'm speaking both of the events and the restaurant and the food service at the restaurant. Thank
you. Supervisor Jones.
Yes, my only question there, compatibility seems to be somewhat ambiguous with regard to restaurants. And so my only question is, in those other wineries and other areas of California where they do have restaurants, I understand the wineries and the wine production and all of the activities associated with that, I think are truly compatible. But the only question I have is, are those restaurants approved in those other areas? Are they actually on Williamson Act?
Yeah. And I cannot speak specifically to that. I don't have any specific knowledge of restaurants in particular. I didn't have a lot of time to research it. Yeah.
Any other comments any questions, more questions for Josh? See none? Thank you.
Okay, so the second topic was the general plan consistency analysis and the ridgeline protections discussion. And so wanted to refer back to the staff report package, pages 3 through 5, have a fairly detailed conversation or discussion about general plan consistency and ridgeline, and the applicability of the ridgeline protection policies. There's also additional detail in the Planning Commission report package as it relates to this matter as well. Staff has undergone a pretty comprehensive analysis of the general plan policies, relevant general plan policies, and consistency with those policies. That analysis is included in attachment E and demonstrates that there are a vast majority of general plan policies that are supported and are furthered by this request, this application. Where there has been some concern that has been brought up is whether or not the ridgeline protection policies in the general plan are applicable to this proposal. And staff has determined, and again is outlined in the staff report package, that general plan policy, particularly 1K1, was determined to not be applicable. I think you've heard testimony during this hearing, as well as we heard testimony during the Planning Commission hearing, challenging the determination of the applicability of this policy. And claiming that this is not a ridge line, or that this is a ridge line and not a hilltop. I think staff's determination that we've prepared is that this area can be determined to be a hilltop and not a ridge line, not part of the Boulder Ridge. And so that again is included. I think it's also important to note, and is detailed in the report package, that there have been a couple of recent projects that have been approved by the board located on ridge lines. It has been brought up that those projects have included conditions of approval that have sought to minimize the impact, the visual or aesthetic impact. And I should note that this project has carried forward conditions of approval, particularly 66 through 68, that seek to minimize the impact, the visual impact of this project as well. There is a living screen wall that's included as a condition of approval. The project is to be painted, or the building is to be painted in natural colors. There's also a condition related to screen trees as well, and replacement of screen trees. So wanted to provide those comments. I'm not sure if there's anything additional to add from County Council at this point.
Yeah, I just would like to make one note. When it comes to general plan consistency, all the fundamental and mandatory policies must be complied with, and that's the analysis that you see in the staff report. There is one policy that has both mandatory provisions and non-mandatory permissive provisions. If you have an instance where there is a non-mandatory permissive provision in the general plan, then you would look to consistency with the general plan as a whole to ensure whether or not this project would meet that general plan requirement. And because there is that non-mandatory provision, there is that analysis of the general plan consistency that Chris was referencing. And specifically, there's a lot of policies in the general plan that talk about policies for use and promotion of agricultural land and economic development related to agriculture. So those are the policies that staff is looking to specifically to say, look, this project complies with those general plan policies as a whole.
Did you have another comment?
I did have another question.
Yeah.
On the height, earlier this morning, many hours ago, we talked about, I think we were seeking clarification on if the applicant didn't do that octagon building and removed a residence from elsewhere and wanted to build the residence at that location. I think what I understood was at that point he could go 69 feet with that residence in height from the same spot that he's proposing to go 75 feet from with the octagon building. Am I correct in that?
That is correct.
And would that need to meet these ridgeline specifics? findings? The private residence on the property. Would he be required to have these same findings?
I can answer that. Yes, those general plan policies need to be
The general
complied with
plan
for
would
any,
still be
any
met with.
development.
Okay. So we're talking about 6 feet of difference with making the same findings. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Is there anything else?
Sorry, not on that topic, but
Okay.
moving to the third topic
Yeah.
that I wanted to cover, and that's as it relates to the accessory restaurant and the legality of the accessory restaurant. And so, staff has, again, language included in the report package about the accessory restaurant. Staff believes that it is an allowed accessory use pursuant to the winery and farm brewery ordinance. The code sections that are referenced in the letter that was provided to the board references the base zoning for the residential agriculture zoning district. That base district does allow for wineries. That section that references wineries refers to the code provision 17.56.10, which then references the winery ordinance, which allows for accessory restaurants. And that accessory restaurants subject to a conditional use permit, which is what is being requested here. So staff believes and is recommending that this accessory restaurant is allowable, is legal, is part of the current construct of the Placer County Code.
Yeah, I didn't introduce myself earlier, but Clayton Cook, counsel for Cedra on this. I did get a chance to look through the letter provided by the attorney for Defend Granite Bay. It was provided, I think, right at the start of this meeting, but I did have a chance during the break to look through it. And some of the arguments raised in there is that this specific allowance of the accessory use restaurant is not allowed in the zoning code. Chris walked through the reasons why it is allowed. It's specifically identified as a allowed use in a winery, and a winery is identified as an allowed use in the zoning code. There was some public comment about 4 requisite findings needing to be made, and that the staff report didn't include those findings. Those 4 findings would only be needed if a land use was not authorized in the land use tables. And the 4 findings are in section 1702.050. I did go through those, and I'm not saying that those findings are needed here because our land use tables do show that this accessory use restaurant is allowed. But even if you looked at those findings are met by the findings contained in the staff report at pages 13 to 15. Specifically, the use would be consistent with the general plan. The use would meet the purpose and intent of the zoning district. The use would share the characteristics of the zoning district, and the use would be done in consultation with the agricultural commissioner. So, just as a backdrop, there is, from my perspective, no illegality with respect to the determination that the accessory use restaurant is allowed.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions for staff? Did you have some more, Chris?
No, I was just going to mention that concludes the items that we wanted to make sure to respond to. I'm sure there'll be much more questions to respond to.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Landon. It's back.
I have a number of questions, so buckle up. Okay, my first question is, I don't remember any notations on setbacks. I'm not sure if that is in there and I just missed it, and if it's not, whether it's something we can make sure to include so that down the line, if something does come forward in the future, we can have some requirements on setbacks from the road and the neighbors.
Sure, and in the farm zone district, as well as the residential agriculture district, the setbacks are side and rear 30s, as well as a front would be a 50-foot from the edge of the easement. So they're well within that, well setback from those requirements.
Okay, thanks. Is there a way, I'm sorry, you said 50 feet from
from Callison Road, which is considered the front of the property.
Okay.
And then the sides and rear are 30.
Okay, so I guess my question is leading to, let's just say out on the valley floor, someone wants to do a project like this in the future. And, you know, it's right on Wise Road. 50 feet is not too far from a road. So what I'm wondering is if there is a way to ensure, I guess maybe it's in the design review process, or to make sure that someone isn't driving down Wise Road and there's a big 80-foot tower sticking up 50 feet from the road. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. I should note that as part of the zoning text amendment, the requirement would be that a conditional use permit would be required for anyone looking to take advantage of this increase in height. That CUP is a discretionary process. There would be an environmental review as well as a visual analysis. And so that would be, as part of the proposal, that would be taken into consideration as part of that process. There certainly could be some language added to reflect additional setback. That's currently not part of the proposal, but could be added.
Okay. Another question I have is, right now it's 20-acre minimums. I'm wondering if we wanted to increase that to something like 40 acres. I guess I just wanted to plant that seed maybe for my colleagues to consider as well, just to kind of limit even more how many parcels would be able to do something like this. Same with the number of grapes. I think our current requirement is just 2 acres, so increasing that to a higher number I would also be supportive of. I'm also curious about, I wanted to ask the applicant actually a question on sound. So I know there's some concerns of the amplified music, and when the board heard the item on Bayside a couple months back, one of the things that Bayside agreed to do was to put signage on their property with a number of someone from Bayside that they could contact if something was going on at night, loud, noise-wise, I guess, and they couldn't get a hold of code compliance at that time. I guess my question to you as the owner is, would you be willing to do something similar until we get beefed up with code compliance and have additional officers that are available on the weekends? Would you be willing to put your contact information up in case there's noise issues?
Absolutely.
Okay. I'm getting closer, sorry. I can't remember if I mentioned another thing I would be supportive of is a maximum height. I don't think we have a maximum height at this point, but I would be supportive of putting a maximum height on there for future reference. Okay, I think that's all I have right now. I'll wait and listen to what some of my colleagues' questions are.
So I believe the Planning Commission advised that recommended 20 acres for anything of this nature. And I believe the reason they did that was because there's probably not very many 20-acre parcels that are zoned for that type of use. But I would agree with Supervisor Landon that to expand that to 40 acres would probably negate the opportunity for others to come and build this type of a structure.
And along with that, that's actually the definition of a large winery, right, is 40 acres.
Yeah.
And so that would be consistent with a large winery being 40 acres and not smaller than. It seems consistent with what we already have.
Yeah. Yeah, this property is 40 plus acres.
Just to clarify on that point, a large acre is defined in our code as 20,000 cases. There are some provisions in our winery brewery ordinance that do discuss 40 acres as being a threshold for certain allowances in the use permit.
Yeah, it's related to the number of attendees at events, but 40 acres is the cap on that.
Okay. Supervisor Guston, you're,
Yeah, I have a couple of questions, and it might be for county council or planning staff. So we've heard that, and I've heard this for several weeks now, about this is being driven by the applicant. We're allowing a ZTA because of applicants' desires. And I think I'm familiar that we do general plan amendments, community plan amendments, and ZTA amendments are allowed in our county code to be driven by an applicant as well as county staff. Is that correct?
yes.
And how long has that code been in place? I mean, we didn't recently change that.
No, I can't tell you exactly when it was enacted, but I can tell you I've been here 17 years and it's always been that way. I don't know if that helps you, but yeah, I mean, an applicant is allowed to request this as well.
So
as
any
staff.
applicant?
Yes.
So I think some of the concerns I heard is, well, you're doing this for this person, but what about me, or what about others? Everybody, any resident in Placer County could go through a process. I wouldn't advise them to, would you? But they could go through this process and have equal hearing and ability to make those applications. And have we done a number of applicant-driven amendments to either general plans or zoning texts?
Yes, we have. Over the past, I guess I would say a few years since 2018, there's been 4 such general plan or community plan amendments. The most recent one that was before the board just a couple of months ago in April was a general plan amendment for the Creekview Ranch project, in which there were adjustments made to general plan industrial residential buffering standards that apply countywide. So that was the most recent one in front of the board, but there have been 3 others just within the last few years.
Okay, thank you for reminding me, because I wasn't clear on that. And then there was also earlier today a mention that there was a conflict of interest by using the same consultant, and I wanted to ask county council about that as well. Do you perceive any conflict of interest in planning using the same consultant for the winery brewery ordinance as with this project?
The answer is no. First of all, environmental consultants, if the person who spoke is thinking of conflicts of interest similar to what the board goes through, that you simply can't act on something again, that absolutely doesn't apply to the environmental consultant. We have a qualified list of environmental consultants. It is quite common to use the same environmental consultant. And in fact, in most of these cases, it's the applicant who will select who the environmental consultant is, and we move forward with the contract. I think what's really important for everybody to understand is it is the county who is the lead agency, and it's the county who ultimately is in charge, so to speak, of the preparation of any environmental document. The consultant prepares the analysis, but it is the county that reviews it and determines whether it is appropriate to move forward with it, whether it's complete, et cetera, et cetera. So there is no conflict. We do this routinely when we use environmental consultants.
Okay, and there was also the idea of piecemealing came up because of that changes in the winery ordinance and then the zoning text amendment being asked for now.
I don't agree with that comment at all. The winery brewery ordinance was its own separate project. This particular project is its own separate project. You can't simply state that because we did an amendment in 2021, therefore it has to be piecemeal for a project that comes forward now. That's not how piecemealing is defined in CEQA.
Okay. And then respect to the restaurant being an accessory use or not an accessory use, I know quite a few restaurant owners. I don't know anyone who operates a restaurant of only 32 seats and can possibly justify, the restaurant, just the investment in a commercial kitchen of well over $500,000 just to have a commercial kitchen. I know that from my previous career in trying to take over a golf course that had a small restaurant and what that was going to take to pencil, even for a public agency to try to bring in a concessionaire. So it's definitely, in my mind, 32 seats is definitely accessory to something because it doesn't, I can't imagine it would pencil on its own for that. Supervisor Landon and Supervisor Holmes, I agree with the concerns that I've heard from the community are some about this project, certainly, but more throughout my district and at various MAC meetings about the precedent of what this might do in others. So I do think, and the comment from Mr. Nader about don't open the door to lots of these, that is a sentiment I've heard throughout the community. So I agree with further limiting the times and places these could be considered and making sure, and I believe this is the case, any project looking to use this zoning text amendment would need to conduct a visual analysis, go through the CEQA findings on that, and again, come before commission, board, and that approval process. Is that correct?
It would be a conditional use permit heard by the planning commission, but yes, that would be, they would go through a discretionary entitlement process.
Entitlement process, okay. And so I do agree with what it would take to do the 40 acres, I believe, is also a deed restriction on the other parcel of land, because there's 2 parcels involved here, and to do that, we would have to consider that.
I think if that's the direction that the board would want to go, we could draft up some language that could meet that circumstance.
Okay. And I think you said this, I don't know that you used a number, but I did think that the 2 acres under cultivation, I mean, our real effort here is to preserve ag. So the more land under cultivation and being productive is really important, I think, to sustainability of ag. And so I'd like to up that number from 2 acres, and I felt like maybe 10 acres. I don't know if there's any magic to any of those numbers, but really making it driven by sustaining our agriculture. And so I would support that. And potentially the setbacks as well. I do know that people's concern about the visual impact, when I hear the difference between a residence and this facility, a residence isn't open to the public. A residence isn't shared for others to see that view. I find there's so many other ways that this property can be used to the benefit of the region versus a private home. Being at that height. So I think those are considerations that weigh on me because I am concerned about scenic and height and ridge lines, but I also see the benefit to this project. So anyway, I'm open to hearing more dialogue on those issues.
Yeah, as far as 2 acre grape growing in a small 5 acre, are there any, there are some I know out there that only grow 2 acres of grapes and smaller, maybe 5 acre or 4.6. Is there any, can anybody confirm that there, I know I've seen some.
Yeah, under the winery brew ordinance, you need to have 2 acres of planted grapes
Yeah.
for each winery. So that's the minimum. There isn't a higher threshold.
So that encourages more agricultural use on property. So I would prefer to stay with the 2 acre amount.
I think I agree with you. The 10 acres, I was saying for the zoning text amendment to go with a higher structure. So I'm not discouraging somebody from doing only 2 acres, but you're not going to be considered for this height unless you have much more under. That's what I was looking at.
So a 40 acre parcel that could put a structure like this on there needs to be more than 2 acres of grapes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I was just, again, trying
Yeah.
to narrow that really this is about the agriculture. It's
Yeah.
not about the structure.
Okay.
That's what I was trying to assure the public of.
So if it was 40 acres or more, they would have to do at least 10 acres of grape. But if it was a 4.6 acres, they could still do two. Okay, all right. Yeah, I'm good with that. Okay, any more questions, comments from board members? Supervisor Jones.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, I want to just say how beautiful I think the vineyards and the winery as you propose will be. I think you'd mentioned that some of your neighbors asked you to put grapes and vineyards on their properties. If I was your neighbor, I would ask the same. I think there's nothing more beautiful than rolling hills with grapevines on it and not just dirt and weeds, flammable weeds. So I do think the whole concept is beautiful, and I'm very much for the whole concept. But I do have one concern, and before I do, though, I have to admit, it would be an economic boon to Placer County, to the local area, and I think it's a great idea. So my concern, I'm just going to kind of unravel it like a story, so I hope you follow my logic here. First of all, I'm going to go to the land use designation where it talks about the Octagon building. The Octagon building consists of a sublevel as well as 4 above ground levels reaching a height of 75 feet from the finished grade. The building would sit atop the hill located in the northern portion of the project site and allow for gravity filtration. Then pursuant to Placer County Code Section 17.44.010 and 17.10.010, you don't really care about those unless you've got your codes right in front of you. The maximum allowable building height for winery use is 36 feet. Applicant has requested a zoning text amendment to add language to the Placer County Code's winery and farm brewery section. A CUP process, and should be, the addition of the height will be authorized through a CUP process that includes an analysis of the visual impacts. So then I will go from there over to our general plan. And in the general plan, under development, form, and design, says the goal is to promote and enhance the quality and aesthetics of development in Placer County. 1.0.3, the county shall require that all new development be designed to be compatible with the scale and character of the area. Structures, especially those outside of village, urban, and commercial centers, should be designed and located so that they do not silhouette against the sky, above ridge lines, or hilltops. That roof lines and vertical architecture with regards to the filtration, the vertical filtration, architectural features blend with and do not detract from the natural background or ridge outline, and that they fit the natural terrain. And I do want to address the should be designed. I know people are kind of trying to interpret. First part says it shall require, and then down below, the next sentence says that should be designed. And I did look up in Black's Law Dictionary because I wasn't sure. Should comes under shall. And it doesn't say should is not mandatory. It says should is mandatory as shall is mandatory. So then if you go over to visual and scenic resources, our goal 1K is to protect the visual and scenic resources of Placer County as important quality of life amenities for county residents and a principal asset in the promotion of recreation and tourism. Policies, 1K1, the county shall require that new development in scenic areas, which includes rivers, canyons, watersheds, scenic highways, ridge lines, and steep slopes, is planned and designed in a manner which employs design, construction, and maintenance techniques that avoid locating structures along ridge lines and steep slopes, incorporates the design and screening measures to minimize the visibility of the structures and graded areas, and maintains a character and visual quality of the area. So then from there, I'm going to go to our policy 17.02.010, title and purpose. This chapter shall be known and may be cited as the Placer County zoning ordinance, Chapter 17 of the Placer County Code. The chapter is enacted to protect and promote the public health, safety, peace, comfort, convenience, and general welfare, and more particularly, to carry out the goals and objectives of the Placer County General Plan and the community plans, and to guide and manage the future growth of the county in accordance with those plans. So in addition to that, under authority and general plan consistency, it says this chapter is adopted based on the authority vested in Placer County by the state of California. It is the intent of the Placer County Board of Supervisors, that is us. Our intent is that this chapter be adopted and maintained so as to be consistent with the Placer County General Plan and applicable community plans, and that any land use or development approved according to the requirements of this chapter will also be consistent with the Placer County General Plan and any applicable community plans. So then the last thing I was just curious of you, that why didn't the planning department present this proposed project using a variance? I think I probably could have gone with the variance as opposed to changing. Yes.
I think, as was perhaps mentioned earlier, I know this issue came up, has come up before and came up during the Planning Commission hearing, but initially it did come in as a variance, and we, as part of our complete application determination, had been working with the applicant to get all of the materials for the application. They changed the entitlement request to a zoning text amendment prior to making a complete application determination.
Okay, all right. So then the last thing that I have is the letter that they're talking about, the legal letter that we received. I would like to know if the legal letter has merit, and perhaps after legal has a chance to review it thoroughly, not just at a glance. Is there a conflict in provisions? So my only interest here is to uphold Placer County laws and not grant special privileges. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm happy to respond to that. I did review the letter and reviewed it thoroughly. I think the letter is misguided in that the sections that are applicable to this project for the underlying land use, both for residential, agricultural, and farm, they identify the wineries as an allowed use in those tables. And when you go to the allowances for what would be allowed with a winery, it directs you to the winery brewery ordinance for those allowed uses. When you go to the winery brewery ordinance, it identifies an accessory use restaurant as allowed with a conditional use permit. So it is consistent with our land use tables, the allowance of the accessory use restaurant. And if there was any concern over that, in Article 17.5.6, that's the article that identifies specific land use requirements, and that's where the winery brewery ordinance is held in our code. That section or that article indicates that specific land use requirements prevail over the general land use requirements. So the specific land use requirements of the winery brewery ordinance would prevail over the general land use requirements anyways. So I guess under both means, it directs you to the fact that an accessory use restaurant is an allowed use on those, on the underlying zoning for the property. So I do not agree with the comments contained in that letter.
Okay, so then I would only say that I understand that an accessory restaurant could be a permitted use with a winery, but my only question was regards the Williamson Act properties, as we were discussing earlier, whether that is compatible with Williamson Act property because of the reduced tax structure. Otherwise, I mean, I'm fine with the restaurant. If it wasn't on Williamson Act land, go for it.
I'm happy to respond that under the Williamson Act contract, it allows any uses that are incidental or secondary to the primary uses on the property, and that would include a restaurant as well. That decision is made by the Agricultural Commissioner in consultation with the Planning Director, and that's both of them have reached the conclusion that an accessory use restaurant would be an allowed use on a Williamson Act contract based on the fact that it is secondary and incidental to the primary use, which is grape growing and a winery.
Right, but it's not actually listed as a compatible use. It's just something we have come to agreement with, right? It's not listed under a compatible use.
So the compatible use section does identify some uses, but that's not an
Right.
exclusive list. It does also say anything that is incidental and secondary to the primary use. So there is I guess, a catch-all provision that
Yeah.
would include what the restaurant is.
Thank you.
And Supervisor Jones, that's why I was raising this issue of other areas, because I am familiar with going to other wineries in San Luis Obispo County, in particular, where there are burgers outdoors on the deck, and, you know, there's clearly restaurant activity, and even indoors. So there's got to be a finding that is allowed, and that's why I asked Josh about that, to make sure that it was clear that, you know, we're new to this winery business, and certainly in this type of establishment compared to our others. So I was made comfortable that you've made that determination, you've consulted other counties, and they do make these findings. So thank you.
Although, as I recall, Josh, you weren't certain whether those other properties were under Williamson Act.
Yeah, specific to the exact rules on how restaurants are handled in specific counties, I can't.
Yeah.
Relative to the Williamson Act, I can't answer with that specificity, but I can say as a general, events and related activities are allowed universally on Williamson Act lands associated with wineries, and restaurants are also a pretty standard kind of industry practice in a statewide sense associated with wineries.
Yeah, and that's not really my concern. My concern is more the height limit that we carved out with the zoning text amendment.
I'd like a little clarification on the noise on the amplified music. What is allowed on is amplified music? Is it just background music or rock and roll or? Hey.
Great. Outdoor amplified speech and music are allowed under our ordinance. And this project has completed a noise study that demonstrates they can meet our noise ordinance standards when having those activities in the areas that the conditions have designated, being the terrace located out on the Octagon building, as well as the terrace on the processing warehouse building. There's also a condition that sets the limit on the times of outdoor speech and amplified music. I think it's 98.
And I believe the applicant has mentioned that he would have a sign or something with a number to call if there was an issue with the music from the neighbors.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Thank
Can
you.
I follow up on that?
Sure.
I appreciate that. So I know that there's a certain level that the noise can't be higher than a certain level at the property line, correct? And what's that, 70 decibels, or I don't know what it is, but there's an amount, right?
I believe it's 55.
During the
55 during the day.
55 during the day. So what's that equated to? Because I think I certainly understand, right? You've got a rock band and you're not planning on having big events and a lot of music, but there's a difference between a string quartet, which is nice, and a loud DJ, or a couple of really loud, people playing drums. And so I think the concern is you just don't want this huge, massive amount of sound reverberating through the community.
Yes.
And so how is that measured? How do we make sure that that 55 decibels past the property line is maintained, addressed, et cetera?
Yeah, Supervisor Gore, I might ask Nick Papani, our environmental consultant for the project, to provide some answers to those questions.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. Nick Papani, Vice President with Rating Planning and Management. As you know, we prepared the EIR under direct contract with the county for the project. So for the noise analysis, we hired Ballard Acoustical Consultants. They were also involved in the winery ordinance process and are very familiar not only with the regulations, but the concerns with respect to noise and events. So what we made sure that we wanted to do for this particular project was actually do an on-site simulation of noise. And so, not just estimate noise levels based on other file data that they may have, but actually go on site to the property and simulate what may occur on the property. And so that was done by Ballard. They utilized two 1100 watt speakers, and they placed the speakers on both the terrace for the octagon structure, as well as the rooftop for the warehouse, because those are the two locations, as you know, where they could have event activity. And so what the approach was, which is common in CEQA, is to make sure we do a conservative analysis. And so the project proposal is to have amplified music at times, which would be light music such as a string quartet, a chamber group, or a pianist playing through a single amplifier. That's identified in the project description. But what Ballard did was they actually produced music through an MP3 player routed through the speakers that would have levels that would be more akin to a wedding reception, again, out of that conservatism. And the levels that they actually utilized in terms of the noise levels are specified in the environmental document. Essentially, it was basically a 75 decibel max at 50 feet. So much more than would be expected from that more ambiance type music. And so with that simulation, they determined that the noise levels at the property line would be actually in compliance with the county standards with that more conservative analysis. So we definitely had a comfort level that, we're covered out there, right? And obviously the county has a code enforcement process, but we feel confident through the analysis that the types of music out there will be covered through that conservative analysis completed by Ballard.
I think that's helpful, thank you. I don't think it makes sense for us to say, no, you shouldn't have XYZ type of music. They need to adhere to the county code, and if there are concerns, then that would be addressed. I know I have a speedway in my district, and we've done noise checks many, many times to make sure that that complies with the county ordinance. So I think that that's the important thing. If it ends up getting to be a problem, then it certainly has to be addressed.
Yeah.
Any other questions, comments from board members? Supervisor Landon.
I just have some I was going to opine for a few minutes. I have some kind of closing, I guess, comments that I wanted to say. So, we obviously live in a representative form of government, so, it's not our job to listen to the loudest people in the room or the most angry people or make a decision based on how many emails we might receive for or against something. We need to take all of that, and our job is to take all of the information, all of the emails, meet with both proponents and opponents of a project, and gather as much information as we can to make a decision that we believe is the best for our community. And none of us is perfect. We're all human, and sometimes we'll make mistakes, but the goal is to make an educated decision because voters have asked us to represent them on a board. And at the end of the day, when half of this room may not agree with a decision that I make, but after 4 years, they get the opportunity to vote me out if I don't do a good job and I'm not representing them on this board. So I live in rural Placer County and live around the corner from Wisevilla Winery, and I remember the great controversy that was around that project when it was going through the process. And we all have a lot of fear when something new is coming and something that is outside of the box and something different. And I will say, living around the corner from that winery, there was some adaptive management, just like there was with Hidden Falls, and there was a great deal of fear around Hidden Falls as well. And there are still issues now and then, but overall, I don't really necessarily like to use the word progress, but we as a county have to determine what is our long-term goal with agribusiness and agritourism in Placer County. And we have to provide, if that is a priority for us, to provide a pathway for agritourism and agribusiness, we have to provide opportunities for innovation and ways for our farmers and our ranchers and for winery operators and brewers to think outside the box in order to make money living on that land. Because if we don't, that will just become houses. It's inevitable that that will happen if we don't figure out a way to allow for innovative uses in agritourism and in agribusiness. I think what my thought is at the end of all of this and everything proceeding up to this, leading up to this, is that I think we're kind of in two different philosophies. And we have a philosophy of, you know, we want to protect our rural areas, which I 100% agree with, and we want to keep the status quo. Or we want to protect our rural areas, but we also want to innovate and come up with new ideas of ways that we can use our land. And for me personally, I land kind of in that second camp, that it's very important to me that 50 years from now, we have agribusiness operating throughout Placer County. And I personally believe the only way to do that is to think outside the box and to sometimes adapt and make changes, because we're not the same as we were 30 years ago. We're a lot different, and we're gonna be a lot different 30 years from now. So being able to adapt to that and make decisions based on that adaptation is really important to me. So with that, I just kind of wanted to close my comments and say, I hear all of the concerns that have been expressed today. I've pored over them. I've stayed up at night thinking about them. And I do trust our staff in this instance where I'm trusting their legal opinions, that what they're saying is accurate, because I am not an attorney. And after heavily considering both sides and reading through all of the documentation, that's where I'm landing. So with that, I am going to be supportive of this project.
Okay. Thank you. Supervisor Jones.
Yes, last thing I wanted to add to that, aside from meeting with everybody, proponents and opponents, don't forget, we have all of this to dredge through. Because if our arguments are not substantive and sound, then they're not good. They're not good. And that's what I do. I try to make very substantive, sound discussion and decisions, because I am not out to, cheat anyone. You've done good work. I love everything about the winery. I'm just concerned about the height exception. I think it'll be beautiful. And as I said, if I was your neighbor, I'd ask you to plant grapes on my property too. I think it's gorgeous. The only last thing I would ask, I would like to ask Clayton, the ordinances that you based your decision on, could you provide in writing for those of us that are concerned with legal compliance? And I can restate that later. Do you think you could put something in writing for us?
Were you referencing the concerns about the accessory use restaurant?
Yeah,
being
what we were
allowed?
just talking about when I was, addressing the not complying with the general plan, not being in compliance with the general plan, and those things that I was just talking about.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, it was kind of regarding the letter too, about being in legal compliance.
I was going to say, there were sections I referenced with respect to the letter, and happy to provide those, and I am happy to provide a general plan consistency analysis too.
That would be wonderful. Thank you.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Thanks. I wanted to offer some comments. First off, I also met with the applicant and the opponents to this project, and I greatly treasure that we get the opportunity to represent you in Placer County, because what an incredible turnout today of respectful comments. And I just so appreciate the thoughtfulness and respect that was demonstrated. Not all communities are this respectful of each other, of their staff, and of us, the board, for sure. So I really appreciate that, and I thank you all. As Shanti, as Supervisor Landon mentioned, our job is really to balance the individual requests, the needs of the community's desires, environmental concerns, property rights and entitlements, and then our greater goals and our vision for our county's well-being. And so with that, we have been and repeatedly say that we are here to support agricultural interests in our county. We know the pressures are going to be on us for development if not successful with agriculture and conservation. And we've been very successful at the county based on not my work today, but on my predecessor's work, and especially Supervisor Holmes is here that has been here fighting for these efforts for many years. So, you know, balancing all of those things weighs heavily on all of us. We do not make these decisions lightly. And I know height is a concern almost everywhere in my district, because we have some other areas up at the lake where we're talking about height changes and challenges, and that's of grave concern to many people. So I don't take that lightly either, and how visual aesthetics can affect your life. And I am convinced that this applicant has dealt with the issues that I addressed with him about lighting, about non-reflective glass, about coloring and the visual from a distance, preserving that tree canopy, many of those issues that I addressed, I think, in our very first meeting, to say, you know, not unless, at least all of these things, and maybe not even then. And I thank you for all the work you've done. I'm sure others shared those concerns. I really appreciate the number of organizations and associations that spoke out today, especially as it relates to education and jobs and trying to create young people's opportunity to stay in our county. So many of our kids can't stay here because of housing costs and others unless they have a good career, and I think those opportunities are important. Broadband benefits, fire benefits, those are all important in our deliberation on these, these decisions. And I am so appreciative of staff and your responsiveness, even late last night and early this morning, answering questions from late arriving emails and letters and legal challenges. It takes a lot to process all of that and give us those responses. But I loved what Jocelyn said, a rising tide lifting all boats. And to know that our other agricultural producers want this to happen and support this effort is really important, I think, for the agriculture community who came out strongly today to support what the applicant is trying to do. And so I share my support for today's actions and the recommendations of staff with the modifications we have talked about to further limit the preponderance of these sorts of applications we might get. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, or Supervisor Guston, former Chair, and Supervisor Landon. Yes, I am a strong proponent. My history of my family is agriculture. We wouldn't have been here in Placer County if it wasn't for agriculture, and I've always been a proponent of a strong agricultural community. I've lived with this project, how long's it been, 2 years?
3 years.
3 years, okay, well.
3+ years.
But I've been to all the Horseshoe Bar, Penryn Mac meetings and Newcastle Oper. I've sat through those, listened to concerns. And I know the applicant has really reached out and been with the neighbors and worked out to make sure that they were comfortable with the project going forward. I think this is a kind of a turning point in the winery industry. But again, by the sideboards we put on, a 40-acre minimum as far as the type of projects like this, and also making sure that a 40-acre parcel has at least 10 acres of grapes, I think I'm okay with. I just want to thank staff for their hard work and all this. And Jennifer Bias, I don't know what you're going to do for your spare time, but you were really there all the time, answering questions, standing on your feet. Really, really appreciate the hard work you put into this, as well as with the rest of the staff. So I'm comfortable with moving forward today with what we've discussed. And if there's no more questions, we want to take a little break and have staff formulate the action that we're going to take, unless there's any more comments from our colleague.
If I may, before we go to break, I just want to confirm what I heard from the board as being potential changes to the zoning text amendment and then changes to the conditional use permit before we draft up the language for consideration. So as it relates to the zoning text amendment, what I heard from the board is an increase from 20 acres to 40 acres for the size, and if perhaps for properties that are adjacent to each other, whether that don't meet the 40-acre requirement, but collectively they do, a deed restriction concept. So that's something that we can include. An increase in the cultivation requirement of 2 acres up to 10 acres is what we heard, as well as perhaps some language for setback considerations as part of the consideration of a conditional use permit.
May I ask a quick question?
Correct.
And is that a reasonable threshold, 10 acres of the 40, or should it be a percentage? I'm just asking the question, just because I'm not an ag person, so I want to make sure that it's workable. If somebody were to have a large winery, is 10 acres reasonable, or should it be a percentage? And Josh, you might be able to better address that.
Back during the development of the current wine and farm brewery ordinance, that was discussed, and I think there was a concept to do it as a percent. Either way is workable. I think just the current proposal on the table, I think, is very reasonable. While it'd be easy to say, oh, it should be 90% of the parcel or whatever, by the time you put in all the infrastructure, roads, buildings, septic systems, those kinds of things, your available area to plant, and then topography and irrigation related to topography, among other things as well, it does enter into a lot of, there's a lot of constraints on that. So I think 10 acres within a 40-acre envelope is very reasonable. If you wanted something else, kind of similar, I think that would be reasonable as well.
Thank you. I don't know. I certainly don't think it needs to be more. I just didn't know if it should be because that's 25%, right? And you've got the oak woodland and you've got the infrastructure and the buildings. And would it make sense to have it be a little bit less? But if you think that the 10 acres is reasonable and workable, then I'm fine with that. I wanted to hear from you.
Yeah, I think it's achievable.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments?
I didn't catch the end of that, but I think as we were just talking, I think heading down a path of acreage rather than percentage, one, it might be a little easier for staff to determine compliance. Secondly, it follows the current construct of the code, which has 2 acres. So moving it up to 10 acres is consistent with how the code is currently structured.
All right, good. Any other questions before we?
Oh, I'm sorry. One additional item as it relates to the conditional use permit. In addition to the errata that was already provided to the board, there was conversation or comments related to a requirement to have a sign or signs on the frontage of the property or near Callison Road that would provide contact information for special events. I just want to make sure I got that right.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, we're good.
Okay, we can draft that up.
Yeah. So now take a break.
Take a break.
We're going to take a short break while staff tries to put together what we just told them to. Okay, the board is back in session. We'll now turn to council or county council, staff to give us what they've come up as far as recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Chair Holmes. Yes, so what we have drafted and what is on the screen in front of you are the revisions to the zoning text amendment. So as was mentioned before we went to break, we've revised the zoning text amendment to include a 40-acre requirement rather than 20 acres. We have also included a provision that at least 10 acres of planted vineyard, hop yard, or other agriculture related to beverage production be required. And then we also have included a provision as part of the CUP process that in addition to the visual impacts analysis, including the photo simulations, that there be consideration for increased setbacks. And then lastly, that the 40-acre parcel requirement is met if there are a minimum of 40 contiguous acres under same ownership and deed restricted to preclude their separate sale. And I should note that when we get to the conditions of approval, we have a condition that carries that language further.
Okay. Motion on that.
Does staff want to go over the use permit conditions first, or?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so if we can bring up the use permit now.
Give them 1 second.
Okay, if we can scroll down a bit, we'll just walk through the modifications to the changes of the conditions of approval. Some of these have already been provided to you as part of the errata. So as it relates to condition 2, you can scroll down a bit. Yeah, so again, this change was made earlier and provided with the errata. This addresses and provides some further clarification on the Department of Conservation's concern about the residents. We can keep scrolling down to condition 3B. Again, this change was previously made as part of the errata, again, to address the concern from the Department of Conservation. We can scroll down to 3E. And so this is the condition that was added related to signs. I'll just read it. The applicant shall place and maintain signs in sizes and locations clearly visible at the project entrance that provides a way for persons to speak with a representative of the property owner during and up to 1 hour after special events in, and that also contain contact information for county code compliance in order to address complaints about special events subject to planning director approval. I should note that this condition would apply to special events, one of the 12 special events. The justification for it applying to those events are that those are the larger events up to 200 persons. This would not apply to agricultural promotional events as drafted. And the other condition that was added, it is on page 25. You can scroll down to that. As I mentioned earlier, we added a condition related to the contiguous parcels and the deed restriction for the up to the 40 acres, and so there's a condition related to that. Almost there. There we go. So prior to issuance of a building permit for the Octagon building, a deed restriction in a form approved by County Council shall be recorded on the 2 subject parcels, requiring that they cannot be sold or transferred independent of the other. The rationale behind it being triggered at building permit for the Octagon building is that is what is that building is what is necessitating the conditional use permit through the height exception. And so those were the changes that were made for your consideration.
Okay, all righty.
Do you want me to read in the motions?
Pardon?
Would you like me to read the motion?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to read the motion. The first, we'll go one by at a time and take motion, second, and action per item. The first requested action is adopt a resolution to certify the Project 8 Winery Project Environmental Impact Report prepared pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, and to adopt the findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations and the mitigation and monitoring reporting program.
I would like to move approval.
And I'll second.
Okay, there's a motion by Supervisor Landon, second by Supervisor Gore. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Gore?
Aye.
Landon?
Yes.
Jones? Aye. Gustafson? Aye. Holmes?
Aye, thank you, the motion is passed.
Next requested action is adopt an ordinance as amended to amend the Placer County Code, Chapter 17, Article 17.56, Section 17.56.330 for wineries and farm breweries, height limit exceptions, subject to the findings set forth in the staff report.
I'll move approval.
And I'll second.
Motion by Supervisor Landon, second by Supervisor Gore. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Landon?
Yes.
Jones?
No, with a caveat. The only reason I'm voting no is because I believe it's inconsistent with the general plan.
Gustafson? Aye. Gore?
Aye.
Holmes? Aye. Motion is moved to 4-1 vote. And now item number 3.
The final requested action is approve a conditional use permit for the operation of a large winery on 40-plus acres with an accessory use / restaurant. Establish hours of operation from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Establish the maximum attendees for agricultural promotional events at 50 people, and allow the Octagon building to be constructed 75 feet from the finished grade with an additional 5.4 feet for rooftop mechanical equipment, subject to the findings of the staff report and the conditions of approval as amended and presented to the board.
I'll move approval.
And I'll second.
Motion by Landon, second by Gore. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Jones?
I am going to abstain on this one because I would vote yes on everything except for the 75-foot tall building because of its inconsistency with the general plan. So I abstain.
Gustafson? Aye. Gore?
Aye.
Landon?
Yes.
Holmes?
Aye. The motion is passed on a 4-0 vote.
That's it.
And that concludes our work for us today. First of all, I want to thank our deputy who's been here all day. Thank you so much. I hope you learned a lesson.
Cheers.
And thank you all for your participation, including all the commenters that brought forth their concerns, and also for staff for the diligent work that they did. So with that, we are adjourned until our next board meeting, which is actually next Tuesday, the 27th. We are adjourned.